Parents, are your teens good with money?
No.
Switch to Huntington Bank and let's teach them. They get their own card, which they can add to their digital wallet, and you can monitor and set spending limits. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Domino's Best Deal Ever is back. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 online. Last time, people got exactly what they wanted.
Pan pizza with barbecue sauce, mushrooms, and black olives.
Philly steak, extra cheese.
Chicken, bacon, onions, jalapenos.
This got to be the best deal ever.
So what are you gonna get this time? Order Domino's $9.99 Best Deal Ever before it's gone. Prices higher for some locations, online only for a limited time. Excludes XL and specialty. Parm stuffed crust is extra. Topping limit supply. Visit Domino's.com for full details.
Dreaming of becoming a nurse? CSP Global's Accelerated BSN in Denver offers a fast-track path, with most students finishing in just 16 months. Join an upcoming info session, on campus or online, to learn about our application process, flexible online courses, financing your education, and more. With no wait list, you could get started sooner than you think. Register now at nursing.csp.edu. That's nursing.csp.edu. Become a nurse in as little as 16 months with CSP Global's Accelerated BSN.
If you ever find yourself inside the emergency room, surrounded by these sounds, by these voices, by these machines, may you find our team of expert emergency caregivers at your side.
You're gonna be okay. Just grab my hand.
This is the power of the human spirit. Advent Health ER in Aurora, Castle Rock, Denver, Littleton, Louisville, and Parker. Go to coloradoemergencyexpert.com. Advent Health. Feel whole.
Friskies is here to tell your cats hi. That usually works. But there's one thing that always does the trick. Friskies. With so many Friskies choices, you can always bring your cats running from their secret napping spots. There's always more to explore. Click or tap the banner to see for yourself or visit your local store.
Ford Blue Cruise hands-free highway driving takes the work out of being behind the wheel, allowing you to relax and reconnect, while also staying in control. Enjoy the drive in Blue Cruise-enabled vehicles like the F-150, Explorer, and Mustang Mach-E. Available feature on equipped vehicles. Terms apply. Does not replace safe driving. See Ford.com/BlueCruise for more details.
Did you notice this in Helva Boss? In my previous video I discussed some of the changes that were made to the Amazon Prime version of Helva Boss. Let's go through a couple more. First up, there's a lot of general animation improvements, especially across Season 1. A lot of the character models are more consistent, a great example being Blitz and Stolas in Lululand. On YouTube, Blitz was cartoonishly tiny beside him, but in Prime he's a lot taller. We can also see this during Murder Family. The characters look a lot better and the backgrounds have been updated. Later in the episode we see Millie underneath the window when she wasn't there in the YouTube version. In the YouTube version of Springbroken, Millie briefly appeared with a white spot in her hair, like in her pilot design. This error was fixed. And lastly, each season of the show has a unique disclaimer at the start. For Season 1, the pentagram is behind the text, while in Season 2 it's underneath it. In the Prime release, this stays intact, but Aussies for some reason has the Season 2 intro. Queen Bee, like the YouTube version, is missing the intro entirely. Did you spot some of these differences? Let me know down below.
What if the day was almost here? Pre-order the new Apple Watch Series 11 starting at $219 with qualified trade-in and get invaluable insights about your health. Learn more at bestbuy.com. Best Buy. Imagine that.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team? We can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes. Teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
It's time to go from framing to finished with one trusted partner. Before the work starts, you need the right materials fast. The Home Depot Pro has you covered. Lumber, paint, plumbing, and more delivered to your job site. Save steps, save hours, and stay on schedule. With next day delivery, you're ready to roll before you even pick up a tool. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Domino's Best Deal Ever is back. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 online. Last time, people got exactly what they wanted.
Pan pizza with barbecue sauce, mushrooms, and black olives.
Philly steak, extra cheese.
Chicken, bacon, onions, jalapenos.
This got to be the best deal ever.
So what are you gonna get this time? Order Domino's $9.99 Best Deal Ever before it's gone. Prices higher for some locations, online only for a limited time. Excludes XL and specialty. Parm stuffed crust is extra. Topping limit supply. Visit Domino's.com for full details.
Mazda?
Once you discover the Mazda CX-90 plug-in hybrid,
Mazda.
It doesn't take long to get it. With 3 rows, a luxurious interior, and the ability to go all electric, it's flexible enough for nearly any journey. It will have you saying,
Mazda.
The Mazda CX-90 plug-in hybrid. It's made to move you.
Every Mazda SUV offers you an elevated driving experience and refined performance. Discover it at AutoNation Mazda Arapahoe.
My name is Katie. I'm a Spectrum customer for mobile and internet. And I grew up on a farm and ranch in Nebraska, so I'm always cowgirling. Cowboy culture, you never want to pay more than you have to because there are so many expenses that go into farming and ranching. To have any efficiency on the farm, you need extreme connection and reception. I bet we save about $180 a month with Spectrum, and that's $2,100 for the whole year.
Real customers, real savings. Visit spectrum.com/save. Real customer testimonial, compensated, not scripted.
For the first time ever, you can get all of ESPN in the new ESPN app, along with Disney Plus and Hulu, with one incredible offer. The most live sports, biggest blockbusters, and most talked about shows. Get it all in one bundle for $29.99 a month for 12 months. Visit Disney Plus Hulu ESPNBundle.com for details. Ad-supported plan auto-renews at regular price. Currently $35.99 a month, subject to change. Unless canceled. Ends 1/5/26. Terms apply.
If you ever find yourself inside the emergency room, surrounded by these sounds, by these voices, by these machines, may you find our team of expert emergency caregivers at your side.
You're gonna be okay. Just grab my hand.
This is the power of the human spirit. Advent Health ER in Aurora, Castle Rock, Denver, Littleton, Louisville, and Parker. Go to coloradoemergencyexpert.com. Advent Health. Feel whole.
Yeah, this orange is Gymnosaurus. Whatever you say, Gymnosaurus. 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 Gymnornis.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Want a break from the ads?
Domino's Best Deal Ever is back. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 online. Last time, people got exactly what they wanted.
Pan pizza with barbecue sauce, mushrooms, and black olives.
Philly steak, extra cheese.
Chicken, bacon, onions, jalapenos.
This got to be the best deal ever.
So what are you gonna get this time? Order Domino's $9.99 Best Deal Ever before it's gone. Prices higher for some locations, online only for a limited time. Excludes XL and specialty. Parm stuffed crust is extra. Topping limit supply. Visit Domino's.com for full details.
The key to your home opens more than the front door. It may open up generational wealth. Be a first-time homebuyer with the Chaffa First Generation Program. We offer up to $25,000 as a down payment assistance loan. Learn more at chaffainfo.com/firstgen.
IKEA is celebrating 40 years of making home dreams possible in the U.S. Visit us in store September 3rd until the 23rd for limited time offers and experiences like our Ortianta streetwear collection, our new Tilvercod furniture, daily chances to win gift cards, and more. Come celebrate 40 years of meatball-fueled shopping, brave attempts at our Swedish names, and the inexplicable need for stylish modern design. Offer valid September 3rd through September 23rd, 2025. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary. See store and ikea.us.com for details. Restrictions apply.
When it comes to childcare, nothing is more important than peace of mind. At New Horizon Academy, our award-winning infant program provides the highest standard of care so you can rest easy knowing your child is in safe, loving hands. And to make your life easier, our infant tuition covers everything your baby needs, including diapers. No extra charges, no surprises, just one simple, affordable tuition. Ready to make your life easier? Visit nhacademy.net to learn more about our all-inclusive infant care program. Your baby deserves the best, and so do you.
Your sausage McMuffin with egg didn't change. Your receipt did. The sausage McMuffin with egg extra value meal includes a hash brown and a small coffee for just $5. Only at McDonald's for a limited time.
Prices and participation may vary.
rules. If
Pokémon måste fånga fler. Åh min bästa vän, vi räddar världen om igen. Pokémon! What's the matter there, Fernando? Have you never sung Pokemon in Swedish before? My God, Fernando, you have to come over to my place. We can watch Pokemon in Swedish together. Isn't that an amazing little Friday evening? Fernando? Anyway, good evening, laddies, lasses, and lassos. Welcome to the Click. You smell absolutely astounding today. And don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. I am very excited to bring you here today because I have prepared a glorious piece of content for you. I have prepared a bingo card. Not how girls work bingo. Woo! And I even made it in dark mode because I am a very hip Zoomer-esque person, even though I'm not. Anyway, let's go through it together, shall we? To take a look at what we can expect today from our /Not How Girls Work bingo. A man wrote this. Pretty classic, you know, when you see rage bait text for like some weird fantasy fanfic kind of writing thing, and it's so obvious it's not a woman who made it. Victim blaming, can't have a bingo without victim blaming, isn't that wholesome and sweet? Made up stats. Did you know that 78% of stats are made up? So anyway, bad anatomy, can't have this without bad anatomy. We have Twitter alpha males, fake naughty facts. I made this up to get mad about. You know when people have a shower argument with themselves, but then for some reason decide to make like a Wojak meme of it? Yeah, this is that. No means blank. Insert something that isn't no, apparently. Something, kids and family, because that... very nice. What the frick? Kind of like a free square, isn't it? Barely literate, which is very funny because I misspelled it the first time I made this bingo card. Let's see if there are any misspellings in here. We will see. I can tell you're gay. There's some wild theories about how you can tell a woman is gay, and none of them are correct, and there are plenty of them in these kind of videos. We have our beautiful little emoji square. Can't have a bingo without that one. Period. Question mark. Periods are a very mysterious thing. Apparently, it's like one of the great mysteries of the universe. Bad analogies, salute logic, purity stuff, endorsing abuse, gatekeeping, down bad, pickup artistry, age stuff, which is always a treat, slut shaming, pointless gender war, and actually wholesome. Sparkles! I am looking forward to see if we actually get an actually wholesome. It's gonna be so good. So sit back, relax, grab yourself a snack, and come along on this bingo-esque journey with me. Enjoy. Mwah. Ah, we got some pictures of dresses. On behalf of all men, we hate this. Why do you do the hate with like the little hate? Okay. It's so nice of straight men to let lesbians have all the hot women. Wait, what is this argument about? It's just about the little bump with dresses. Why do you spell it like hate? Do I even have anything on the bingo card that would do? I would just put it on the emoji, I think. It's just like, what? Is this something people argue about? When people have way too little problems. My 29M GF33F of 1 year broke up with me over her own misunderstandings of the naughty stuff. Let's see how accurate that is. A few weeks ago, I came to my GF and asked straight up, would you never want to have naughties? Is it because you're busy? Does it not feel good? Is there anything I can do to help? She says back that she doesn't like my style. Asking more specifically what the problem is, she finally tells me it's because I prefer the stuff when things go inside of other things, but she wants me to not do that but do other things that involve other parts of your body. Really, we're skirting around the demonetization, aren't we? I say, okay, sure, we can do that sometime if it makes her happy. But the fact that she doesn't, from regular, seems like a problem. I encouraged her to go to the doctor, and she called me a misogynist, which she's never done before. And it made me really angry. So I called her a birch. And she stormed out the door. Man, what a... Okay. She slept on the couch for 2 days and just wouldn't go near me. Finally, she comes to me and says, you haven't been listening to my own feelings and that's hurtful. There is nothing wrong with not enjoying this sort of stuff. It's a personal choice. I told her she really needs to get herself checked. But my bro, preferences are absolutely fine. If she's telling you that she struggles to reach the zenith of experience from one particular course of action, you can improvise and you can compromise and you can do things together and figure out what works best for the both of you. This just seems very stonewally for no reason and insisting it's like a medical issue. This is not a medical issue. It's just a preference. I told her she can improvise and you can compromise and you can do things together and figure out what works best.
There are certain foods you should eat every day to support your body in reversing neuropathy. And I've spent over 12 years helping people now.
She really needs to get herself checked just to make sure there's nothing wrong. Perhaps some underlying disorder that's preventing her from enjoying naughties. Ah, yes, indeed. It can't possibly be me not listening to my partner at all. She must be completely broken. Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Doctor. Can you please fix her so she actually enjoys being with me? It could also be psychological. You see, we have two pieces of the armchair. One piece of it, can I bring this up? No, one piece of it is psychological armchairing, and the other one is doctor armchairing. You have both for a reason. It could also be psychological, like she needs to open her mind to the possibility of enjoyment. Anyway, she broke up with me for this. You know, all this stuff, and I would listen to my partner. I insist she's broken. Anyway, she broke up with me for some reason. I don't freaking know, man. Anyway, she broke up with me just for this, saying that I was calling her crazy. Well, not sure what I could have done there. I tried to help her, and she just freaked out on me. Sometimes you can't win with women. I mean, you started off by calling her a birch when she raised her concerns. You don't want to try different things or meet her halfway. You don't really listen to what she has to say, and if something isn't to your specific liking, it's because she has an underlying medical issue. Both psychological and physically. Yeah, no, I can see why she's looking for stuff elsewhere, yeah? Nothing turns me on more than having to ask my partner to consider my naughties every time we have naughties. Have you considered that you're mentally broken? This dude. But don't threat people at home. We have something just for this. A bingo card, yes indeed. Nothing gets the bodily stuff flowing quite like a bingo card. Anyway, let's see, what do we have here? It's kind of like Bad Anatomy. What the frick? And let's see now, what can we have here? Honestly, I would probably put this under fake naughty facts. It's kind of accurate. He's just making stuff up about his partner to justify why she likes something different than he does. It's not that people have preferences, it's that everyone that doesn't like what I do is broken. Breaking news! The average woman has had naughties with over 1,000 different men before she reaches the age of 30. Oh my god! Wait a second, how does the math actually math? Because if the average woman, it's the average, mind you, would do it with 1,000 dudes, where do all the dudes come from? Why isn't the average dude doing it with 1,000 women too? Or are they insisting it's so like ridiculously skewed that the average dude still has it with 0 just because like there are 5 dudes in the world that do it with 1,000,000 women, and then every woman does it with 1,000 dudes, there's 1,000. Is that the logic here? Oh my god! Let's see, let me do a bit of calc here on this one. Let's see, 12 times 365 divided by 1,000, that's 4.38. So, to achieve this, the average woman, average mind you, needs to do the deed with a new man every 4 days. From the day she turns 18 to the day she turns 30. So it's not even like in a relationship, like having intimacy on a regular basis. It's a new person every 4 days. That is exhausting. Oh my god, no. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna put this on oh, we already have this one. Fake naughty fact. Okay, it's definitely on the fake naughty facts, isn't it? I'm gonna also pop this one under sleuth logic. Because it's some kind of weird underlying rage-baity fanfic stuff going on. I don't know, man. I hope this article is like some onion stuff, because fam. When Encanto came out, I immediately disliked it because the characters were fugly. I am pretty sure every little girl thought the same. Don't believe me? Ask a little girl if she wants to be compared to Princess Jasmine or the fat Encanto character. Even if a girl in reality does look like that character, the last thing she wants is to be reminded about it. Wait, what? Wait, so the takeaway here is that we can never have realistic-esque characters because people are so ugly and miserable that if they see someone relatable, they're gonna be reminded of how ugly they are. Oh, but the implications of this tweet is so juicy. And when I say juicy, I mean like that, you know, liquid stuff that gathers on the bottom of a trash can. Oh my god. Do we have it? I'm gonna put this in What the frick?
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back. So first round, get a favorite.
God, I'm losing. I can't do it. I'm sweating, and we're like 10 minutes into the video. 90% of countries in the world have the age of consent at age 16. It is only the US, England, and South Korea that have it at 18. A girl usually starts menstruating at the age of 12 to 14. And their boobs begins to plump and us releasing eggs. Why are you talking about kids? Okay, oh my god. Her body is ready to become preggo. You see, just because something is biologically possible doesn't mean it's good. I wouldn't make the argument that boys are like ready to be good, mature parents from the moment they like hit puberty and start being able to like do that kind of stuff. You know, there's a vast difference. Nature isn't like inherently good or correct. You know, society is at a point where we don't have to deal with all the BS of nature. Cancer is natural, for God's sake. It is only in the Anglosphere that we've infantilized girls that have reached menstruation. We're infantilizing 12-year-olds. In reference to, like, adult stuff. Great. Okay, thank you for that argument. Throughout all of human history, a girl was considered a fully sexually, that's a word apparently, mature woman by age 16. This goes for men too. A boy was considered an adult by age 12. He had adult responsibilities. Yeah, but they also, like, didn't go to school and stuff, you know, fam. It was different times. And maybe they have changed for the better. No? Like people used to die in the coal mines, for God's sake. It was treated by the law as though he was a fully grown man, but now a male is not considered a grown man until he's 30. Okay, I mean, apart from the fact that the legal age is 18, then the US can be like a little bit like, you know, alcohol when you're 21, right? That's the one, which I've always found a bit weird. Here it's alcohol at 18, and then you can buy alcohol from the liquor store when you're 20. So, I mean, different times come at slightly different times, I suppose. But I'm gonna put this one under barely literate, because goddamn, if you can't even spell the word naughty, you shouldn't be talking about this kind of stuff, man. What the heck? And before people in the comments are like, but Click maybe don't speak English as your first language. Neither do I, and I'm dyslexic as hell. This is a no-go, fam. If someone writes this kind of stuff, I'm gonna shame them for their grammar. Failures of feminism. I don't need a man, you see, and she has a man-shaped lump of cats glued together in her bed. Oh my god, disgusting. People having pets? Females realize themselves only through us, I guess it tries to say. They literally depend on our simple presence in their life. Ultimate proof of it is exactly their negation of it. Ultimate proof of it is exactly their negation of it. Does that even mean anything? This just sounds like padding in like a high school essay. Females always say opposite. What are you even talking about? Well, just to begin, we're gonna put congrats. I'm so glad I had this square. There's like a Venn diagram between the literacy and these kind of opinions, isn't it? Dear God. This is me, and I am a dude. 2 dogs and a cat. I promise you, I am at peace. Oh my god, we have some good comments in here. Facebook has slightly restored my faith in humanity. Ain't no room for a man in that bed. This is adorable. That has more likes than the other one. Okay, you know what? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna pop these ones under actually wholesome. I was gonna scroll these comments and I thought they were all gonna be garbage, but I was actually pleasantly surprised. There are some normal people, even on alpha male Facebook comments. I'm guessing it's because the post was like a little bit outside of their typical demographic, which is great. Actually, I put this not as compensating for the lack of a man, but compensating for the lack of a child. A lot of people have a desire to raise and nurture a child, but due to a variety of factors, they opt for something easier than a human child. Particularly cats are chosen because they are seen as independent and easy to care for. They actually aren't, but also people who hoard cats tend to be, I'm not sure what the... Okay. Well, there is a slight point to it, I suppose. Kids are expensive. It's a very big commitment, so if you want to have something in your house, for example, to make it feel less empty, pets are a pretty good option. And also houses nowadays are ridiculously expensive if you want to have like more room for a family and that kind of stuff. So like half a gold star for like acknowledging some economic factors and stuff that has changed throughout the generations, but I don't want to read the rest of this comment because I'm suspecting it goes in a really, really wild direction. So I told my boyfriend I was having my period, and he said, "Again? You know what? You're right. I'm going to cancel that monthly subscription." It's so easy, isn't it? And it's cheaper too, because you cancel the subscription. You know what that means? Boom! Period? Question mark. Yes, indeed. We have period science here today on the channel. Now I can mark this video as educational. I have actually played Bad Company. I think anyway. All those types of game morph into one for me, if I'm honest. But you still buy every Lego game because that's different from the last one. Hey, that's different. XD. Can I ask you something? Yeah. Why don't you want to be more than friends? I would just like a reason so maybe I could improve myself for the next girl. It's not about improvement. It's about meeting someone who likes you. So nothing I do would make me good enough for you? I don't want you to do anything. I don't expect you to. I want to know where I can get better. It depends on the person. Some girl wants a guy with a short hair, but then if you get a haircut, you're less attractive to the girls who like long hair. What I'm trying to say is we aren't a hive mind. We aren't the Borg with a long list of things that we like and don't like. It depends on the individual. The best version of you is just right now for the right person, and some girls will never find you attractive, but that's okay.
Like you?
Don't make this about me. How would you change me to be your perfect guy? I don't have a perfect guy.
Stop dodging questions.
I don't have a perfect guy. Do I need to repeat myself again? Unless you want me to list generic things like kind, not an aggressive asshole.
Oh, you think I'm aggressive, basically?
Well, you do have punch holes in your door.
A lot of guys do.
I mean, okay, that's where the bar is, I guess. So, was this helpful for you?
So tell me why you don't want to go on a date. Not even one, then decide after.
Because when I look at you, I don't feel anything. I don't find you personally attractive in any way, even a little. You don't do anything for me physically either. Not only that, you're the type of guy I'm afraid to say no to. All of these things add up to someone I would not want to be romantic with in any sort of way. I am not being harsh, I am being honest with you.
I am not gonna change just for you.
But that's what she said, though. She already said that you shouldn't. You should find someone that matches your God. Oh my God, it's like teaching a monkey mathematics. I don't want you to.
I can find someone better. Good! I want you to. Last chance before I go. Goodbye! And good luck. Salute!
Nothing like parting on good terms. Yes, indeed. Hey there, I'm asking for constructive input and being really pushy about it to the point the person is just 100% blunt, but still pleasant about it.
You ended up by calling them a salute.
And also backpedaling. I'm not gonna change it. That was the point. That's what they told you. You shouldn't change for someone. At least change who you are. You can always improve who you are, right? And any relationship usually comes with a bit of compromise, or at the very least you have to put time into it that maybe you would put somewhere else if you were single. That goes with just being an adult and spending time with people where both people have to be in on spending time with each other. But this is pretty wild, and if you're on a dating app telling people you just randomly punch holes in your walls, that doesn't make people feel safe or welcome. My God. I think a very good takeaway when it comes to dating and stuff in general is that you have to work on yourself before you can be happy in a relationship. A relationship isn't going to magically fill a hole or fix something you're already struggling with. You can get support for things if you're in a relationship or from close friends and family and that kind of stuff, but you shouldn't try to fix something with a relationship. You need to be stable enough first before you jump into bigger things that involve more people. This goes for relationship or starting families or what have you. Alright, ladies and gents, we do have a bingo card for these exact situations.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff.
I'm not really sure what would fit here, honestly. It's not like any anatomy or anything like that. I mean, it's sort of down bad. I would put it under down bad, not really for the typical reasons like when people just send DMs and they're overly in the mood for naughties and just go way too far, way too fast, but it's kind of like that, but in a very negative way. It's very weird and uncomfortable.
I repeat this again, shocked emoji. Wearing an ankle chain is the sign of a lesbian or prostitute. Look at this shocked emoji in flames. Look at that if you have this little ankle thing. It's right there. It's so clear. This is science. Anyway, speaking of science, I have a bingo card for this exact thing. I can tell that you're gay. I knew I put it there. For a reason. I've had that happen in videos before where I didn't have the square when it's stuff like, if a girl wears a backpack, then she's probably gay. You know, stuff like that. I knew it was gonna show up. I'm so proud of myself. I'm like the modern meme bingo version of Nostradamus. Hell yeah. A woman in my office is going through a breakup, and the work guys chat was trying to think of something nice to do for her. And one of the guys very sincerely said, women like mac and cheese, right? Maybe we can do something with that? He's
right though. This is the only version of Boys Will Be Boys that I'll accept. That is so wholesome and sweet though. It's kind of the same feeling as when your puppy knows that you're sad and comes to cheer you up and like boop you with his nose and stuff like that. It's the same kind of feeling. Encourage puppy-esque behavior in offices. That sounds really weird out of context, doesn't it? But you know what I mean, don't you? Yeah. Every girl on Tinder must be over 6 foot, drive, be athletic, and a 6-figure salary. Not here often, message me on Instagram. All her pictures are group photos. 87% chance it's the fat one. Definitely into BDSM. Buy my premium Snapchat. Not here for hookups, but will send the nudes after 20 minutes. Just a dude with a gender bender filter. Probably reads a book and likes art. That's it. That's her personality. I mean, at least she isn't posting cringe, right? Some stupid heckin' Snapchat filter in every picture, and her bio probably says family first. Okay, it's been a few years since I've been on any kind of dating app, but... But the stupid dog filters and stuff, I'll agree on that one. That one sucks. I think where like posts like this sort of miss the mark is the fact that you probably have encountered people like this if you've ever done online dating. I relate to a lot of these ones, like the random spam accounts that are just there for marketing purposes, or the like weird filters, or the catfishing or stuff like that. Stuff like this is things you encounter when you do online dating. Online dating is a very frustrating place for most people for different reasons. But the conclusion is like odd because it's trying to like blame women as a group for like, hey, online dating attracts weird stuff like spam accounts. Stuff like this is things you encounter when you do online dating. Online dating is a very frustrating place for most people for different reasons. But the conclusion is like odd because it's trying to like blame women as a group for like, hey, online dating attracts weird stuff like spam accounts. Stuff like this is things you encounter when you do online dating. Online dating is a very frustrating place for most people for different reasons. But the conclusion is like odd because it's trying to like blame women as a group for like, hey, online dating attracts weird stuff like spam accounts. Stuff like this is things you encounter.
I am a free-range pescatarian. I like to avoid anything that's confined. Between the
bots and people.
Have you ever wondered how stop-motion puppets don't just fall over? If animators are pushing and moving the puppets around all day, how do they stay upright? Sure, you might see these in the background, but those get removed after shooting through VFX. What if it's all done in camera with no VFX? Well, there's 3 ways to do it. One way is to drill holes in the set and bolt their feet down by putting nuts in the character's shoes. Super reliable, but you can imagine that drilling a bunch of holes in your set doesn't look very good. You might see markings left behind when stop-motion characters walk around. The other way is magnets. Just put a little magnet in the puppet's shoe and then another magnet underneath your set. They can be a little less reliable since there's a risk of your puppet falling over if you bump it too hard, but at least you didn't have a bunch of holes in your set. The last way is to use pins. You don't tend to see these as often anymore, since they can really only be used on thin cardboard sets, but they're definitely the cheapest and easiest to use. You'll actually see this method used most often in Rankin Bass specials, and you can even spot the pins in characters' feet if you look closely enough. And if it's good enough for Rankin Bass, then who's to complain? Have you ever wondered
market their social medias instead of what the purpose is actually for, so it wastes your time. But it's a weird way to put the blame on it. Like, I get, sex bots that spam my YouTube comments right when I release a new video, and I have to sit and, block accounts for the first 15 minutes every time I release a video, because YouTube doesn't really do anything about it. Does this mean that I'm, blaming women because there's a pair of hodonkama dorkers in the profile picture of the bot? No, of course not. It's a problem with YouTube and their lack of moderation when it comes to this stuff. And I would argue the same thing goes for these kind of dating apps. They just attract things that aren't particularly fun to deal with if you're genuinely there for dating. This isn't a gender war issue, it's just platforms being very silly. If she breaks up with and dies, she's taking at least 4 PPs this month. What is Vittu and dice? Her here. Okay, I have something for this. I'm starting to feel a bit bad that I had this on the card, because maybe people are genuinely struggling with it. Maybe they're super dyslexic like I am. But use a spell checker for God's sake. If you're gonna have really strong opinions about stuff, I mean, Jesus God, no. Oh my God. Okay, one thing about like language policing and grammar and that kind of stuff, it's usually kind of like nitpicky and stupid, but in certain cases I feel it's justified. And this is one of them. You mean you are a lesbian? What's okay. That's a nice spelling. Yes. Let me see your butt if that is true.
What the actual frick, dude? I just want to see it, and I'll believe you, okay? Why does that prove anything? And why do I have to prove anything to you in the first place?
You see, lesbians don't ask questions like this. They just do it for you to know that they are real, okay? You are not one. Stop acting strange. You see, I'm not the one acting strange, asking people for butt pictures to prove their sexuality to me. You're the weird one for not sending me butt pictures, because everyone knows that if you actually were lesbian, you would just as spontaneously send me a butt picture, because I know so many lesbians. Okay, anyway, so I'm gonna put that on the bingo card. I can count that you're gay.
God, this is so stupid. How would it even prove anything? You know, the first point is very valid. Why would you even need to prove it? You know, it's a really weird thing to insist on. But how would it even work? I'm intrigued to see the expansion of, like, the scientific logic behind this, because I don't think there is any, and that always makes it incredibly funny. That's what friends are for. Ha 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 ha. Friendship between women. A woman doesn't come home one night. The next day, she tells her husband she had slept over at a girlfriend's house. The husband calls his wife's 10 best friends. None of them know anything about it. Friendship between men. A man doesn't come home one night. The next day he tells his wife he had slept over at a friend's house. The wife calls her husband's 10 best friends. 8 of them confirm he had slept over, and 2 claim that he's still there. You see, it's funny because everyone is cheating, and that's great. Yippee.
Lesbians! We're lesbians! Bikini tops and hand-holding. Girls kissing girls, not kissing you. Lesbians!
Hello, I am very rich.
Bisexuals!
Very is a very odd first name. But anyway, yeah, that's... Okay, wait a second. Wait, I have something on the bingo card for this. Oh, I'm so happy that this post reminded me. Let's see. Yes, I have this one. I made this up to get mad about. I knew I put this on the card for a reason. Look, fam. We all have, like, shower arguments where we, like, revisit arguments from the past, for example. Or, you know, you had this annoying Karen client at work, and, like, 2 years later in the shower, you'll think of, like, the snazzy comeback you should have told him in the moment. We all do that, right? But I don't think we turn it into, like, rage bait comics online to be like, haha, I won the argument I made up. Convenient how that works. Top 10 reasons why men prefer guns. Number 10. You can trade an old 44 for a new 22. Oh, so it's like a list, you know, and everything is kind of like an innuendo for a woman, if you will. Okay, I see where this is going. Number 9, you can have one gun for home and another gun for the road. Yeah, like when you go to Walmart and stuff and just have to shoot your way through the line. Yeehaw. 8, a friend will let you try out his gun if you asked him. I think this guy is just like Polly in the closet. Am I the only one who gets that vibe? 7, your primary gun doesn't care if you keep another gun on its side. They're all just looking for a poly relationship, although I'm not sure if they would be fine with their partner also being poly. Maybe that's where it, like, goes a bit astray. Number 6, a gun will not leave you if you run out of ammo. Wait, what was it? Oh, is it like a money thing? Is it a money? I thought of something completely different when it's like out of ammo with a gun with the whole innuendo. I thought of something completely different. You know? Number 5, a gun doesn't need a walk-in closet. Now we're getting really specific. I mean, a gun, at least where I come from, needs pretty heavy regulations where it comes to gun lockers. I'm not sure how it works everywhere in the US, but at least in Sweden, if you want, for example, a hunting rifle, it's very strict that you always have to have it locked up. You can't, like, be away for very long without, like, leaving it there with anyone overseeing it, and you'd have special safety boxes for it that are locked and, like, drilled into the floor and that kind of stuff. So I don't know, man. They kind of do, though. A gun kind of need a walk-in closet. Number 4, a gun will function normally each and every day of the month. Except when they jam, I guess. Number 3, a gun doesn't... Ask, does this holster make me look fat? Guns don't normally speak. What is this list? Number 2, a gun doesn't care if you fall asleep after you use it. You just spontaneously fall asleep on like the shooting range? That is really concerning. Number 1, you can buy a silencer for a gun. Okay. Like the first one is just, oh my god, we have a creepy aging on the first one. Train all 44 for a fresh 22. We have a bit of age stuff. Hell yeah, we have age stuff, and also the most beautiful one. Wait, I have it somewhere. Hold on. Where did it go? Bad analogy. Boom. Yes, indeed. What are women like today? Oh my god, we have a bingo! It gave us the first bingo. Booyah, baby! We have barely literate, I can tell you're gay, emoji, period, question mark, and bad analogy. I'm so happy. If we get some Twitter alpha male going, and a man wrote this, we have 2 more bingos. This is going so well. Man, I love winning games that I made for myself. You should try it more often. Like, half of this list just gave me poly vibes, but then the other half is just absolutely unhinged, and some of it really concerning regarding, like, your own health. You should check that out, damn. I love you. I love you. You're a birch. I love you. I love you and I love you. Birch? Theory confirmed. No matter how many times you say I love you to a woman, she will always see the bad things. Why do you capitalize the first letter of every single word? I mean, I think that's just normal for humans, though. If you had a coworker you said good morning to every day, and then one day you would randomly tell them to throw themselves in a ditch, they would probably, like, emphasize the ditch throwing a bit more than just the good morning stuff. I think this is how it goes now. Steve is upset that I said something mean to him, but I've told him good morning 5 times this week. Does that mean nothing? Says the person who's apparently never met a human before. What? If she uses these, she's a hoe. Like a towel. Okay. If she uses these, she's a wife. Oh, that's how it goes. This is an accurate science. Yes, indeed. I have a degree in bathroom random item correlation with Wi-Fi materials. Trust me. Women can't use towels. Okay, that's... Oh, haha. What about a boy like me? Lol, my dude, I basically just told you I like girls. You can't say that if never tried boys. Emoji. That's like saying you can't say you're straight if you haven't tried the same gender. It's different with boys, plus girls are bi usually. Ah, yes indeed. Where did I find this fine stat, you might ask? Oh, I made it the fuck up. Let's see, do we have anything on Bungo for this? I'm just gonna put it in this one because it's just kind of funny. It's like, how can you know you don't like men if you don't sleep with them on the reg? And it's like, but why? How do you know that you don't like men if you don't sleep with them? It doesn't work like that. You would understand if you were not a woman. This guy probably. My water broke. Put makeup on and go. Get to the hospital now. Install this woman simulator game. What do you do when your water breaks? Do you go to the hospital or do you put on makeup first? Yes, indeed. Very. Let me know in the comments, fellow Whammon trademark. What would you do? I swear to God, the mobile game industry always keeps surprising me, but it's like in a bad way. You know when you think you're at rock bottom? You know, you reach bedrock in Minecraft, and you're like, oh, this is the end of the world. But then you have a pickaxe that can just magically mine through bedrock. You know, that's the feeling I have with these ads. Somehow, they just dig right past it. How men do shopping. Start and zip, zip, and finish. How women do shopping. Finish. You see, I made this meme. Who actually makes this? Someone actually sat down in like Paint or something, grabbed a blueprint from some random store, and just went with a little pencil tool like... That's so whamming, am I right? Seeks attention, avoids attention. Wait a second, okay, let's zoom in here and analyze it. So the first picture, she's sitting with her feet on the ground, and she has like really high heel shoes. I'm gonna be honest, I've never actually seen shoes like that IRL. And then on the second picture, she's like cozying up in a chair, and she has regular sneakers. Is this about the shoes, or is it about like how she's sitting? I don't even know, man. What are we supposed to look at? POV, you told a woman she's less likely to be would if she actually wore something that covered her body. And then it's like the chin filter. Wow, what a classy post. I mean, the chin filter does give me a slight satire vibe, but I'm not sure if I'm confident enough in that statement to say for sure. This is a pretty bad thing to post, fam. Jesus Christ. But actually, I did find a pretty perfect thing for this kind of post, because I did suspect we would find something similar to this in this video, and the other day I encountered this one. This is not a clothing store. These clothes were worn by victims of the R-word. These are kept in an exhibition to show that dress is not a reason for doing this kind of thing. So this is an exhibition of clothes that were actually worn by victims. So I think it's pretty like, it makes you feel something that is kind of unpleasant, but I think it's a very beautiful exhibition because it just so beautifully shows that people like this don't actually know what they're talking about, and trying to switch the narrative, even if it was the case, you know, even if this exhibition would have been full of, I don't know, bikinis and short skirts, it still wouldn't make it okay. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, oh, why did you get robbed? Have you thought about, like, that you shouldn't have had money? Is that what? But we are very lucky indeed today. Yes, we are lucky we have victim blaming. Oh yes, indeed. You know that when you make a cringe TikTok and end up on a bingo card, you have you really done it. What women really keep inside their purse: Club Penguin membership, Sphere collection, thulium element, the great state of Colorado, Constitution of Botswana, Clue, the classic mystery game Big Bang Theory, another bag, guitar picks, Lego Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones?
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back. So first round, get your go-to. Second,
Jones? Or is it spelled Johns on purpose? 1936 curling rock, rubber ducky remote explosive, the object, HP sauce. You know what? Out of all the posts I've seen here today, I would say this one is probably quite accurate. Yeah, this is the feeling I have, at least, when like a Whammon trademark tells me to be like, hey honey, can you take a look at my purse? And it's like, oh my god, how do you find? No, it's like if you take a left by the corridor here, and then you go for the right, go through the two doors, enter the code. That's kind of what it feels like. Hell yeah. Man, having a little purse would be nice. I have that sometimes when I go jogging. It's like one of those little fanny pack things I have over a shoulder. It's basically a handbag, but for like workouts. It's really handy. I remember the engineers trying to decide how many tampons should fly on a 1-week flight. They asked, is 100 the right number? No, that would not be the right number. Sally Ride, the first American woman to go into space. Oh, that's so funny. Just like, I can just see the meeting where we're sitting there looking at each other like this, like, no one knows anything. Everyone's just looking to the side like, but 100? That's so funny though. I mean, kudos for like bringing it up though, and like acknowledging and trying to be supportive about it, that kind of stuff, even if they kind of whiffed numbers and stuff. That's pretty cute. Ooh, I would kind of put this under like here, under period question mark, because it's mystery of the universe. Speaking about going into space, heck yeah. Picture of girl. Girl dyed her hair red. You know what that means? She's looking for a mate? No, bro. She likes red hair? She's depressed. She's going through a bad breakup. You got all that from red hair or she's suffering from emotional trauma. Yeah, don't you know anything about women? This is the kind of conversation you have with your friends when you're like 14 and you try to be confident regarding stuff that you obviously know jack shit about. Oh, that's so beautiful. That made me feel young in a really weird way. Oh, can we like pop this under bad anatomy? Women hair color is a signal of mental states or events in their current life. It could also mean trauma, apparently. Get a lot out of just hair color, don't we? This is like the next step of those people that overanalyze body language. But now it's just hair dye. Damn. So how does it correlate with like a lighter red or a darker red? How does that signal the thing? Let me know in the comments. I would love to do a statistical analysis on this. Girls with Reddit, look at that. It's pictures of cookies or something. And then we have boys with Reddit, and it's a Minecraft skeleton with a trumpet. What? Frick a real woman. Give me a soldier. And then there's this picture of this Whammon and in uniform. Isn't this literally the same person? What is this person like? Frick a real woman, give me a soldier. What? I don't understand what the argument is, but like the photo shoot is pretty lit. What? Do you have a lot of male friends?
I have some. I keep more women around me. My friends are like 70% female and maybe 30% male. Why do you ask?
Because I have to be the only alpha. To be with me like that, you can't have male friends. But if you're the alpha and she literally can't have any male friends because you're afraid they would be the alpha instead, that doesn't sound very alpha, even if you want to apply your own like alpha logic to this. Fam.
Oh, okay, then we won't work. Good luck.
You're gonna miss out on a lot of men, because that's no man's gonna put up with women with male friends. You have to learn how to let them go.
Get some help.
You're not allowed to have friends. You're gonna miss out on so many amazing dating opportunities. You know, all those great partners that want to isolate you from other people. Anyway, let's the Twitter Alpha Male. I'll put this under. But we have a bingo. We have a bingo! We have Twitter Alpha Male, we have What the Frick, we have Bad Analogy, Down Bad, and Actually Wholesome. Sparkles! This sort of, like, vaguely goes into this square as well, like endorsing abusive behaviors, because essentially what this is saying is that you should try to isolate your partner as much as possible, and they're missing out, and you're trying to give them some FOMO stuff for missing out on this amazing experience. I'm not gonna cross it in because it's a little bit of a leap, but that's basically what it's implying, which is really yikes. Wife remarries her husband as she falls in love with him again after losing her memory. I am still worthy.
Of course she will stay in love with him. Women fall in love once in a lifetime, unlike men who will fall in...
Did this person just call men sleuths? Wow. You know what? It's a little bit of a twist. I'm gonna put this one on the sleuth shaming. Hell yeah, how dare you fall in love more than once? Disgusting. That's a really wholesome article though. You know what? So we don't miss out on an opportunity. I'm gonna pop this one under Actually Wholesome as well. We have 2 stamps under Actually Wholesome. Man, what a pickup. I have a new found hope for humanity, and all it took was bingo.
Doesn't matter. A young guy texting while driving still drives better than women fully focused when driving.
I'm just put this on like made up stats or something. That's wild. What's your source for this? I literally pulled it out of my butt. What's that? It's a pile of poo? No, trust me, just because it came out of my butt doesn't mean that it's poo. Texting while driving still drives better than fully. I don't understand. Has this guy been lectured for texting while driving, which is a pretty bad thing to do, but they're trying to twist it with some weird sexism stuff? What's the point of this comic? Did the person who wrote this even have a driver's license? Boy, noun, a noise with dirt and grass stains on it. What? Girl, gurl, noun, a giggle wrapped in sunshine and glitter. Is this like the equivalent of live, laugh, love signs, but for kids? And you like want to make a big deal out of like the gurl and boy? What is this? Females will stop for Starbucks, but not for gas. You see, it's so typical. They try to fill the car with coffee or something. Silly whammons.
Should mothers have careers?
I recognize this handwriting. Has this person posted multiple notebooks of these like weird made-up arguments that they try to win themselves? Oh my god.
Away from home hours every day or home all day long.
Okay?
Children with others, children with her. Comes home exhausted, rests while her children nap. Dinner is usually fast food or microwaved. Dinner is from scratch, nutritious and delicious. Reads a book to children before bed, reads to children, plays games, disciplines teachers about Jesus all day long.
Oh no, they discipline, teaches about Jesus all day. I thought the argument was they go to school and they harass some poor teacher about Jesus. It's still a very, very odd list, isn't it?
Weekends equals cleaning, house and shopping. Weekends at beach/park.
Okay, I think most adults kind of do both though.
Too tired for intimacy with husband. Intimate with husband frequently. Her life is falling apart. She doesn't feel like she's a good wife or mother. Her life is fulfilling. Her husband and children rise up and call her blessed.
Well, you know, if housing prices and stuff didn't look the way they do, and wages and all that kind of stuff, and cost of living, I suppose it would be more feasible to have one breadwinner in a family and divide tasks accordingly depending on who makes more money per hour and that kind of stuff. But for most people, that is probably not a feasible thing. I would guess with how it looks for our generation. So I don't know. This is a weird list with only considering that. But even with that, you should be able to decide. I know plenty of people that have kids and both parents are working and they're doing just fine. This obsession with some kind of 90s, 50s glorification is really odd. Oh wait, I have a bingo for this. I have a bingo. Something, kids and family. Boom. I knew I put it on a bingo card for a reason. Hell yeah. It's so satisfying when you write bingo cards like this and you realize that you just absolutely nailed it. How to train your girlfriend. Here you can see a vicious creature found in the wild called girlfriend, but you can easily calm it down with a chicken nugget. Yeet! You see? Yum, yum, yum. Okay, this is me though. This is literally me though. I get hangry sometimes and annoyed, and then I have food tossed my way, and I'm so happy. This is literally just me though. This feed your partners, okay? Feed your partners. They deserve food. A woman who has lost her shyness has already lost her soul.
What's my favorite thing about the fall season? I would probably say the warmth of a home becomes even more.
What does this even mean? I don't know, but I felt like being deep on Twitter today. Bro, my brother came home drunk, and he was telling me about his DF, and he said he pulls out, and I told him his DF can still get preggo, and he said, nuh-uh, she puts a tampon in and calls it the splooshy tampon. What? Is here fake? No, this no. No, it's bad. It's really, please, no. So he's 10 years old and his mom is still menstruating? What? Did she have him when she was 15?
The math is really hard. Okay, let's see. What can we get?
I'm gonna put this under age stuff. And I'm also gonna put this in the period, question mark, because it is indeed a mystery of the universe, apparently. Wow, you know, what's the meaning of life? Does the universe have an end? What happened before the Big Bang? How do periods work? r/child-free. I suspect that postpartum depression is just a childlike woman's experience of being showered with attention for 9 months, then having to dote on a person who has stolen their spotlight. Then again, feel free to correct me. That last sentence. I just made this wild thing up out of nowhere. But feel free to correct me, I guess, because I'm so humble even though making stuff up for no reason. I have heard that women get a little loopy when the baby leaves their body. Why? What do you mean, why? I made this thing up. I've obviously never been in a parental situation or anything myself and know nothing about it and didn't even do a basic Google search, but I made this up. Why is this the way it is? Feel free to correct me if the thing I made up is wrong.
One of my 6 boyfriends is talking with other girl. I've never done that again.
Girl logic. Wait, I have something for this. I made this up to get mad about. Booyah, baby. It's surprisingly common online nowadays. Surprisingly common.
Women are like bacon. We look good, smell good, taste good, and we will slowly kill you. Oh yes, indeed. I love my women like I like my bacon.
Crispy fried and cooked in their own lard. Oh, that took a turn, didn't it? And we will slowly kill you, Jesus Christ. Do people actually buy mugs like these? Like, really? It's like that old one, you know, I like my women like I like my coffee. It's like one of those. It's exactly like one of those, but it's just bacon. Are you harassed? I suppose they meant to say were. Were you harassed and done bad things to by men more after getting plastic surgery? There's something about these sort of posts and grammar that just don't mesh. I normally wouldn't make a deal out of it, but I feel it's very justified to just smack it with everything, you know, because they're so like... Oh wait, this is written by a woman. Hold on.
After my husband made me get implants and fat transfers to my butt, I have been groped 6 times and R-worded twice in the past 4 years. I used to think he was cruel for not letting me leave the house without him or a male relative to chaperone me. But now I understand. If I wasn't lied to by American feminism and obeyed my husband as God commands, I wouldn't be carrying a strange man's child.
We have a bingo card just for the purpose of texts like this. Ooh, yes indeed, I smell a bingo. A man definitely wrote this, which means we also have a bingo. We all have a triple bingo. If I have a gatekeep and pickup artistry, this would have been a triple bingo. Wait, we have 3 bingos. Hold on, wait, I did shout that one out, didn't I? Okay, we have 3 bingos so far. 3 bingos. Hell yeah, it's hard to count to 3. I have seen many creative ways to indicate the men's and women's toilets, but this one left me speechless. Blah. Blah 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 blah. Okay. I'll give it half a star out of 5 for like creativity and design, but that's about it. r/periods. Male here. Period question. I think it's gross how young girls push out their periods and don't hold them and wait until they are older. They don't need to have periods yet. If there are 13, why can't they wait to have them until they're 18? Question mark? That's the question. That's the question. Why don't you just wait? You can just hold it in, just like you would hold in pee from the ages 13 to 18. This is so beautiful. A period question mark. This reminds me of that person that was just raging about women having periods on boats and being like, why do women choose to have period on boats? I just don't get it. Yeah, it's sad, isn't it? Wow. Marry a boy who slaps you on your mistake and claps you on your success. Whee! Well, that's right. Get yourself a man that conditions you with physical abuse to do things that he likes. Anyway, I have something for the bingo card for just this, endorsing abuse. Not a good meme. It's very nasty. Thank you. I've kind of learned or heard that women with bigger boobs tend to be more attracted to men, and women with smaller boobs tend to be attracted to other women. It's obviously not 100% accurate or anything, but it's a disclaimer. It's not 100%. But I found through science and this one friend who's 15 that told me, I can tell you're gay. Thank you. Very accurate science. Anyway, boobs tend to be more attracted to men, and women with smaller boobs tend to be attracted to other women. It's obviously not 100% accurate or anything, but it's a disclaimer. It's not 100%. But I found through science and this one friend who's 15 that told me, I can tell you're gay. Thank you. Very accurate science. Anyway, boobs tend to be more attracted to men, and women with smaller boobs tend to be attracted to other women.
Omnipod 5 is the only tubeless automated insulin delivery system on the market for people with type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Just connect.
A woman that I want to marry must, first of all, stay with my mom for 6 months or a year so my mom can train her and let her know how to take care of me. Yes, indeed. What's that? Having an equal part or anything? No, I'm looking for a new mommy that can take care of me. Because I am a literal man-child and I am oddly, publicly proud about it. What would this even fall under? I'm just gonna put this under what the frick, man. What is this? Bruh. If she's gorgeous and single, just know she's an alcoholic, bro. Women can't be single without being alcoholics? What? Number 4, how much do you weigh? Female, 60 pounds or less. 60 pounds? Okay, 70 to 80 pounds, 90 to 100 pounds, 110 to 125 pounds, or obese. We go from 125 pounds to obese. That's quite the leap. I am not a lady, by the way. Okay, I actually punched this into BMI calculator. BMI is not a perfect measure for anything. It's like a very rough estimate over large populations, but you can easily summarize it as it's a 2D measurement for bodies that have way more than 2 variables. It's a very simplistic system and therefore not always accurate on an individual level. But just for fun, I punched this one into a BMI calculator. And to get to an obese weight, you would have to be 130 centimeters tall if you weigh 56 kilograms. That's the extreme you have to push it to. Meaning that this whole thing is like 60 pounds or less. 1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds, if I remember correctly. So this is less than 30 kilograms. Like the bottom option on this. What kind of quiz is this? This is insane. Coding girls, girls PC, look at this with all the decorations. I'm gonna be honest, this feels more like a grandma PC. This is something I could see like an elderly relative decorate PCs with for sure. Yeah. Maybe it works like a dust filter, you know, for your PC. Or maybe it overheats. We'll see which one. Guys whose personality is being 6 feet tall. Girls! Ah yes, that accurate science of 10 profiles on Tinder that went viral. Yippee! Chat with Paul, Lenovo gaming laptop. Hi, I'm wondering if this is still available. Sorry, this is a gaming laptop. I am not selling to women. It's not a sewing machine. Silly woman, she thought this gaming laptop was a sewing machine. My good sir, I have a bingo just for you. Yes, indeed. Let's see where I have this one. Gatekeeping, but doing. Sadly, not quite a bingo yet, but we're getting very, very close. r/shower thoughts. If women were able to control their emotions better, you probably wouldn't exist. Mind-blowing tag. Are you saying that everyone is just an accident? Is that the logic here? That no woman ever makes a decision that, hey, we're settled down. This is a good time in life to have kids. No one does that? What? And I would also argue that emotions also doesn't necessarily mean impulsive. Usually what drives you to have kids is some kind of underlying emotion or willingness to create a family. You could argue that is an emotion, but it's still something you very much plan for. I don't think conflating emotions with impulsivity is particularly accurate even in the first place. But yeah, this post is absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that they put it under the mind-blowing tag is even more fun. This is so mind-blowing. I just made up this fact that is a bit weird. Wow.
Fishing!
Wow. I have never seen anyone so pretty. You come here often?
Hang on a sec, just gonna take my dress off.
Okay.
And my hair extensions and makeup and nails and bras and torselets and my eyelashes all done.
Sorry, but I feel a little tricked here. You looked a lot hotter while fixed.
Yeah, I do. So do you wanna do me now?
Yes. Oh no. What is this? No. Don't worry, I fixed it.
Fishing!
Wow, I've never seen anyone so pretty. You come here often?
Hang on a sec, just gonna take my dress off and my hair extensions and makeup and nails and bras and torselet eyelashes. So do you wanna do me now?
Yes. Hell yeah. This is actually wholesome. Falling under actually wholesome. Oh yes, indeed, absolutely gorgeous. We have had 3 actually wholesomes in this. This is oh my god. This is mind-blowing if anything.
Mind-blowing tag.
Women age like milk, men age like wine. Life advice for women: you will look your best and be the most fertile between the ages 18 and 25. This is when you should find and marry the best possible man. After 25 it gets harder every year. Man, keep getting better every day.
If this guy thinks older men are so hot, then why doesn't he date them?
Indeed, good sir.
Touché.
Went out for a run, had my headphones on, focused, got catcalled by a man. I ignored his existence, as I do all men. He rapidly yelled,
"You frickin' Birch!"
I didn't know he was yelling at me until I looked at scared passerbys' faces who were pointing behind me. This happened in broad daylight, on a public walkway. Children and families nearby. Women are not safe. I guess we never were.
Oh, that is so freaking awful. At least you didn't have to hear it yourself, like with the screaming and the earbuds, but people having such visceral reactions to this kind of stuff is really concerning. My god. How can I attract or pull girls like this in college or dating apps? And here's a TikTok of like a girl flexing in the gym. You have to be the type of person that's posting on Reddit trying to find out how to get money instead of how to be some birch that doesn't matter. Wait, what? Tell them. Literally money. That's all you need to get women. I don't know what these people making fizz videos or what the frick ever are on about. Pull up in a sports car and designer clothes and you will attract females. Are we having pickup artistry in Reddit comments? Oh, yes. The question is not how, it's are you sure you want to? You don't want a beautiful girl like that in your bed and arms? I don't want the headache of thinking she's my girl when her IG DMs are saying otherwise. What? Have any of these people ever gone outside? Anyone? I would rather find me an Asian chick or Polynesian chick with little to no social media presence. I appreciate peace beyond her likes to a recent post. I mean, having similar expectations as your partner when it comes to various things in life and good, that can include social media if it stretches that point. But this whole thing is just so made up, man. What is this? What? Real? Well, I don't mean her in particular. I just mean a girl like her. But I agree, girls with low social media presence is more ideal. Bruv, trust me when I say this. You will lose money chasing women, but you will never lose women chasing money. Won't you though? Won't you though? I can probably think of a few examples where people have worked too much or focused on the wrong things and relationships falls apart. That can absolutely happen. A tight butt might be accompanied with a psychotic personality. Find yourself a girl who is humble and doesn't need to show her butt to the world. What is this comment section on about, man? Get with a girl you like, then buy her yoga shorts. Save yourself the unnecessary drama. Yeah, but a girl I like would be like her, so how do I pull her? Shallowest mefer right over here, never getting any girl with this poo. The real question is, how can I be a guy whom this kind of girl would be interested in? Funny how they never ask this. This just gives me such odd vibes. It's just, you found a picture of some random good-looking person on a social media app and then go this route. I mean, if it's the gym culture you're interested in, and if you want to date someone who's very much into fitness, then go to fitness places. I'm not saying that people in gyms are typically looking to get picked up, but going to places that work with fitness or events, for example, can very much be so. For example, marathons sometimes have a lot of social events around them, which is really fun. So going to big marathons when they have a bit of events, it's a bit of like a party vibe, that kind of thing, can be a great place to meet people that are also into fitness if that's where you're going. But this just sounds like someone who's kind of just drooling over someone on TikTok and just trying to like go the pickup artistry route instead of just taking an adult route where it's like, I want to meet a person interested in this and this. Where can I meet that? And how do I, become the interesting person for them? Because if you're also into fitness culture and go to these kind of events, for example, the likelihood of bumping into someone who's also looking for a partner with similar interest is pretty high. Anyway, I'll pop this one under just pickup or trash. So a man wrote this: fake naughty facts, barely literate, sleut logic, and pickup artistry.
Little Bo Peep had lost her sheep. Maybe because her team was...
Micro, mini, above knee, on knee, below knee, midi, T, maxi, and full. Anything after T is ho-ish. Anything after T. Oh no, she's showing off her ankles. The most naughty part of her body. Oh dear God. What year is it? 1750? God.
Meanings of skirt length. Micro have no self-development and think that is only way to get a man. Mini have no class. Above the knee, smexy and empowering. On the knee, schoolgirl. Below the knee, modest. Midi, extremely modest. Your potential in-laws will fall head over heels for you. Because of a choice in a skirt. G, all-time classic, elegant. Have you heard of Chanel vintage? You look rich.
These people have never introduced a partner to their parents, I swear to God.
Maxi, everyday wear, easy to walk around, can also be used in formal attire. Full equals formal wear, wedding dress length. Just stand there and look pretty. I will handle this, dear.
Oh no, this whole thing is like, this post is literally wearing a fedora. Not even the person writing it, like the post itself is wearing a fedora. Who has it easier in life? Let the war begin. Men or women? 88% say women have it easier in life. I have never liked stuff like this, honestly, because I feel the only thing it does is that it creates like a team feeling between genders, which is kind of a pointless thing, and it also very much just hides real issues. One thing I saw a lot, for example, when I had people I know going through, for example, breaking out of abusive situations where the gender roles were like the man was the one being abused, for example, a lot of people came out and be like, oh, this is not real, or the statistics overall look like that. Creating like teams about it is just bad for victims in general on both sides. Because to a victim, it doesn't matter if you're part of a demographic that's more likely for it or not. You're still a victim of a certain bad situation. Things like this doesn't help anyone. It literally like makes victims on both sides more invisible. And that's why I don't like these things. I hate it. But I guess it's good for rage bait engagement, right? Oh wait, I actually have bingo for this! Not rage bait specifically, but pointless gender wars. I know I put this in here for a reason. We have a double bingo. We almost have a full bingo card. This is so beautiful. My God, what an accomplishment.
When he's politically incorrect, humor is dark AF, fluent in sarcasm, gets your memes, is smart with a solid flirt-to-roast ratio, and then tying up the hair implying certain actions are afoot. Ooh, yes indeed, I'ma pop this on my little bingo card right under. A man wrote this. There's no way in hell a woman wrote this. There's no way in hell.
Things every woman should do after marriage. Quit social media. 3 kids in 6 years. Learn to cook at least 6 different cuisines. Block every male friend. You see, it's this thing again. You can't have friends. What a boring life.
Quit her job. Shouldn't go outside without her husband's permission.
Yeah, but this is kind of this. I'm gonna pop this one under this. Because you're basically saying that they need to be isolated from everything and everyone and their support networks and everything. This is like really bad, man.
When you notice, you start looking more like your man and find out a man's DNA stay in your body for 30 years.
Find out, meaning I read an Onion article on Twitter and thought it was real. Bad anatomy! Bad, so bad! Bad! Stop! God!
POV, you're pregnant and panicking about how painful labor is going to be, but then you learn about God's brilliant design for childbirth and realize your body was designed to block pain receptors during labor.
Oh, she's in for a surprise then. Wow, that is... What? Corporate job, kitchen, you are a girl! Is this satire, or did someone actually make this and be like, it's holding you back from your dream, girl? The kitchen. I mean, being a stay-at-home wife or husband is perfectly fine if that's what you want to do in the relationship, right? I think that's something most people agree on. You know, if you're happy in the relationship that you're in and you do the thing that works for both people and for the family or the partnership or whatever, that's perfectly fine. But these memes are so weird because they're always implying that, you know, something is the correct option for everyone, which is obviously not the case. Men impose unrealistic beauty standards on women. Men freak anything that moves. Heavy breathing. I don't have straw man on my bingo card. I knew I forgot something. I don't have a straw man. Damn it. Well, I made this up to get mad about it. Sort of like a straw man, right? It's pretty close. It's pretty close, yeah. All right, let's check out the results of our beautiful bingo card, shall we? Look at this. We have 1 bingo, 2 bingo, 3 bingo, 4 bingo, 5 bingo. I missed the diagonal. We have 6. This bingos. Wait, I have to count. 1, 2, 3. I can't count. I'm sorry, I can't count. Someone count for me. Thank you. But anyway, we got the diagonal that I'm sure I haven't shouted out, so... Wait, I have to count. 1, 2, 3. I can't count. I'm sorry, I can't count. Someone count for me. Thank you. But anyway, we got the diagonal that I'm sure I haven't shouted out, so... Wait, I have to count. 1, 2, 3. I can't count. I'm sorry, I can't count. Someone count for me. Thank you. But anyway, we got the diagonal that I'm sure I haven't shouted out, so...
I'm being told this is Limu Emu from Liberty Mutual, who helps save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance. And his partner...
Fun fact, if you hate trans people, you have something in common with the Nazis. That's true. And it's ruined a lot of family dinners. Hello, ladies, men, and non-binary friends. Welcome back. With the recent uptick in anti-trans legislation, the conservative lawmakers trying to own the libs are now endangering the group of people that they claim to protect with these policies, namely cis women. Now, to give you a little background, there's two main camps that transphobia is typically fixed in. There's the conservatives that feel threatened by just about everything that exists outside of the traditional white supremacist framework, thinking gay people are an abomination, trans people are disgusting and weird, and they try to get everyone else to live the lives that they themselves want to live, despite priding themselves on living in the land of the free. But the second camp is especially sinister, because while the conservatives just blanket despise everyone that is remotely different, TERFs justify transphobia by pretending to protect women. Basically saying that every trans woman is actually just a man in a dress looking to assault women in the bathroom. Which is certainly a stance to take. It's not based in any fact, data, or reality, but a stance nonetheless. But first, I'd like to thank Aura for sponsoring this video. I don't know about you, but I do not trust my government to protect my data online. Last year, major companies across the country had data breaches in the millions, with customers' personal information being released online. I'm sure you are all aware of the National Public Data Breach that led to pretty much every American social security number being posted online, which is horrifying. My credit card was hacked in this breach, and I was literally looking for a software to help me with this, to prevent this in the future. I work 2 jobs. The only person who should be spending my money is me. I'm sure most of you can relate. Or reached out and I tried the product and they had way more features than I was expecting. I'm so used to having to pay for extra add-ons, but Aura has literally everything you're going to need to protect your information online. They have your real-time credit score, and they can freeze your credit, so no one can open credit cards in your name without you knowing. They can see if any of your emails or passwords have been leaked on the dark web. They have real-time alerts if your data has been compromised. Aura scanned my entire computer of hundreds of thousands of files for malware and viruses. And now for anything that I download, they will auto-scan to keep those off of my computer. Aura will also contact data brokers to stop them from selling your information. I am still getting emails that they are finding new places that have my information that they are taking off for me, which is awesome. And there's a lot more, but I will let you find that out for yourself. Go to aura.com/happypancake for a 14-day free trial. And that will be plenty of time for Aura to find out whether your personal data has been exposed. So stop leaving yourself open to data breaches. Click the link in my description for a 14-day free trial. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video, and thank you to you for giving it a try. Supporting my sponsors is the best way to support my channel, and I am incredibly grateful to Aura. They've been my biggest supporters in all this, so give them some love. And in their shallow attempt to protect cis women, they have only further endangered them. Let's take a look.
This is 19-year-old Katie Grass, a mask-presenting lesbian who was beat unconscious at a McDonald's in Illinois. Katie went to go use the women's restroom but found that it was occupied, while 2 young men who were sitting outside called her a slur. She confronted them and let them know that she was a lesbian woman. And at that point, one hit her in the jaw and the other attacked her from behind. And while Katie was viciously beat to the point that she was unconscious because she did indeed black out, her 13-year-old cousin watched on in horror. These men held her down, kicked her, and stomped her in the face. A McDonald's manager tried to intervene. He was attacked as well. Katie said her eyes were so swollen, she blindly crawled over to someone and felt a denim pant leg and begged them to call 911. The 19 and 16-year-old attackers have been caught and charged. And Katie will make a full recovery, but she has a long road to get there. This is why anti-trans rhetoric and these dangerous things like the bathroom bills, it doesn't just affect trans people, it affects all of us.
And who could have possibly predicted this? With the public's already limited knowledge of trans people, galvanizing them on some kind of trans witch hunt with an insane amount of anti-trans legislation could never backfire, right? Right? Conservatives and TERFs are so threatened by trans women and transness in general because it challenges their entire stance on gender essentialism and doesn't fit the stereotypical, outdated idea of what a woman is supposed to be, or what men are supposed to be for that matter. Again, we see a lot of this in conservative messaging and things like the tradwife movement, with an uptick of women online who spend their lives advertising and romanticizing the joys of having a flock of children and being subservient to your husband, long hair, barefoot, pregnant, and in the kitchen, while the men work and provide. And if you are not able to fulfill that role of having a flock of children, being petite, hairless, feminine, and making it look all effortless, you're not doing it right. With the TERF propaganda, we see things like divine feminine, or language that associates being female with being godlike, or that if you are male, you are inherently evil. I found this article while I was editing, and it does a really good job of breaking down this divine feminine idea and how it's not really that empowering, because all it does is repackage these traditional ideas of women in more appealing language, associating women with being naturally patient, gentle, emotionally sensitive, and also heavily emphasizing fertility and giving birth as part of being divine, which inherently excludes not only trans women, but infertile women, childless women, and is also used to exclude trans women specifically from the woman club, quote unquote. All this does is continue to put women into a box and describe women as innately maternal and emotional rather than rational, while also conflating women to female, and that these are all inherent qualities that all females have, which is ridiculous and untrue. You can be born female, identify as a woman, and have none of these qualities. Similarly, you can be born male and identify as a man or woman and have these qualities. Anyway, give it a read. It's really good. But the reality is, trans people are not the only ones to challenge this hyper-traditional narrative. Masculine women, anyone who dresses androgynously or looks androgynous, feminine men and femboys, women that are infertile, intersex people, tall women, even men who grow their hair long, and anything that exists outside of this white supremacist view of what men and women should look and act like are directly in the crosshairs when trans legislation is passed and transphobia is further normalized.
I find it really funny how men will come on this app saying that they can always tell when a woman is trans. Like, if that was the case, then how come I get asked in public if I'm trans? This has happened on like 3 different occasions. And it's just because I just happen to be a 6 feet tall woman naturally. But like every time they ask me that, my response is usually like, what a weird thing to say. Why would I want to tell you and confirm to you what my genitals are? That's weird.
This is also why women of color are disproportionately affected by anti-trans laws and transphobia. It's not enough to be a cis woman to be validated in your femininity. You have to be a cis white woman, conventionally attractive, with only feminine features and not too tall and not too muscular. Oh, and also you have to be able to give birth.
I need y'all to really understand that if trans women aren't safe, then we aren't safe either. And by we aren't safe, I mean black women specifically. I'm really talking to all women, but because I'm a black woman, I can only speak on my experiences. At the end of the day, they aren't checking your pants to make sure that you're trans or not. Okay, they're going based off of looks alone. We all know what happens to a black woman that looks a little masculine, okay? Along with black women, there were a lot of women out there that have more masculine features. If you have PCOS, if you are a little bit muscular, if you have a strong jawline, you're not safe. Once we all really get on the wavelength that gender is confusing and it doesn't matter and it has layers, that the words man and woman are a societal construct and they're not real, then we'll have an easier time having this conversation. But for right now, that's what I need you to understand, is that their fight is our fight.
They're having a good time? Is it because they booked a new vacation package that made it easy to change and rearrange their whole trip?
I think so.
Introducing Getaways by Southwest. Vacations more fun when it's flexible.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Granger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I had $1 for every time someone on Fox News claimed that Michelle Obama was a man just because she had a visible bicep, I would have enough money to pay off my student loans. Because while transphobia was never about protecting women, it also was never just about trans people. Transphobia demonizes completely normal forms of being and expression, most of which are out of our control. And when there are legal consequences for existing outside of the tolerated lines of gender expression, then all hell breaks loose.
Danny was apparently in the women's restroom at the Walmart where she worked when she heard a man's voice shouting from outside the stall. The man yelled a slur for transgender people and said that he was going to beat them up. We have a man who has followed a cis woman into a bathroom and is now threatening to brutalize her because he incorrectly thinks that she might be trans. He thinks the existence of trans women endangers people in a bathroom, but the only one threatening physical violence in a story is him, a cis man. Davis, who again is not transgender, said that she feared the man thought she was trans because she's 6'4". She hid in the bathroom until the man left. She was fired a week later. Her immediate supervisor was supportive when she reported the incident. So she was shocked and confused when she was fired around a week later for not reporting the incident to the right managers and thereby creating a, quote, security risk. Now she says, I took it to mean that I was the security risk because someone had mistaken me for being trans.
We saw similar tantrums with Imani Khalif and continue to see it with athletes like Barbara Banda. Again, these are cis women, but because of this anti-trans panic, they are being treated like criminals, with hate swarms led by popular children's authors under the guise of, again, protecting women. Protecting women from what? From other women? This is an imaginary boogeyman that you have created. And because you don't have any data or research to back it up, you are inventing issues that do not exist. This is pure fucking delusion. Speaking of the UK, their Supreme Court recently made a legal ruling that the legal definition of woman refers to biological sex. They really fucking think they did something here. And surprise, surprise, the British Transport Police, after this Supreme Court hearing, said that they would carry out strip searches for any suspected trans women in custody. Which means if you're in police custody by the British Transport Police and there's a pervy officer that wants to look at your fucking body, all they have to do is say that you're a trans woman, or they think that you might be a trans woman. What the fuck do you think y'all did here? All you've done is further endanger cis women and trans women by doing this. There are cis women that have been sent to men's prisons on the suspicion that they might be trans, and this led to them being sexually and verbally harassed by inmates. We even have our very own anti-trans congresswomen harassing a cisgender woman in their bathroom because they thought she was trans. These are not one-off instances. This is a consistent and predictable pattern that is only further perpetuated by transphobia and anti-trans legislation, and it will continue to happen. And again,
Whoa! What the f, dude? Don't touch me!
Dude, what the f? Why are you f***ing here, man? You're so old. Where's your wife? Go home to your family, dude.
Whoa!
Hey, you nudie! Oh, dear Lord, here we go.
how awful things are happening to cis women because of this legislation. Let's not forget the awful things that are still happening to trans people every single day. There is an epidemic.
Oh, dear Lord, here we go.
Of violence against trans people. And despite trying to do what they can to constantly accommodate for others, they can never seem to fucking win.
I'm supposed to be using the bathroom that my gender marker says is my gender. on my ID, and I was arrested for trespassing and public intoxication. Now, I'm kind of ready to leave just because I have to pee really bad, and I went and glanced in the men's bathroom, and there were 3 urinals, no lock on the door, nothing separating the urinals. I'm not wearing a stand-up pee packer, and just one sink. Anybody can go in the bathroom, basically, and see you pee, and I cannot use the urinal. And at this point, I'm about to piss myself. He opens up the men's bathroom just to, like, see what I was saying, you know, and this lady grabs her by the arm and is like, you cannot go in there. And she's like, I wasn't going in there, I was just seeing what's going on because he needs to go to the bathroom and he can't use the urinal. And the lady's like, I'm not getting political and I don't own this place, I'm just the messenger. And she just kind of walks away, and I see her like whispering to other staff members there. Before she had walked away, she told my friend that my friend could not go in the men's bathroom, but we could pee if we went in the bathroom together. Said that. I'm like, okay, you know what, whatever. She said we could go in the bathroom. We're just gonna go in together. There's no other women in there. It'll be fine. I'll take 2 seconds to pee. She said we could go in there. So this is where I start to think this is a setup, and I'm about to get hate crimed. I'm in the bathroom for maybe 2 seconds with my friend. The owner and the older lady burst into the bathroom and start screaming at me. They're looking over top of the stall at me without my clothes on. They just start like screaming that like there's a man in here taking a shit. I shouldn't be in there. Like they're cussing. My friend is like, whoa, you said we could come in here, and why can you be in here, a grown man? And he's like, because I'm the fucking owner of this place and there's a man in here, blah, 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 taking a shit. And I was like, hey, like I'm peeing. I'm just gonna finish peeing and then I'm leaving. Like we were on our way out. I just had to pee. He grabs my friend aggressively. Like it looks like it hurt. And drags her out, and he tells me that I have to get up now, even though I'm in the middle of peeing. So basically, after I'm done peeing, I just get up and I'm sort of just like walking out, like calmly, like I'm kind of shaking a little bit, but like I'm just making my way out, like not causing an issue or anything. The owner comes up behind me and starts pushing me right where my scars are. He's grabbing me by the scars and pushing me and saying, it's time for you to get the fuck out, you fucking weirdo. And the old lady is just like yelling slurs and stuff at me while I'm being pushed out by the man. He's basically pushing me out the door into this cop's arms. I'm not resisting at all. I am literally just standing there. I have my phone in my hand. I'm like shaking. He grabs my phone out of my hand and takes it. My friend's standing over here trying to talk to this guy, and they're putting me in handcuffs, whatever. They push me onto the curb. I'm telling them like, hey, like obviously like I'm transgender. I'm just trying to use the bathroom. I didn't cause a problem. I didn't put my hands on anybody. They're telling me that I was involved in a bar fight. I'm publicly intoxicated, by the way. I was not drunk at all. I got there to give my friend a sober ride. And the guy was telling me, I've been doing my job for 25 years. I know when somebody's drunk, you're publicly intoxicated. Not drunk, didn't breathalyze me. I know that they don't have to breathalyze you, but I was not drunk. Takes my wallet, tries to accuse me of having drugs in my pockets because I have multiple pockets in my jeans. All I had was a vape, my wallet, and my keys. None of the officers even asked me what happened. I tried to explain it to them multiple times. They kept interrupting me and saying that I was being disorderly and I was publicly intoxicated, and that's why I'm being arrested. They told my friend that she could leave if she got a sober ride, and she said, I'm not leaving, I'm staying with him. Obviously, like I'm gonna stay until he's done with whatever you guys are doing to him. So they put her in handcuffs and told her that she was being arrested for the exact same charge as me. That makes a lot of sense, right? As the guy pushed me on the curb, he was calling me girly girl, little girl, girly girl, girl. We didn't get booked, but we did get cuffed. And when we got to the station, we were asking a bunch of questions that they refused to answer. They didn't read us our rights. They just kept saying, take it up in court, take it up in court. I finally get most of my stuff back. It takes me like literally an hour to get all of my things little by little. I have like 4 things. The last thing that I need is my wallet. The guy gets my wallet, brings it to me, and says, here you go, sir. I mean, ma'am. And you know, I'm like seeing red. I'm really trying not to say anything that's gonna get me in any more trouble, just because these guys can basically do anything to me and nobody's gonna give a fuck. So I'm just like, it's sir, thank you though. So basically they wrote us both tickets. We have $500 bond in a court hearing.
And he's one of the lucky ones. And for any that stay up to date on trans news or updates in the trans community, most of you probably already know about Sam Nordquist.
This is the horrific story of Sam Nordquist, a transgender man tortured and killed in upstate New York.
The facts and the circumstances of this crime are beyond depraved. This is by far the worst homicide investigation that our office has ever been a part of.
Sam was confined. He was forced to kneel and stand against a wall. He was physically assaulted. He was denied proper nutrition and hydration. He was fed feces. He was forced to drink urine and chew spit. They physically restrained him. They forced him to obey their commands, treating him like a dog. They used duct tape, and they poured bleach on him.
This is horrific. And violence against trans people has only skyrocketed since Trump's first term in office. These kinds of conservative attitudes only embolden the people that already despise trans people. It only emboldens them to violence and further hate and bigotry, and does not encourage them to reflect or to understand or to even see trans people as real people. And there's this idea that conservatives have been circulating that trans people have only started existing since like 2015. Now, typical of many conservative talking points, this is a straight-up lie. In fact, the documentation of transgender and non-binary identities dates back as far as ancient Mesopotamia and the Bronze Age. We're talking like 5,000 to 7,000 BC here, meaning trans people have been around literally longer than Jesus Christ and fucking Christianity. Scholars have also found expressions of gender variance, cross-dressing, and transgender dynamics in ancient Greece. One of the most revered times in ancient history, people talk about ancient Greece all the fucking time, and it was an era of widely celebrated philosophy and art, and guess what? Trans people were there too. Again, these depictions are not simply one-off circumstances or accidents. They are consistently shown throughout history in ancient art with clay figurines with female breasts and male genitalia, paintings and writings that depicted a third gender, mythos of various gods being able to turn men into women and vice versa, and so much more. Two-spirit is a term that has recently emerged amongst indigenous communities, but has been used to describe long celebrated forms of varied gender expression in indigenous communities, dating back centuries. Transness exists in the animal kingdom. Trans people and gender fluidity have been around longer than any conservative. They just haven't bothered to learn about it, or they have purposefully buried this history in an attempt to illegitimize trans people. In fact, it wasn't long ago that gender-affirming surgery was celebrated in American society as a feat of scientific innovation.
For a limited time at McDonald's, get a Big Mac extra value meal for $8. That means 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun, and medium fries, and a drink. We may need to change that jingle.
Prices and participation may vary.
Movie contract?
Yes, but I haven't accepted it.
Do you have any plans regarding the theater?
No, I don't think so.
There were more words written about Jorgensen than about any other topic.
I'm very happy to be back, and I don't have any plans at the moment. And I thank you all for coming, but I think it's too much.
In the 1950s, people were experiencing a technological euphoria. Look what's Jorgensen than about any other topic.
I'm very happy to be back, and I don't have any plans at the moment. And I thank you all for coming.
Science can do now, it can turn a man into a woman.
Queer culture flourished in Berlin before the rise of the Nazis. There was a thriving nightclub scene and a scientific institute dedicated to studying gender and sexuality. The Institut für Sexualwissenschaft. Not a chance that was pronounced correctly, but on May 6, 1933, the Nazis burned down this institute, destroying years of research, data, and findings on those studies, with more than 20,000 books burned. 20,000. There was no digital backlog at this point in history. That research is gone. And it set back not just our understanding of trans people, but all queer people as well. And I'm hoping that this video can be helpful because most of this hate and bigotry that we see in our society stems from fear. Because people fear what they don't understand. Which is why this attack by the Nazis was such a devastating blow to the queer community. It further inhibited people's understanding of those identities, which led to fear, which led to hate, which led to genocide. Trans and queer people were some of the first scapegoats of the Nazi regime. They were easy targets, a small sect of the population that some didn't really understand or maybe even found a little weird. They were accused of degeneracy, going against family values, and promoting un-German ideas. Fucking sound familiar? I mention this because for the it's not that deep crowd, they may not see how people's discomfort with trans people can ultimately lead to their death. But it's a quicker route than you might think, and it's one we need to push back against with full force. And some of you out there might be thinking, well, if trans people have been around longer than Christianity, why are conservatives suddenly freaking out about it? Why has there been such a significant uptick in transphobia and anti-trans legislation? Well, dear viewer, it's because the demonization of trans people is a much sexier distraction from the actual problems facing the American people, i.e., none of our jobs pay well. Most of us need to have multiple jobs in order to survive, myself included. Everything is too expensive. We can be and are bankrupted by medical debt every year. Houses are no longer affordable for the average family. And many are still living with their parents because they can't afford to move out. People can't live their lives. They're looking for someone to blame. Then why not blame the 1% of the population? Because it's not like they could fight back against all of us. Let them be mad at trans people while we continue to take their money and bleed them dry. Conservatives have always had a scapegoat that they blame because they never want to fix any of the tangible problems that are ruining the lives of Americans, because they are in the pockets of the people who are ruining our lives. Even going back 10 years, we see that their scapegoats shift between immigrants, black people, queer people, trans people, students, disabled people, etc. And their job is to use propaganda and inflammatory language to convince the American people that this small itty-bitty sect of the population are actually the ones ruining your life. Not the people with the billions of dollars and all the power. No. Don't look over here. Jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle, trans people. Jingle, jingle, women's sports. Don't fucking piss me off. And additionally, the violence, the assaults that are happening right now are happening while being transgender is still completely legal. It's not illegal to be trans. What do you think will happen if this anti-trans legislation progresses? What happens if it becomes illegal to be transgender? What do you think is going to happen if they think you are transgender, even if you aren't? Because it doesn't matter what you have in your pants. It matters who you cross that day. And if you cross the wrong person while daring to appear slightly less masculine or slightly less feminine than you're supposed to, what's to stop you from being violently assaulted? We've already seen the lack of due process with immigrants and even U.S. citizens that seem a little too foreign. I have no reason to believe that this presidency will stop there. And I'm not trying to fearmonger. I'm saying that while things are bad right now, they could get a lot worse. And there is still time to change that. So what's happening right now? Well, there are currently 905 anti-trans bills that have been proposed since 2025. That is combining the bills in the federal and state governments. 100 of those bills have been passed. In addition, Trump has put forth 11 executive orders to further endanger the lives of trans people. Now, we're not going to go through all of these, but there is a link to the ACLU website in the description if you want to do a little extra reading, and I recommend you do. But we are going to talk about one bill, and this is one that affects everyone, trans people included. The big beautiful bill.
President Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Big, beautiful bill.
Big, beautiful bill.
This is a bill that, and I'm going to read this list here, that cuts $700 to $800 billion off of Medicaid.
Mazda? Once you discover the Mazda CX-90 plug-in hybrid, Mazda, it doesn't take long to get it. With 3 rows, a luxurious interior, and the ability to go all electric.
Throwing 10 to 15 million people off of their health insurance, cutting dozens of community hospitals around the country that are supported by those payments, throwing millions of people off of food assistance, SNAP, disallowing expansions of SNAP in times of recession, freezing AI regulations in states for 10 years, $500 billion cut from Medicare, which is for chronically ill people, children, and low-income families. And the reasoning they're using for this is that people that are on Medicaid are actually just people playing video games in their mom's basement. 64% of people on Medicaid are working, either full-time or part-time. 12% are not working due to caregiving because childcare is so fucking expensive in the US. 10% are not working due to illness or disability. 7% are going to school, getting their degree, and only 8% are within the group that either can't find work, are ineligible to work, or some other reason. So we're cutting $500 billion for that little sliver of 8%. Go fuck yourself. So where's the money going? Well, of course, because it's Trump, it's going to tax cuts for the wealthy. I don't even know why you guys asked. But how does this affect trans people? Well, this new bill forbids the use of federal Medicaid and CHIP funding for medically necessary healthcare for transgender people of all ages. Now, initially, the bill was going to only cut medically necessary care for minors, which is still fucked up, but then they made a last-minute change to take away any transgender healthcare for all ages.
The policy change could have devastating consequences for transgender people across the United States and is likely to clash with state laws that mandate insurance coverage for gender-affirming care. According to the UCLA Williams Institute, more than 152,000 transgender Americans currently rely on Medicaid for their care. Stripping that coverage would make surgeries cost-prohibitive for many, with procedures often running into the tens of thousands of dollars. Even routine hormone therapy and necessary blood work could become financially out of reach. For countless trans adults, this would mean either turning to unsafe, alternative care, or being forcibly taken off treatment, a process known as medical detransition. The effects can be severe, particularly for those who've already undergone surgery and require ongoing hormone supplementation, putting both mental and physical health at serious risk. Now, that does sound bad. People are going to suffer as a result of this. But that's what the Republicans want. That's what conservatives want. They hate you and want you to suffer. I've said this for a long time. They're not a big fan of freedom. They never have been. They want you to conform to what they think you should be, and if you don't do that, then they're going to try to force you, and if they can't do that, then they're going to get rid of you. We're currently in the trying to force you part of the equation. The Republican Party and conservatism as a movement has finally found a minority that they can attempt to erase at the barrel of a bill rather than a gun.
This healthcare bill, in essence, just wants to make sure that poor people are dying. Typical villain shit.
Execute Order 66.
And trans people are suffering alongside with all of us. They want trans people to suffer, and they want trans people to cease to exist. Now, there is still a possibility that this bill fails. It still has to go through the Senate. It has passed through the House, but it was by a very narrow margin. This is the point where I said there is still something that you can do. Call. I know it's fucking boring. It's not glamorous. Fucking call. Call your fucking representatives. I know most of you out there have never called your representative. Call your fucking representatives and tell them that this bill needs to fucking die. And even if this bill does fail, the fight to protect our trans brothers and sisters and NBs will continue. Because we have to stand together. No one is coming to save us. That is our role here. For everyone. Advocating for everyone. Because the more anti-trans legislation that comes out, the more the general populace will fail to see trans people as people. And this is why intersectionality is so important. This is why people say we're not free until we're all free, right? Because these different branches of oppression, they bleed into each other. Sexism bleeds into transphobia, which bleeds into racism, which bleeds into patriarchy, and then back around again. 100 other different directions. Homophobia, ableism, classism, you name it. They are all fucking connected, okay? Nothing exists in a vacuum. Everything that is happening right now has happened before. There's thousands of years of history of oppression that have shaped the ideals that people currently hold. Religion, books, movies, relationships, personal experience, education, and a fuck ton of other factors. But when we're talking about how different forms of oppression affect us, I'm not saying you should care about this because it affects you. I'm saying you should care about the suffering of all people. Because all forms of oppression, even the ones that don't affect us, are wrong. And making sure that everyone is treated with dignity and everyone has the same rights can only benefit everyone. And even if we can only ensure that in our little pods and communities around us, it is still worth it because that spiders out. Now, I am going to talk about J.K. Rowling oh so briefly. Just bear with me here. You'd think that an author who writes an entire story that follows a child who chooses his friends to be his family because his family by blood are abusive and treat him like an abomination would be sympathetic to the plight of trans people and particularly trans youth. But no. People are carrying the goodwill and good memories and heartfelt moments that they have associated with this story and turning it into hate and complicity in the eradication of trans people. If you are still buying Wizarding World products, you are directly contributing to the eradication of trans people. Unfortunately, this is the world that we're living in. This is what Joanne is using her fortune for. And she's getting results. Okay? Your Universal trip to fucking Wizarding World helped sponsor the anti-trans activists that brought about this Supreme Court ruling. That's the reality. That's the reality. And I understand loving Harry Potter, okay? I started my YouTube and TikTok career as a fandom creator. I loved Harry Potter growing up. But as an adult, I've unpacked some of the problematic aspects of that story, as well as Joanne's involvement in anti-trans legislation. If you are so insistent on getting Harry Potter merch, you can either make it yourself or you can pay someone on Etsy like a normal person. Your love of a fictional story should not outweigh your love for real people who are just trying to exist. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that. So what do? In terms of fighting back, we're going to start in my backyard. Good old New England, baby. Because this story has a very happy ending. Trump basically threatened to cut funding from Maine because the governor of Maine was like, yeah, we have transgender athletes and that's gonna continue. Go fuck yourself. And he was like, that'll be an easy one to win. I'll see you in court. And start
in my backyard. Good old New England, baby. Because this story has a very happy ending. Trump basically threatened to cut funding from Maine because the governor of Maine was like, yeah, we have transgender athletes and that's gonna continue. Go fuck yourself. And he was like, that'll be an easy one to win. I'll see you in court. And start in my backyard. Good old New England, baby. Because this story has a very happy ending. Trump basically threatened to cut funding from Maine because the governor of Maine was like, yeah, we have transgender athletes and that's gonna continue. Go fuck yourself. And he was like, that'll be an easy one to win. I'll see you in court.
And Doug.
Imagine if we could tell everyone here that Liberty Mutual customizes cars.
And it was an easy win for her.
An executive order banning men from playing in women's sports. The NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is the Maine here, the governor of Maine?
I'm here.
Are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding.
See you in court.
Every state, good, I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one.
And when confronted by the President of the United States, I told him I'd see him in court. And so I want to thank the Attorney General for achieving this result. It's good to feel a victory like this. We took him to court and we won.
Queer people, we would not have rights if not for trans Black women. We would not. We owe everything we have to trans women. Now that they are raiding gay bars, it is more important than ever that we stand together. Next, you can fight transphobia in your day-to-day life. Don't let transphobia get normalized in your inner circles. Call it out when you see it. In your group chats, with your fucking family members, anywhere you see it, coworkers. Next is following trans creators. Listening to the people belonging to the identities that you are not informed on is imperative. I have a list of trans creators in my description. Full disclosure, some of them are friends of mine, but everyone on there is amazing. Some of them are comedians, cosplayers, fandom creators. Some of them are trans activists and use their accounts to actually inform people on what it means to be trans and how to be the best ally you can to trans people. Check them out. Be a safe space for your trans friends and family. Drive them to their doctor's appointments if they need it. Even something as simple as like buying them lunch, buying a coffee, help them find a job. Transgender people are at a much higher risk of employment and poverty. Being able to be there as a network and a resource is fantastic. Lastly, fucking protest and call your reps. Go to the ACLU website that I listed. Find any bills that are currently in progress in your state and call your representatives. Let them know why you're worried about this bill and why you want nothing to fucking do with it. I'll even add a script in the description as well. You don't have to understand why trans people exist or what it means to be trans. You just have to be respectful, or at the very least, just don't be a fucking asshole. Because it's totally normal, and it has been documented as part of the human experience for thousands of years. I'm in the queer community. I have friends that are trans. I follow and support a lot of trans people online, and I will never truly, fully understand the experience of a trans person. Because I'm cis. Just like I can't expect my friends who are straight to fully understand my experience as a queer person. It's the same thing. I just ask that they respect me and understand that this is a part of who I am. This is all most trans people want. For people to be like, hey, I may not understand, but I respect you and you're valid and you should be able to live your life. You are just as valid in your identity as anybody else. The perceived danger of transgender ideology is completely fucking fabricated. If you are awake, you know that the reason why we're all miserable is because the 1% has consistently choked out the middle and working class by ways of wages and limited benefits, if any, for fucking decades. We fear the day that we will need medical care. And or the day that we may become disabled because it could bankrupt us. We are unable to build a life or long-term plan for ourselves because everything is so fucking expensive in this goddamn country. And our government refuses to put limits on what these corporations will charge us as they artificially inflate prices for the sake of profit. It has nothing to do with the fact that your child wants to use they, them pronouns. And if you feel angry about that, that's some shit that you need to fucking unpack. The non-binary barista at your local coffee shop is not why your life sucks. The trans coworker who is asking you to use she, her pronouns with her is not the reason why eggs are so expensive. Your daughter's trans friend is not the reason why you can't pay your fucking bills. Use your anger for something goddamn useful instead of ruining innocent lives. And if after all of this you somehow still think that by making trans people's lives worse, it will somehow lead to your life improving, I'm gonna hold your hand
when I say this. You're fucking stupid. This video has been a long time coming, and it's something that's very important to me. Like I said, I have a lot of people in my life that are trans, and I'm seeing them being directly affected by these Hitlerian policies. I'm having a very strong emotional reaction to that. As you can see, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I see the toll that the endless barrage of anti-trans legislation has taken on good people. Good people that actually serve their communities. Trans people will continue to exist. Trans people have always existed. Trans people are valid. And for any trans people watching this, I love you and I'm sorry. I've never felt unsafe around a trans person. I've never felt unsafe in the bathroom with a trans person. Most of the time, I don't even fucking notice or pay attention to who's in the bathroom with me, if I'm being real. This charade, this circus is all bullshit. It's fucking stupid. And I will continue to use my platform to vouch for you because I know most of you are just trying to live your lives in peace. As always, I have Rawan's GoFundMe linked in the description below. She was supposed to attend university this year, but Israel bombed her home and her school out of existence. The second season of Westerly Academy, the D&D campaign where I raise money that goes directly to Palestinian families, will be starting up season 2 very soon, so make sure you are subscribed so you don't miss any of that. And thank you again so much to Aura for sponsoring this video. Check them out in the description. As always, thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want to hear more from me. Please take care of yourselves. Bye. Very special thank you to Inside Chaos, Long Leg, Anonymous, Tiny Axes, and Robin Fellows.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, it's his job to keep the power on. That's why he chooses Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hit pause on whatever you're listening to and hit play on your next adventure. This fall, get double points on every qualified stay. Life's a trip. Make the most of it at Best Western. Visit bestwestern.com for complete terms and conditions.
Hello, ladies, men, and non-binary friends. How are we feeling today? I had a cornucopia of bullshit going on this past month. I have really debilitating seasonal depression, and when it starts to get colder and darker outside, it's like a fucking switch flips, where I get horribly depressed and can't get out of bed. I was experiencing burnout. I've been pumping out a lot of content since May, and the positive response has been overwhelming. I didn't want to lose that momentum, so I pushed myself beyond my limits. And lastly, my election anxiety. This year very much felt like 2016, which is why I stayed mostly offline. It was just crippling anxiety and fear about the election results given Kamala's campaign trajectory, and how the Democratic Party refused to budge on anything despite the public outcry. In 2016, I remember feeling how most of you are now. Hopeless, scared, probably crying a lot. But I think because I had that month offline and because I'm a bitch fueled by spite, I'm raring to go. So if you need to mourn, if you need to rest, please do it, my loves. I will continue to use my platform to defend and speak up for human rights. Rest today, and I will happily work and fight for you while you recharge and recover. So what happens now? The truth is, we don't know. I can't look into the tea leaves and tell you when or how we're going to get out of this. But one thing I know for certain is our government is not going to save us. I don't really think it ever was, though probably never give us free healthcare or student loan debt relief because it's the #1 recruiting tool for the military, the golden child our government, but there are concrete steps we can take to protect ourselves. It's more important than ever that we care about each other and foster our own communities of support. Now, if you want direct tasks and advice for all my neurodivergent folks out there that appreciate specific instructions, I've got a list for you. Now, you can do all of these, some of these, or none of these, but hopefully, regardless of what you do, the existence of possible steps to action will hopefully provide you some level of comfort. Jesus fucking Christ, this goddamn motorcycle just revved down my fucking street. God damn it. This is Trump's America, everybody. #1, make friends with someone who is a lawyer and or someone who is a doctor or has one in their family. It might be easier than you think. You might have one in your circle already. Ask around. But in a much broader sense, expand your communities and your circles of support. Now, why do we need to do this? Well, if something happens to you, you want as many people as possible in your corner. People that can provide you with meals, bail if you are arrested, housing if you need it, Practical advice like how to change the oil in your car. Even something as simple as emotional support. Just someone to be a shoulder to cry on when none of us can afford therapists anymore. That is a joke, but you know. And allow yourself to be that person for other people if you can, if you are able. We need as many people as possible in the general public, as many Americans as possible who actually care about the people in this country and in other countries, supporting each other. FD Signifier called it pockets of protection on his live stream today. I love that. I think that's the perfect description. But beyond your friends and family, connect with your neighbors, get to know them, even little things in passing like, I love your outfit, I love your makeup, your dog is so cute, I always make extra chili, would you like some? I have some extra cookies, would you like some? I've found that food is easily the best connector. If they have allergies or dietary restrictions, see if you can find a recipe that adheres to those. That is like the love language of most people that have that. And tell me any one of those nice comments wouldn't absolutely make your fucking day. Another thing you can do to meet people is take a class. Some people have free classes at their local library, or they have like a recreational center near them, pottery class, woodshop class, even like a cooking class. But really any way that you can meet new people, get to know them, and build a skill, get into it. This might be less accessible for some people, so just take this as you will, but growing your own food. All of the listeria outbreaks due to the food protections that were rolled back during Trump's presidency are likely just going to get worse. Even something as simple as growing your own basil on your windowsill. That's a great start. This is another important thing to remember as we're heading into this new era of our country. Resistance is going to become very dangerous. The right to protest has already been under attack under the Biden administration. Be very, very careful and cognizant of your digital footprint. I'm cooked. You guys still have hope. Don't let your emotion get you into trouble online. We live in a world where everything you do online can be monitored and tracked. Do not do anything that the state can use against you. Be very careful about everything that you put in writing. That's texting, emailing, social media, even if it's a private account. I've also included a bunch of resources in my description. I have a resource for women who are looking to get their tubes tied to find doctors in their network. I have a video that tells you where you can find jobs overseas, places to apply for citizenship, and a bunch more stuff. I'll put in as many as I can find, and I'll update as I find new ones. Anything that I feel like could supplement this video well. Because again, there are certain experts that can speak on some of these topics better than I can. But before we go any further, I want to talk about the election and sort of speculation on how we got here. Kamala didn't lose because of Gaza. Kamala Harris lost because the DNC and the Democratic Party continue to value the opinions of wealthy bureaucrats and corporate CEOs over the needs of the American people. Kamala Harris lost because she is a black woman, and that is, quote, too radical for some Americans. Racists. She also spent too much time trying to win over the people that were already going to vote for Trump, rather than give the low propensity voters something to get excited about. White women still voted for Trump. Men are not the only issue here. It's white women too. There is not one single reason why this happened. But the most important reason, frankly, has nothing to do with Kamala. It is because right-wing radicalism is on the rise. Fascism is on the rise. And America has been shown for what it truly is. When your country is built on white supremacy, that is a difficult stain to scrub out. And that has been made clearer than ever, especially when people are desperate and looking for someone to blame. We have created a culture of apathy here in America. Late-stage capitalism has created an apathetic, survivalist culture where we care more about me than we do about we. And if Trump has his way, it's going to be harder for Americans to pay for basic goods, have access to basic health care, immigrate legally, which, despite what he says, will likely lead to more crime, because people will do whatever it takes to survive. They will obtain goods illegally. They will get abortions and yes, they will cross the border illegally. I know he talks the talk about immigration, and I know that most of my audience knows that he's spouting bullshit, but his policies will actually have the direct opposite of his intended effect. These policies will just empower cartels to help people get across the border, because if people are barred further from entering legally, they will pay the cartels for help. The same exact thing happened in the US in the 1930s when Americans couldn't get loans from banks. They got their money from the mafia. Even if they didn't want to, they needed the money to help their families families, and this led to the mafia's rise to power in America. I mean, abortions, we've been new. It's just going to lead to more women dying. It's going to lead to more women being baby trapped. It's going to lead to more women in relationships that are abusive. It's going to lead to more women dying, and they want that. That's been made clear. They don't care. They don't care. And any man that voted for Trump does not fucking care. I've already seen a bunch of women who have said that this actually led to them breaking up with their boyfriends and that more women are joining the 4B movement, which, again, the opposite intended effect. I think they initially wanted to stop having abortions because they wanted women to have more babies. And now all that's doing is having women abstain from sex because they don't want to risk getting pregnant and fucking dying. So again, they're idiots. These Republicans are fucking idiots. The opposite intended effect of every single one of their policies is going to happen. But frankly, I don't believe for a second that anyone voted for Trump for his policies, because most of the Trump voters that I've seen can't even explain his policies. He can't even explain his policies. No, they voted for him because he represents the comfort of not having to grow or change or work to be a better person. They voted for him because they get to stay comfortable in their racism, in their misogyny, and in their Islamophobia. And fuck these people. Fuck these people. The only reason you would have voted for Trump is either complete lack of education, complete lack of empathy, or bigotry, or a combination of the three. And I know America's education system is in the shitter, and shitting on low-income populations in red states is a low blow. But for everyone else, at some point, you need to grow the fuck up. You need to be an adult and realize it's not all about you. There are other people on this fucking planet. Grow the fuck up, especially if you're Christian. I'm not going to get into all of this, but the whole love your neighbor thing, where the fuck is that shit? Grow the fuck up. People are going to suffer on both sides for the next few years, white people included, but people of color, native people, trans people, queer people, Muslim people, and women will suffer disproportionately more. This is not a surprise. I know many of you are probably looking for ways to leave the United States because that's what I did in 2016. I wanted to get out. And if you truly feel like that's the best move for you, that's fine, and I fully support your decision. But this is my country too. Almost everyone that I love is here. I love the coasts. I love the mountains. I love the forests. Fuck, I even love the food. And even though there's a lot of shit that I really don't like about America, it's still my fucking home. So why the fuck should I have to leave? No, I'm staying here and I'm gonna do what I can for as long as I can. And I'm just gonna hope that it's enough. If you need comfort right now, lean into that. Watch your favorite movies, cook a food that makes you feel good. Know when to turn off your phone. I know it seems like a privilege to be able to turn it off, but you can't fight the good fight if you feed into doomerism and exhaust yourself emotionally. On my podcast, Culture Yap Fest, my co-host and I are doing an episode next week ranking the Thanksgiving episodes of Bob's Burgers and talking about the importance of comfort media. The link is below. Make sure to tune into that. But if you can take away one message, just one message from today, don't feed into the hopelessness. Hope and happiness are their own forms of resistance. Remember that. The majority of Americans support abortion. Thanksgiving episodes of Bob's Burgers and talking about the importance of comfort media. The link is below. Make sure to tune into that. But if
This column already has 1, 2, and 4, so this cell is 3. This box already has 1, 2, and 3.
Hello, ladies, men, and non-binary friends. How are we feeling today? I had a cornucopia of bullshit going on this past month. I have really debilitating seasonal depression, and when it starts to get cold, well, it's certainly been an eventful few days. Hello, ladies, men, and non-binary friends. Welcome back. Since the results of the 2024 election, there's been a lot of conversations about what to do now. 56% of young men voted for Trump, a candidate that has threatened abortion access, directly endangering the lives of millions of women in the US, and most men don't seem to care. Because of this, many women are swearing off of men entirely with what is called the 4B movement, meaning they are not dating men, they are not having sex with men, they're not getting married to men, and they're not having children with men. And I, naturally, have a lot of feelings about this. So let's examine where we are, how we got here, and what to do now. Starting with the male loneliness epidemic. The male loneliness epidemic has been a prevailing topic in the cultural zeitgeist since the pandemic. Traditional and outdated ideas of masculinity, coupled with an increasingly isolating digital era, has led to, well, this. This has also been an instigator for young men entering the alt-right pipeline, seeking out kinship and guidance from influencers online who have a disturbing obsession with blaming many, if not all of their problems on women and minorities under the guise of, quote, male empowerment or being a man. And so many of these issues are directly connected. Men's lack of vulnerability in their shared spaces, men's lack of wellness and mental health resources in their communities, how isolated many of us have become in the age of the internet, further exacerbated by COVID, the rise of alt-right messaging and fascism, and the rise in promoting traditional values. And I'll get to how all of these kind of feed into each other. But first, a word from our sponsor, Surfshark. Today's video is brought to you by Surfshark VPN. Cyber threats, regional content restrictions, and targeted ads can make staying safe online and keeping your data private a challenge. And that's where Surfshark VPN comes in. Surfshark encrypts your internet connection, keeping your data private, and keeps your online activity safe from hackers, trackers, and third parties that want to scrape your data. Plus, it lets you access content from around the world by bypassing regional and geo restrictions. If you want to watch your favorite show, but it's only available on like Netflix in Canada, you can do that with Surfshark. You can stream content in any region, anytime. And honestly, with the rising prices of streaming services, it's kind of a good way to get more bang for your buck. Surfshark is also a VPN that can be used on unlimited devices. There is no limit. So if you've been looking for a VPN for your entire family, or if you're just someone that has a lot of devices and you only want to pay for one subscription, Surfshark is the right choice. With Surfshark Alert, you will be notified of any personal leaks, including any of your email addresses found in breached online databases, or if your credit card gets hacked after you purchased a rare Shinx plushie from a sketchy website. No, this is not based on a personal experience. Why do you ask? There's also a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you've been debating getting a VPN for a while now, test it out. See if you like it. You can use my code surfshark.com/happypancake to try Surfshark today and to get 4 extra months for free. My link is available in the description and in the pinned comment. Thank you so much to Surfshark for sponsoring this video, and thank you to you for trying it out. Supporting the sponsors really helps my channel and allows me to keep doing what I'm doing here. Now back to the video. So why is this happening now? Well, since the 1990s, there has been a friendship decline in America that is more pronounced in men, which just further disrupts the already tenuous state of emotional regulation and expression in men, and as we've seen, increased loneliness. Emotional expression can become so foreign that men may actively avoid it in others as well. Just witnessing the emotions of other men becomes uncomfortable. They may self-distance as a form of self-protection, yet this only perpetuates isolation and loneliness. It's not just internal. Our culture can be hostile towards men who show their emotions, especially if those emotions are perceived to be, quote, soft or, quote, weak. Even as men are encouraged to get in touch with their emotions, the reception to their feelings of fear, anxiety, or grief can be cold, to say the least. This leaves men in an impossible position. They crave connection, love, and friendship, And in order to achieve that connection and feel truly seen, they must be vulnerable. Yet vulnerability is an emotional risk, and many men have been punished for taking that risk. Vulnerability is the common thread through all of this, and it underpins the invisible wall men often feel between one another. Vulnerability comes from the Latin vulnerare, meaning to wound. Vulnerability creates the potential to be wounded, an emotional experience that exposes the parts of us that can be hurt. This exposure can be uncomfortable, even excruciating, considering the deeply ingrained belief of many men that they must avoid feeling weak. Yet, making themselves vulnerable is the only way that men can truly find a sense of connection and feel seen by others.
And for many women, or really anyone that has dated men,
Mazda? Once you discover the Mazda CX-5.
Mazda. We are acutely aware of this. In fact, most of us probably have partners that we've broken up with because of their lack of vulnerability, or emotional constipation, or unchecked rage, or violence they've enacted against us, because they weren't able to regulate their emotions properly. As much as we might hate to admit it, the male loneliness epidemic hurts everyone. The patriarchy hurts everyone. This ridiculous standard that men have to be tough all the time and shove down their emotions until they die hurts everyone. It makes you a worse partner, a worse friend, and it can be confusing as a person because if you don't have the language or the skills to deal with the turmoil inside of you, it's going to destroy everything around you that you've built. And if this applies to any men watching this video, the reason why you're lonely and the reason why men's mental health is so bad is because of patriarchy. You should want to dismantle it as much as we do. But how does this relate to the alt-right pipeline? Another 1951 book, The True Believer, by the philosopher Eric Hoffer, posits that, quote, the fanatic is perpetually incomplete and insecure, and that, quote, estrangement from the self is a precondition to joining a mass ideological movement. Recent research bolsters Arendt and Hoffer's assertions. A 2020 study published in the journal Group Processing and Intergroup Relations found that social exclusion is a leading factor behind radicalization. A 2021 study conducted by researchers at Rand Corporation found that loneliness is one of the predominant reasons people adopt extremist views and join extremist groups. A study published earlier this year in the journal Political Psychology found that, quote, weak social belonging is associated with an increased probability to vote for populist parties, especially on the right. Former white supremacist Christian Piccolini says he used to believe those types of hate-filled sentiments as well. The rhetoric that I'm hearing today in our society is very similar to the rhetoric that I used to say 30 years ago that was part of our white supremacist neo-Nazi movement. Everything from the words invasion to the idea that people are going to replace whites, he said. Those are all ideas I used to spout when I was a neo-Nazi in the 80s and 90s. It really is just identifying vulnerable young people and then amplifying their passions and trying to fill those voids in their life. Because I've never met a happy white supremacist, he says. I've never met one with positive self-esteem. But he says he's not making excuses for them. I still hold people accountable in many of the same ways I've held myself accountable for 23 years. He says, I came from a loving family that I knew cared about me a lot, but because they were immigrants, they also had to work extremely hard and they were gone 7 days a week, sometimes 14 to 16 hours a day. Just trying to make ends meet. So I grew up really without my parents around and I felt very abandoned by them, even though I was surrounded by love. So I went searching for a sense of family elsewhere and also a sense of identity and purpose. It absolutely provided camaraderie that I hadn't found in life until the age of 14 years old. I grew up fairly alienated and bullied. It empowered me at first. It was the first group of people that accepted me as a family, that filled me with a sense of purpose. 14 is a really magical age when it comes to extremism or radicalization, and that's for far-right groups or whether it's ISIS or even gangs in inner cities. It's the time when young people are really trying to develop that sense of identity, community, and purpose. They're breaking away from their parents for the first time, and if young people are feeling marginalized or maybe they're vulnerable or they get detoured by what I call potholes, the things in life that we encounter, things like trauma or mental health issues or poverty or joblessness or even privilege, which can keep us in a bubble. Those types of things detour people as they're searching for identity, community, and purpose. On the fringes, there's always somebody with a narrative, ready to give it to you and to
certainly blame somebody else for the pain that you're feeling. We are also living in a time where the youngest generations in this country are worse off than our parents. Late-stage capitalism has corrupted this country. The majority of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Affordable housing is a joke. Almost every third space outside of home and work has some fee or subscription associated with it, which means it's gotten harder and more expensive to just spend time with people. Whether it's because you can't afford to go to the movies or you don't have time for relaxation and hanging out with your friends because you're working multiple jobs just to put food on the table. So we stay at home instead, further isolating. And if you do have time to talk with your friends, it's usually over game chat or Discord, which is nice, but isn't the same as those in-person experiences. We are all feeling a lot of anger about not living the lives that we want to live, about not living the lives promised to us. And naturally, we look for someone to blame. So what do men do? What do any of us do? We go online, because at least that's free, and see if there's something, anything we can do to feel better about ourselves.
A man can only cheat if he loves someone else. If I have a woman who I truly love, and I go out and fuck, and I come back to her, and I don't care about her, and I only love my girl, that's not cheating.
That men are measured on what they create, their income they have, and their status. Women are measured on their beauty. You guys live here in Miami. How many dumb bimbos do you know that get invited to celebrity parties and or dating guys that are way above them socioeconomically, status-wise? There's a bunch. You could be a girl, 21 years old, no accomplishments, get invited to a party with Future and Gun and everything. He was there, whereas as a man, you have to become a somebody to get invited to these parties. Men and women are not the same, and a woman's value is not based on how much money she earns and her success. If she does, it's fantastic, good for her, but it does not make her sexier. Do you guys believe that modern-day women respect men?
No. One of the most pervasive sayings in this community is never believe what a woman says, watch what she does. Women don't respect men, obviously, because of our culture. Men today are, or at least the top men, are more exceptional than they have. We're more exceptional than we've ever been in human history. Our innovation, the IQs, the advancements in science and technology and medicine. Yet women still look at us as, I don't know, disposable commodities. Women don't respect us because we don't make them earn our commitment. And a woman can never respect if you don't make her earn your commitment.
How does a woman oppress you?
Her purity.
There's nothing else going on there. There's not like how passionate is she or what experiences does she have. Nothing like that. It's just like how pure is she, how untouched is she, like a child.
That's it. That's what you care about. But it goes a long way for a man to be able to have those experiences with you instead of having to step in and change your mind. You know what I mean? So if you've been dealing with a man for,
so you want to mind control?
No, it's not control. It's just having that shock factor. Just having that ability to say, I'm the one who gave her these prefaces. She got it from me.
It sounds like you're trying to find someone really young
like
with no experience. That is
like,
because you're so insecure that someone else might have been beforehand there.
Why would you want a woman that had experience with other?
Because you're insecure.
How would you feel, Adam, if a woman came up to you and y'all got together and y'all getting ready to do, and she said, "Hey, this is my favorite position." Instead of, wouldn't it be better if
all right, you want me to answer that?
Tell you that
all right, let's get it in there. What do you mean? Brother, I don't want a virgin.
So there's a saying that they use in Europe. They were talking about the men who went to World War II and they came back and there was something different about their eyes. Like all the bad things they seen was etched onto their eyes. And it's a real thing. If I ever have beef with someone, I can look him in the eyes and know if he's about it or not. You're not gonna be able to imitate being a G. You have to go out there and you have to suffer as a man. You gotta go through trauma to be a G as a man.
So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, and she was gonna give birth and she would, and she was gonna give birth and she was gonna live. Would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
It's no, but it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So that's insane.
You mentioned these cartels. You agree these cartels are profiting off human trafficking, right?
Of course.
So why don't we open up legal means for these people to come in here? Then they don't have to give the cartels money. They're making more money off human trafficking right now because of our immigration system. It doesn't allow more people. And the Republicans do not have a bill to allow more people to come here legally.
I mean, so your answer to illegal immigration is just magically legalize everyone?
No, it's to open up legal paths so these people don't have to leave their livelihood in these countries and carry a bag and walk through the jungle with their kids.
By the logic that you're using, we could make murder absolutely not a thing by simply pretending that murder is now legal.
What?
Cut to November 6th. 2024. Most men, including young unmarried men, voted for a candidate that has planned to strip women even further of their right to receive life-saving medical care, which will lead to more women dying. This has been proven, it's indisputable. If Trump moves forward with his abortion plans, which he has planned to do, a lot more women will die unnecessarily from complications of pregnancy. And I know that some of the situations it's going to lead back to the state, but again, what happens in the deep red states that enforce abortion bans? Women are going to die. Doctors in deep red states are afraid to perform life-saving medical procedures because they're worried they might go to jail. It's also worth noting that the majority of women that get abortions are already mothers, so you're leaving children motherless by enacting these policies. So much for preserving the traditional family. Now, of course, there are a lot of policies that Trump has run on that I really don't agree with, but we're going to focus on abortion for now because that is one that affects anyone with a uterus in this country. country, and it's a pretty widespread issue that deals directly with this entire discussion as a whole. With a new Trump presidency on the way, many men felt emboldened online to say some of the most heinous shit I've ever heard.
Your body, my choice.
In the week since Donald Trump was elected president again, sexist and abusive attacks on women have ramped up on social media.
Hey, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again.
In its report, the ISD said harassment is already moving offline with young girls and parents sharing real-world experiences involving the phrase, your body, my choice, on social media, including, quote, the phrase being directed at them within schools or chanted by young boys in classes.
Your body, my choice. Take it like a good girl. Men won. Keep your legs closed and losing your single rate of murder won't be an issue. Women are genuinely the most overreactive,
spelled wrong,
emotionally told little menstrual creatures, aren't they? Body count on 100. Make me a sandwich, ho. Ha ha ha, now zip it and make me a sandwich. Shouldn't you be out getting fitted for your handmaid's outfit? Your body, my choice. Ha ha. The right to spread your legs with no repercussions? Womp womp, I'm hungry. Keep ought in your pants then.
Again, wrong.
Sandwich now, chop chop. Well, at least I can buy groceries now. Who gives a fuck about your rights? Find a husband with a job now. Have fun losing your right.
And after reading the exit polls and a few too many your body, my choice comments, women were upset and felt betrayed by the men in their lives. They felt like these men didn't give a fuck about them, so they came out with their own videos.
All these men talking about, Trump men talking about how they can't get laid, that they're so tired, there's a loneliness epidemic. You bitches just made it so much worse. You made it so much worse. Good luck getting laid now. Good luck finding a woman now.
And you know what? The more I think about it, I don't want to hear shit about a male loneliness epidemic. Save it. Save it for your journal. Save it for your mother. Save it for your grandmother. Save it for your next argument with your father. I don't care where you put it. Put it anywhere but here. Because I don't give a fuck. Look at the way that men voted in this election. Is this a men's loneliness epidemic, or is it the natural consequences of men being reared in such a way that actively puts them against women's rights, and then they grow up and they expect to be able to marry a woman?
No fun for you within the foreseeable future. Within these next 4 years, not if I have anything to do with it. We don't want you. You are being cut off. You will not have access. For these next 4 years, you are going to be blue-balled.
What I am about to say, I say as a man who works in a mental health field, who is married to a woman in a staunchly conservative state. I do not care about the male loneliness epidemic at all. Not right now. It is not my job to help y'all dudes cope with loneliness that you continue to cause yourselves. If you want positive companionship with women, or at all, you need to start voting for other people's interests instead of exclusively your own.
I'm about to sit here and sip my tea as I watch that male loneliness epidemic skyrocket. Yeah, and I'm gonna enjoy every fucking waking moment of it. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna smile. I'm gonna cackle. I'm gonna laugh. Y'all are gonna have all this power, and still no woman will actually fucking love you. I hope that even after all this power, you're still sad, pathetic, and lonely. No, women aren't gonna care about your mental health because you don't even care about their physical well-being. And I'm not gonna care about your mental health because, well, you don't care about it.
I need men in this country to understand how badly they fucked up this week. You thought the current male loneliness epidemic was hard? Congratulations. Women are never going to speak to men or give us the time of day ever again.
I really don't ever want to hear shit about the male loneliness epidemic ever again! You deserve to be lonely. You're a terrible person. You're voting away women's rights and everyone else's rights because you think it's cool and whatever. You deserve to be lonely. You don't deserve a girlfriend. You don't deserve a family and children. If you want people to care about your mental health, you need to start caring about other people besides yourself. Oh my God!
Men will get rejected and become misogynists. Do you know what makes women misandrists? Being raped, abused, harassed, lied to, cheated on. We are not fighting the same fight.
The way that young men in this country got it into their heads that voting for Trump and voting against the rights of women would make them tough guys, so bonkers to me. Nothing could be further from the truth. And I just want to ask, do you think that the Punisher would be okay with the government trying to control his wife's body? Seriously, this is a thought experiment. Do you think Frank Castle, the Punisher, the super tough badass you all pretend to be in your fantasies, do you think he would just sit back and take it when the government tried to control his wife's body? Do you think that John Wick would be okay watching his wife bleed out from a miscarriage in a fucking parking lot because she can't get a termination of pregnancy procedure to save her life? Because I don't think they would. I think they would tell the government to stay the fuck away from the women they love because that's what actual strong men do. Rolling over and just taking it like a dog when other men try to come after the women you love, that's weak. It's the weakest thing I can think of.
And honestly, this is a fair reaction because while men are dealing with increased depression and isolation, women are going to be literally dying. Like, cannot be avoided, women will be dying. Women can't therapy their way out of needing a life-saving procedure. Women can't join a tennis club to make more friends to avoid death when they get sepsis. This reaction was appropriate for the situation at hand, and this infighting continued over the next few days. The U.S. Coalition for People Who Date Men came out with an announcement, the 4B movement. The 4B movement is a feminist movement originated in South Korea by women who rejected traditional expectations around relationships and marriage to men. The 4 tenets are the 4 no's. No dating men, no sex with men, no marriage with men, and no childbirth. The movement movement arose in response to gender inequality, violence against women, and the expectations of women in South Korean culture. And many women who felt betrayed by men in the 2024 US election are aligning with this movement. And it is worth noting that the vast majority of women doing this are doing it to protect themselves from rape, to protect themselves from abuse, to protect themselves from being forced to have a baby they don't want, to protect themselves from dying from complications of pregnancy, to protect their peace and their happiness. In the past few decades, women have been able to make the choice whether they want to be with men in the first place. Women are graduating from college at a higher rate than men, and they've been able to be financially independent. They haven't had to marry a man. Has that stopped women from marrying men? Of course not. But with the 4B movement, this choice has now been taken to the next level, standing as a movement, going cold turkey. And I do think, in general, this is a good idea because it sends a really powerful message. But I do have a few critiques and caveats. For example, the 4B movement has been critiqued for its transphobia and homophobia, not including trans women and lesbians in their movement, and not accounting for trans men whose reproductive safety is also at risk. And we're not doing that here. Everyone with a uterus is welcome, and our trans sisters are protected by our sisterhood. And another thing, this has historically been an American problem, but we need to make sure that we are keeping in mind Black women, Native women, brown women, because even now, white women continue to act against their own self-interests and center themselves in conversations around feminism and actively exclude women of color. We're not doing that here. Solidarity is not conditional. We are not free until we're all free, and white women's whiteness should not be a stronger driver of their activism than womanhood. Regarding the 4B movement, a quick word of caution. If the US is going forward with the 4B movement, or some version of it, the violence against women will increase. Historically, when women don't give men what they want, they try to take it by force. In South Korea, where this movement was founded, domestic violence against women has increased dramatically in recent years. A surge in dating violence in South Korea has led to an alarming number of deaths in recent years, but a lack of specific laws to address such violence has often allowed perpetrators to get away with lenient punishments, with experts underscoring the need for a stronger legal framework. In one recent incident, a medical student in his 20s allegedly killed his victim on a high-rise rooftop in broad daylight when she demanded a breakup. Another case involved a man who unlawfully entered his former partner's house and strangled her to death. In March, yet another man stabbed his ex-partner to death after she broke up with him. These cases represent only a fraction of a concerning trend. The National Police Agency has reported a sharp increase in dating violence cases from about 49,000 in 2020 to a record high of more than 77,000 in 2023, with more than 19,000 reports so far this year. However, out of nearly 14,000 alleged perpetrators of dating violence in 2023, only 310 individuals, 2.22%, were arrested specifically for such crimes. The National Police Agency confirmed to Korea Pro. And I want to remind everyone that this doesn't have to be our future. My advice to women is to take self-defense classes if you're able, and arm yourself if that is something you are comfortable with. Despite how afraid I am of guns, I am taking a gun safety course and I am interested in purchasing a gun just to protect myself. I know that's not going to be for everybody, especially if you are someone at high risk for suicide. If you have a gun in your house, I believe it increases your risk of suicide by like 400%. So if you are someone who is at risk, do not go out and purchase a gun. There are plenty of other ways that you can protect yourself. I know many women they've purchased like I forget the poundage, but a master lock like wrapped around a bandana, because that's something you can carry in many different places. For example, pepper spray is something you can't carry a lot of places, but the master lock with wrapped around a bandana it's a common enough item that is allowed to be carried just kind of anywhere, and you can swing it and protect yourself and hit someone in the face if they are attacking you. In the meantime, men, protect the women in your life. This is a role that you can actively play to make women feel more safe and to show women that you are a safe person to be around. We can avoid this future if we take the proper countermeasures. Now, at this point, you might be calling me a man-hating misandrist, someone with daddy issues, saying that I wish all men were dead, blah, blah, blah. But it might surprise you that the majority of my oldest friends, as in the people I've been friends with the longest, are men. I've been friends with some of these men for almost 15 years at this point. One of them got married this past summer, which was very exciting. I know there are good ones, but the only good ones are the ones that are willing to listen to women. That is the key. They have to listen when women talk about the things that make them feel unsafe. I've always been outspoken, for better or for worse. And I've always been very honest with my friends, regardless of gender. I'm not afraid of conflict. And I've always believed that honesty is the best policy. Whenever my friends who are men have said something misogynist or racist in the past, I've called them out for it. I started doing this as early as high school with simple phrases like, come on, man, that's not cool. Or actually, that's not true. That's a common misconception. Or that's pretty fucked up. And then I will explain why, and they listened. Now, that doesn't really happen nearly as often anymore because they know their responsibility. These men know that they have to do the work if they really care about the women, the queer people, and the people of color in their lives and beyond. They have taken the steps to continue educating themselves and being cognizant of those voices and those stories. And they're not perfect. They still make mistakes, but they also don't get super sensitive and offended when I correct them. And I know that I'm very lucky and I'm very privileged that around these men, I don't have to worry about my own personal safety. Even further, I know that if a bad situation were to come up, they would look out for me. And they have. Because when you're friends with someone for that long and you do enough stupid shit, sometimes you end up in dangerous situations. And as a woman, those dangerous situations are more likely. So having these men around me that I can trust has made my life easier because I know that they have my safety in mind. They're thinking about it the way I would. And guess what? This is gonna make the red-pilled men so mad. Every single one of these men that are kind and patient and listen, every single one of them has either a long-term girlfriend or they're married. Every single fucking one. Can you imagine that? Men that value women actually get pussy. What a fucking concept. On the other side of that, the men that are not in my life anymore, the ones that I did try to talk to that immediately shut down, took my words as a personal attack, or otherwise just cared more about their fragile ego than they do about women's safety, are fucking chronically single. Straight and queer women have told men what they want time and time again. Through direct conversations, things like stand-up comedy, movies, books, TV shows, Reddit posts, even in comment sections. And the reality is, these women don't want to be with them because many men just don't fucking care to listen. So now women are bowing the fuck out because the majority of men voted directly against their rights, and 15 million men didn't think their rights were important enough to vote for in the first place. And I want to talk now directly to any men who have come across this video that might be falling down the alt-right pipeline. What exactly have commentators like Charlie Kirk, Andrew Tate, Ben Shapiro done for you lately? Have they actually made you any happier? Like truly happier? Have they actually helped you improve your circumstances at all? Do you have a girlfriend? Have you bootstrapped yourself enough to buy a house? Do you have a Bugatti? Sorry, I couldn't resist. Or are you just further ostracized from the women and other marginalized people in your life? Have you just solidified yourself in your echo chambers and refrained from doing absolutely any inner work yourself? Because contrary to popular belief, self-improvement isn't just gassing yourself up. It's reckoning with the parts of you that are ugly and bad and harmful and working through them. What am I doing that hurts people? Why do I feel this way? What can I do to be better? What can be done? So, what can be done? I still think it's valuable to talk openly and honestly to the men in your life because some of them will listen. But I think the bigger burden of responsibility here in this conversation is, yes, on men. Because the reality is, the ones that are already red-pilled won't listen to us. We have fucking tried. We've been trying for generations. So if you're a man watching this video and you want puss, you better make sure your neighbor Kyle doesn't turn into a neo-Nazi and convince as many men as possible to vote for our rights next time. You can have these conversations standing up for women anywhere. And every time you do, just know that the women in your life appreciate it and you are doing the right thing, even if they aren't there to praise you for it. Trying to make the world safer for marginalized groups will always make you a finer piece of ass than an Andrew Tate bootlicker. Also, let me be clear. When I encourage people in marginalized groups to, quote, talk to men in your life, I'm not talking about black women. Y'all have done enough. I have been listening to you say the same shit, give the same warnings since 2016, and people haven't fucking listened. The labor's on us now. White women specifically. We gotta get our fucking house in order. Give the people of color in your life, particularly the black women in your life, give them a fucking break. Give them a fucking break. And for any women participating in the 4B movement There's an initiative in America where we are making the pockets hurt of industries that rely on women. So, for example, not going to clubs anymore. Clubs and nightlife spaces are where women are the product. They are the draw. Bring back house parties. They're cheaper, they're safer, and you never have to listen to another fucking Chris Brown song in the wild again. Another thing women can do is be an active support system for the women in your life. Include trans women, include women of color. I know I keep saying this, but I feel like I have to keep saying this because some of y'all won't get it. If you are a man looking to expand your emotional vocabulary and have deeper connections with the men in your life, I found this Psychology Today article that was very helpful that will hopefully make this process a little bit more approachable for you if you're actually interested in making change. Number 1, identify people who have already earned some trust. Surely there are some people who have already earned some trust from you. This may not be a long list, and that's okay. Deep, trusting relationships are not built with just anyone. A few qualities to look in those who are worthy of trust and qualities you will want to develop to earn the trust of others. Honest, but non-judgmental. Patient, knows how to listen sincerely, consistent, and reliable. Number 2, seek out moments of connection. Be intentional about spending time with the people you've identified. Show that you've invested in the relationship by giving them a call or asking them out to coffee. Number 3, take incremental emotional risks. When connecting with these people, take the risk of sharing more of yourself than normal. Don't worry about saying it just right. The important part is letting this person see more of who you are beneath the surface. If emotions come up, breathe and let them be seen. Number 4, open up a step at a time. Trust is built through gradual self-disclosure, and sharing more does not always mean it builds faster. Start gradually, a step at a time, one brick on top of the other. Quote, oversharing or quote, trauma dumping is not vulnerability and doesn't lead to a real connection. When opening up, think about whether you're talking with this person or talking at them. It's meant to be a conversation with give and take. Number 5, be present and return the trust. Make space for the other person to open up as well. Listen to understand, not respond. Use body language that shows you're present, facing them, arms uncrossed, with good eye contact and steady breathing. If they open up and share something painful or difficult, breathe through it and sit with them in discomfort. Holding that space for them is a powerful way to build trust and connection. Number 6, breathe through the vulnerability hangover. Sometimes after we take those emotional risks, we can walk away with the feeling of, yikes, maybe I shared too much. This is a normal feeling after we share something vulnerable. It's much like a good workout, leaving our vulnerability muscle with a bit of an ache. Take steady breaths and let the feeling pass. Vulnerability is an act of courage and you'll be stronger for it. For anyone out there interested in making a change, this is a warning to everyone. When coalitions and various marginalized groups start standing in solidarity together, those interested in upholding white supremacy, including our own government, historically have created wedges between them. Remember that. For example, one pipeline for liberal women to conservative women is trans issues. Stoking the transphobia that we have in our society to get liberal women more on the side of conservative women. This is the tunnel to the alt-right. Obviously, there's many different examples of this, but just know in terms of solidarity, we are not free until we're all free. So if you're someone who's a feminist, you are also someone who should be standing with something like Black Lives Matter, with Free Palestine, standing up against toxic masculinity and the patriarchy, aligning with unions, etc., etc. Like I said, we're not free until we're all free. Just to wrap this up, because I know y'all have been here a while, I know there are men out there willing to listen. I know there are men out there who do care, but there are so many who do not give a fuck. They don't give a shit. They don't want to learn. They don't want to make their problems better. They just want to blame it on someone else instead of going after the real enemy, which is, of course, always patriarchy and capitalism. But if you are one of the good ones, if you are a man watching this video, thank you for being here. If you agree enough with what I said to do something about it, we need you. We need you to talk to the men in your life who don't give a fuck about this and try to make them care. I am lucky to have a partner of several years that is constantly advocating for my own safety, my mental health, and my happiness. This is a man that is constantly having conversations with his family and his friends and checking them on their bullshit. This is a man who, when I opened up to him about my sexual assault, he spent the next few weeks looking up stories of other women who had been sexually assaulted and learned how he could be a better boyfriend to me based on their experiences. This is a man who does most of the cooking in our house because I work 2 jobs. This is a man that when Trump got elected, he said, quote, "I will do literally everything in my power to protect you and keep you safe. Nothing is going to harm you while I'm around." And when he is vulnerable, I, as his partner, am respectful of that. He creates a safe place for me and I create a safe place for him. This is the home that we've built together. When he cries, I console him and I never make him feel bad about that. We have an equal partnership. We lean on each other. He makes my life better, easier, and happier. And I do the same for him. I know that most people that date men This is what they want. They want someone who is kind, who is patient, who listens, who will pull their weight. And the sad reality is, most men just don't do that. But over these next 4 years, we all have our parts to play. White women continue to be a fucking disappointment. And as a white woman, it's my job to show people of color that I am a safe person with my actions. I will be advocating for their rights as well as my own. I have to show them through my actions that I care about their safety and their happiness. Men are in the same position. Show them you're one of the good ones. Women are not your enemy. This establishment wants you angry. And I can't have empathy for your plight if you don't have empathy for anyone else's. If you're only thinking about yourself, this conversation is a full stop. But if you are at all interested in making this world a better place, there's room for you. Listen to marginalized voices. Hear what they need and relay that in spaces where only you are welcome. It's not going to be comfortable. It's probably going to feel weird if you've never done that kind of advocacy before. But it does get easier, and this is how you make things better. You change minds, you shift perspectives. It's done before, and we can do it again. As always, I have Rwan's GoFundMe linked below. She was supposed to attend university this year, but Israel bombed her home and her school out of existence. If you are unable to donate, make sure to leave a like and a comment to boost the algorithm, because there's got to be someone on this godforsaken app that can give $1 or $2. I recently finished a D&D campaign where all of the ad revenue goes directly to Palestinian families, so by literally watching D&D, you are helping the people of Palestine. I have a playlist linked in the upper right corner and in the description as well. Make sure to check out our sponsor Surfshark below. It really helps my channel, and it would be really awesome if I could work with them in the future. Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want to hear more from me. Please take care of yourselves. Bye.
My name's Ramisha Satar. For me, being a creative director and a designer is finding the happy middle ground between both and being able to world build. Some of my favorite mediums are collage art, animation, illustration.
I feel like such a jaded elder talking about this. I never thought I'd see the day. He did it. Son of a bitch, he did it. Hello, ladies, men, and non-binary friends. Welcome back. My name is Scully, and I actually have some good news to tell you today. For the first time in years, I feel like we are uniting as a nation. Working class Republicans and Democrats alike have come together to say,
he was the best guy around.
What about the people he murdered?
What murder?
The public response to this bloodsucker getting absolutely murked in broad daylight after he spent his career building policies that were more concerned with making money than actually saving people's lives has been entirely predictable. According to the 2021 census, it's estimated that Americans owe at least $220 billion in medical debt, despite over 90% of Americans having some form of insurance. I've wanted to talk about this for years, how I think insurance is like such a scam because in almost every case, medical, automotive, etc., you're paying every month to prevent yourself from paying a lot when something bad happens. That's like the premise, right? But when you do get into an accident, you usually have to pay anyway, so like, what the fuck is the point? What the fuck are we doing here? I truly can't overstate how important this is for unifying the working class. And I don't really know why so many in the ruling and corporate class are like surprised. You have to be so horrendously out of touch to not realize how much people are struggling for like groceries. We are the richest country in the world, and most of us can barely afford to pay food and rent. Not to mention, we as a country have become so desensitized to gun violence. But that worked in their favor when they were bombing hospitals and schools in other countries, when we saw a school shooting every other week, but our government did nothing about gun reform or mental health, and only gave us thoughts and prayers, because they didn't want to politicize such a tragedy.
Y'all really raised the school shooter generation, and now you're asking us for sympathy. You normalize gun violence to the point where we take days to weeks off of school to practice what to do when an armed gunman comes into our building. And now you're upset. You want us to cry because some man got shot in broad daylight? This happens. Welcome to a regular Tuesday at school in America.
Now, it's not so good when people are assassinating and threatening the ruling class. Now it's a big deal. Now it's worthwhile news. Now we're the monsters for not thinking about this person and their family. This is the story. This is the life that has taken up the coverage in the news cycle for the past 2 weeks. This guy with a net worth of $43 billion. This guy who didn't have to work another day in his life, while the people getting coverage from him and his company are struggling to provide for themselves, for their family, for their communities. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
If you have ADHD or you just don't like reading in general, you never have to read again. Get this app called Speechify. Take a picture of your work and it reads it to you.
Plant cells are surrounded by a porous cell wall that varies in thickness.
Essays, textbooks, I cannot recommend it more. If you're still watching, make sure you go download Speechify.
Hi, it's Mark Barden from Sandy Hook Promise. Can I please count on your help to ramp up pressure on Congress to do more to prevent school shootings? Every day, 17 children are shot in this country. Many of them die, and many of them are injured. And many of them are shot in places where they should be safe, like their classrooms in their schools. These tragedies are not inevitable, they're preventable. There are sensible reforms that will spare other families and communities from the horrific school shootings that are plaguing our country. Solutions like providing training to ensure that every student knows the warning signs of danger and how to get the help that people need that will save lives. So please sign the petition today to help protect more children from gun violence.
I was at the doctor's office today, and the person in line in front of me was having all these problems because the procedure that they were supposed to get done had been denied by their health insurance company. Even though they had waited all the way until December when their deductible had met to get this procedure done, they were supposed to get it done back in February, but their insurance company said, no, we won't cover it until you meet your deductible. So they waited all the way until December for when their deductible was met, and then they were trying to get it done today, but now their insurance company is dragging their feet and denying their claim, which is really sinister because the deductible resets in like 2 weeks, and part of that is a holiday period, so we know nothing's going to happen. So basically they gaslit this person all year into thinking that their procedure would be covered, and now it's not, and it's thousands of dollars and they can't afford it. There are still people in this country who don't think that CEOs and boards of directors and private equity is not horrible, is not evil. Okay, these aren't laws. It's not like the law of gravity. Nobody said that deductibles and deductibles resetting in January has to exist. CEOs made that up. Boards of directors made that up to make more money. Stop acting like the rules that these people come up with to make themselves more money are law. That they are just undeniable, and that's the way that things have to be. This is not the way that things have to be.
But this didn't stop media outlets from wagging their little fingers at us for being bad little boys, girls, and MBs, for not getting down on our knees and crying about someone who ran a company that denied 1/3 of their claims of the insurers. A company that made over $22 billion in profit. In profit! Last year. Profit from the pockets of everyday people like you and me. And, again, unsurprisingly, people did not respond kindly to this. They really showed their asses with this one. The curtain has been pulled back, the smoke has disappeared, the wizard is not real, and it has become dramatically clear to the people that follow these large media corporations that the media is not here to protect or vouch for us. Asterisk, corporate media in most cases. They are here first and foremost to protect the systems in place which benefit people that are already wealthy and are already in power.
The media is not covering the protests on healthcare. They're not covering the mass walkouts on college campuses. They're really trying to paint Luigi as this terrible person, but we're not buying it. This has united all Americans across political parties. And the powers that be in the media are really trying their hardest, but it's not working. I went to Egypt back in September, and I had a bacterial infection when I got there from Egypt. I had to go to the emergency room. I had to get an IV drip. I had to get not just saline, but several medications in this IV drip. I had to also get prescription medications that were delivered. I knew it was going to be less than it would have been in the States, but I know it's probably going to have to shell out a few $100s. Tell me why $23 for all of it. That's including the emergency room visit and delivery or the prescriptions. $23.
We are watching in real time the fourth estate, meaning legacy media, right-wing media, closing rank around the billionaire class to defend their interests. They are completely compromised and owned by the billionaire interests, so they cannot criticize them. This is the great unspooling. Class warfare is upon us. And then, God forbid you watch Fox News, you'll see Laura Ingraham simultaneously condemn this guy as a lunatic and then say that the man who killed that Subway performer was a hero. So you see, it's never been more apparent who the media is there to protect, and because of that, credulity is strained, and people are going to go to different sources, like Taylor Lorenz or somebody like that, for their coverage, right? Because the hypocrisy is just too great at this point.
In this time, mainstream media has failed to cover a number of related issues, including protests, student walkout. They have solely focused on slandering the nature of this crime and trying to get us to feel bad. I wonder why that is. In the days after this assassination, memes were going around about how people's insurance doesn't cover their eyesight, so they didn't see anything. Thoughts and deductibles. If I see the adjuster, I didn't see shit. But all good things must come to an end. And eventually, a McDonald's worker called 911, reporting that she spotted the suspected adjuster. Her name was Nancy. Why that is. In the days after this assassination, memes were going around about how people's insurance doesn't cover their eyesight, so they didn't see anything. Thoughts and deductibles. If I see the adjuster, I didn't see shit. But all good things must come to an end. And eventually, a McDonald's worker called 911, reporting that she spotted the suspected adjuster. Her name was Nancy. Why that is. In the days after this assassination, memes were going around about how people's insurance doesn't cover their eyesight, so they didn't see anything. Thoughts and deductibles. If I see the adjuster, I didn't see shit. But all good things must come to an end. And eventually, a McDonald's worker called 911, reporting that she spotted the suspected adjuster. Her name was Nancy. Why that is.
Stop doing this. Let me show 3 iPhone mistakes made by old people.
DARE anti-drug programs, remember those? Remember DARE from school? Y'all remember DARE?
Cop will come to your school, open up a briefcase of drugs.
They try to scare kids away from drugs by sending cops into schools.
You guys remember that? You remember how bad this program was?
This is the 2001 Board of Directors for the DARE program. Before I show you who's on it, I want you to ask yourself, who would you want running DARE? Maybe social scientists or educators. These people are going to wield the power of the police and shape how millions of children view drugs, crimes, and their own body. All right. Ready? If you said 4 billionaires, 18 multimillionaires, their lawyers, 3 cops, one of whom is a convicted felon, 2 who are involved in corruption scandals, their friends, the NFL player who's at the center of RFK's assassination conspiracy theories, a boxer who reportedly uses steroids, 2 people on the Epstein list, and this guy who, after the FBI did an undercover sting, caught him trying to launder money to cover up a cocaine trafficking operation. If you said that, then you'd be right.
The DARE program is... It's nonsense. I mean, we can be honest about it.
By 1995, DARE, or Drug Abuse Resistance Education, was in 75% of all American school districts. They sent thousands of police officers into tens of thousands of elementary schools to teach 10-year-olds to say no to drugs. It was backed by presidents.
People like these DARE officers are making a real impression.
Celebrities.
Little kids doing drugs.
It even got its own national holiday. 114 million Americans went through DARE. That's 34% of the entire population.
What we were talking about are the consequences for using marijuana and not using marijuana.
I just want to shake some sense into you kids that are using drugs and thinking about using. So remember, don't.
And then we found out that it didn't work.
Cheers.
Cheers. A while back, Mia and I were talking about the DARE program.
Because genuinely, what the fuck?
Specifically, how bad its failure was. Some studies, like this one, found that DARE students were more likely than non-DARE students to experiment with drugs. Whoops.
How did that happen?
And then Mia had a question.
Everyone knows about DARE. Everyone knows that it failed. But what I'm missing is, like, did they not test that it worked? Like, the people that made it?
For years, DARE has been laughed at.
Just say
now to crack!
Trendy, goofy teens wear their t-shirt around to mock its demise. We all came up with our own theories as to why DARE didn't work. We kind of dismissed it as yet another failed government program. And we never properly investigated the private corporation, a non-profit that often doesn't act like one, that somehow was able to get a dysfunctional drug program and police officers into your school and mine. This video was supposed to be a nostalgic explainer of America's biggest accident, but over the past 4 months, we've been combing through thousands of documents, interviewing cops, historians, journalists, and discovered that behind this program is a buried story, using high-powered lawyers, attacking journalists and researchers when they tried to bring the truth to light. The people at DARE ruined careers to protect themselves. I want to show you all of this, because when you look at the people who were behind the program, you start to see what DARE was really all about.
And then 12-year-old kids were like, okay, crack sounds fun.
And then all the kids would be like, now I want drugs.
Clandestine meeting in the Mojave Desert, illegal guns being sent to the Contras by the CIA.
They did studies that showed that it's actually ineffective, in some cases actually harmful.
The story that's told is that DARE had good intentions, that they built a program that they thought would work, and it just didn't. However, I quickly learned there's a lot more to that story. After talking with Mia, I went out and picked up this book. It was written by a professor of history at Ball State University, and it's phenomenal. But there's one part that left me with way more questions than answers. So I reached out.
My name is Shelley Walker, and I was born in Colorado.
In 1983, a group of researchers affiliated with USC just wrapped up a meeting with the Los Angeles School Board.
It's not like they didn't have drug prevention efforts going on. The LA Unified School District actually had been piloting a program called Project SMART.
The researchers in charge of Project SMART were leaving a school board meeting when a man approaches them.
Actually approached the Project SMART researchers.
His name was Daryl Gates.
And Gates is kind of like, well, what if we can take the Project SMART and just have police teach it.
Having serious objections to police involvement, they said no. But according to one of Gates's right-hand men,
if you told Gates that he was wrong, he would crush you.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Because 114 million kids went through this program. So what do you mean he'll crush you? What do you mean by that?
This idea of like, if only they had known, does not apply.
They fucking knew? Did they know?
So the SMART researchers agreed to share their findings. They had been testing 2 different approaches. One of them they found didn't work.
And they said, we found that this affective component wasn't working. We've dropped it. We don't use that anymore because we found that it was not having the right effects.
These researchers had found that it made kids more likely to do drugs.
Before it launched.
And that's what they told him.
The other side of it, what they called peer resistance training, was more effective. What ends up happening, there's no real documentation of why this occurred, is that they kept the affective education component in.
So the part that they knew didn't work.
DARE kept that piece in.
What do you take from that? Is this just a PR stunt? Or do you think there might be other stuff going on behind the scenes?
Well, with Gates, there's always other stuff going on.
This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
Max's book is a phenomenal breakdown of DARE's expansion, its impacts on culture, policing, the nuances of the hundreds of studies that went into DARE. But I want to show you a completely different angle.
Yeah. All right. That's right. Oh, no.
Okay, so I talked to this guy. He's a former cop, and he was there. Like, he worked directly under the founder of DARE when and where it was created.
Okay.
And I think the problem is that we all just kind of assumed that DARE's failure was a big mistake. Let me just show you what he said.
Why are we doing this program? Because that's internally, that's what most people thought. So why are we doing this?
Wait, tell me more about that.
They just thought it was a ridiculous idea. Most people within the departments, everybody said it's not going to work.
What? Okay.
Marijuana. Oh, was it good?
When one of the smart researchers learned that DARE was using the effective approach, he reached out to try to help fix it. But DARE was never interested, speculating that DARE had other motives. DARE didn't need fixing. What it needed was money and friends in high places. Though not technically true, the point still stands. Another smart researcher put it bluntly. DARE had never talked to a scientist until it got into some trouble in 1993. When DARE was already in 52% of school districts, making the question, if their goal wasn't efficacy, what was it?
It is truly my great pleasure to welcome DARE to NASDAQ.
It's June 4th, 1968. A 15-year-old boy walks into the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. He's there on an assignment for his high school newspaper. U.S. Senator Robert F. Kennedy is in town, and he's giving a speech at the hotel. The boy's assignment is to take photos of it.
My thanks to all of you, and now it's on to Chicago, and let's win there.
Following the speech, the 15-year-old is following the senator around, snapping photos, when
Senator Kennedy had been shot.
He's been shot?
That's right.
a former NFL player named Rosie Greer subdued Sirhan Sirhan, who we now know as the assassin of Robert Kennedy. Realizing that Kennedy had just been shot, the high school photographer starts taking photos of everything he can. Then, the LAPD appears. The boy is detained. All his photos, 3 entire rolls of film, are taken from him. 2 months later, the LAPD secretly burns 2,410 photos taken during the investigation. In time, they also destroy ceiling panels with bullet holes in them, x-rays of those ceiling panels, and spectrographic analyses of the bullets.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place. Where your breakfast faves like pancakes, eggs, and bacon, or French toast with sausage and eggs are all just $6. The new value menu, every day at IHOP.
Why would you do that? It's all quite suspicious. During this time, a young officer at the LAPD is climbing the ranks. His name is Daryl Gates, and he was just in charge of the intelligence division, but got a promotion to be assistant chief.
He was a narcissist, and his ego was beyond belief.
Gates is about to build an infamous reputation.
A man who Pulitzer Prize-winning journalists have called egomaniacal and paranoid. He is responsible for the creation of the SWAT team.
Oh.
And commits a move that will change policing forever. A brutal, unprovoked raid on the Black Panthers. Meanwhile, the intelligence division that Gates oversaw breaks off into two different categories: the Organized Crime Intelligence Division, or OCID, and the Public Disorder Intelligence Division, or PDID. Almost immediately, the PDID neglects its mission to serve public disorder and focuses on the real enemy. Building dossiers on journalists, labor unions, civil rights groups, public servants, anti-war activists, and the mayor. Of course.
This paranoia that the LAPD had under Daryl Gates extended way beyond the city of LA. He had officers undercover all around the world.
I know this guy sounds like a conspiracy theorist, but he's actually a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist. Check yourself.
Part of what you were revealing, he had like hundreds of people, right?
He had, we don't know how many he had.
We're not talking FBI. This
is LAPD.
LAPD, a local municipal police force, hundreds of agents undercover, and some of them internationally.
Hundreds of agents in the unit that supervised the undercover officers.
Soon, the PDID starts to get in trouble. They got caught running covert intelligence missions by sending undercover officers into schools, not to investigate a crime, but instead to build political dossiers, signifying that the LAPD and Daryl Gates are becoming increasingly obsessed with power. And it's working. Legions of police officers are starting to look towards Daryl Gates for their next move.
Watergate. The White House called it a third-rate burglary, but it escalated into the worst political scandal in American history.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
In the wake of the Watergate scandal, America started to wake up. The government wasn't just watching its enemies anymore, it was watching everyone. The FBI ran COINTELPRO, and the CIA was doing the same through Operation MH Chaos. Local, state, and federal agencies all got in on it. So cities, states, Congress started pushing back, passing laws like this one. These laws say, if you're spying on someone, if there's no crime committed, you have to delete the file. Around this same time, they expand the Freedom of Information Act. And this guy, a congressman from New York, wants answers. He wants to know what really happened to Robert F. Kennedy. So he looks at LA and starts asking questions. A memo makes its way up the chain of command to Daryl Gates, responding point by point to the representative's questions. A key photograph taken during the investigation of the assassination was kept secret by Los Angeles police, who feared it might contradict official statements. The existence of this photograph is believed to be unknown by anyone outside of this department, and that the LAPD deliberately kept this a secret.
Okay, Michael. Any other questions about your Select Health insurance?
I have exactly...
Soon after, the California Supreme Court comes down on the LAPD, saying, you can't send undercover cops into schools if there's no crime. You can't do this. Then, the LA Board of Police Commissioners orders Daryl Gates' precious PDID to destroy 1.9 million dossiers. The world that Gates built of power, secrecy, and surveillance is officially under threat. Gates' chief gets summoned to DC. The Senate Intelligence Committee wants names. Everyone that's spying for the LAPD. The chief waged a war. His response was a clear declaration that the LAPD was going rogue. It will be a cold day in hell when I provide you with the information you've requested. Back in LA, one of the PDID spies gets a quiet order. We're not going to destroy the records. We want you to hide them. 3 years later, Daryl Gates is promoted to chief, inheriting total control of a rogue, loyal, militarized force with an elite spy network. Daryl Gates is then blessed with a gift, directly from the CIA gods themselves. These new laws didn't say that spying was illegal. They just said, if no crime was committed, you shall maintain no record. Representative Larry McDonald, chair of the right-wing advocacy group known for its conspiracy theories, teams up with his buddies to create the Western Goals Foundation, a domestic intelligence agency.
Those guys came up with the idea of setting up this company to do what the FBI couldn't do.
There is one thing that these new laws cannot regulate. Of course, private businesses. The LAPD funnels its hidden records to the ultra-conservative mini deep state.
He got the files from PDID.
And ramps up.
200 groups were infiltrated over the course of a couple of years.
Spies are sent to the city council, journalists, academics, the ACLU, celebrities, LGBTQ activists, labor unions, and the political left.
And those were being provided to Western Goals.
We were told at one time that there were no undercover agents in this chamber, and in fact there was an undercover agent. You've had officers infiltrating peaceful organizations, law-abiding organizations, infiltrating this council chamber, reporting on what councilmen have said, reporting on roll calls of councilmen, and you're telling me that you're proud of the efforts that have been made?
You seem to know a great deal for a statement that says you don't know anything. Now what is it? Do you know everything or do you don't know everything?
Yes, Mr. Bernardi, I believe so.
We'd come to work and there'd be a helicopter over our building, right? They'd be monitoring us, coming and going and everything. And, we'd stand there going like this at the helicopter.
Journalist Dave Lindorf was a target for the PDID.
The helicopter would follow me at night. One time they followed me all the way home. They were shining their light on me.
Dave and 143 others sue Daryl Gates. Backed by the ACLU, things get hot. Gates strikes back, winning a totally separate case against the ACLU. Undercover cops can operate in schools as long as they're targeting drug dealers. The ACLU plans to appeal. All they have to do is prove one thing, that Gates will abuse that power. So the ACLU focuses their attention on the PDID case. The city attorney representing Gates opens an unlocked file cabinet. He runs to the press, calling PDID a clandestine band of zealots who abuse every single moral and ethical precept. The judge says they're going to order the police to release the files. But before they do, the news breaks.
500 cigarettes. $500 cigarettes. $500 cigarettes.
Gates has been funneling intelligence.
$500 cigarettes. $500 cigarettes.
Gates has been funneling intelligence.
$500 cigarettes.
I was pretty much raised like a veal. I was kept in a small wooden box for the first 16 years of my life. I couldn't really move very well, so my muscles got, succulent and tasty. No, actually, it was a very nice childhood. But I'm an only child, so it was a very protective upbringing, and I was.
Were you glad that you were an only child, or did you wish you had?
I
Unremarkable parking.
Hey, why does every Republican sound like a feminist now?
I fought for her. And I fought for her. I fought for her. For her. For her. For her. I fought for her. For her. We fought for her. And President Trump. President Trump has fought for all of us.
For us.
He fights for us. Fought for us.
President Trump fought for me. For us.
For us.
For us.
For us. For us. I'm so grateful that President Trump has fought for us.
Ah yes, Donald Trump, famous feminist icon. It's all in the context of demonizing trans people, specifically trans women, and it's totally consumed our politics. Welcome to Progressive Primers, a new show I'm doing while I work on bigger, more cinematic videos. This show will provide the layman with a basic overview of American politics from a progressive perspective. I'm starting this show during Pride Month, so I thought I'd make the topic of my first episode about the hot button question, should trans people have rights? Well, I don't know. I feel like since we live in a country that was founded upon the principle that we're all created equal and deserve all the same rights and liberties, and since anyone who has ever opposed rights for minorities has always been remembered as a bigot and a villain of history, it seems to me that the simple answer is yes. But maybe that's just a hunch. So let's look at a primary source, like the Constitution. The 14th Amendment says, "No state shall deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." This basically means the government needs to treat everyone equally. Most legal experts have interpreted this to mean, yes, at least some. But turns out that many of our conservative friends disagree. What are their reasons as to why not?
A trans person is confused about fundamental physical reality. It is a delusion about reality.
Kids are confused enough when they're growing up. I think to add gender confusion to that, which we're doing very, very rapidly, is going to destroy 15 people for every one it saves.
It's a matter of aggressively insulting. It is. The entire discussion is whether we are embracing mental illness and delusion as a society. That's the entire discussion.
No. Ah, yes. Trans people are just confused. It's mass delusion, a common talking point. But is it actually true? Well, as a wise man once said,
facts don't care about your feelings.
So let's look at the facts. There is an increasingly strong scientific consensus that gender dysphoria is a real, actual, not made up condition. Gender dysphoria has been in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders since 2013. Actually, it's technically been there for longer, as the term replaced the outdated term gender identity disorder, which has been in the DSM since 1980. The scientific community largely agrees that gender-affirming care, even for minors, saves lives. Dr. Moira of the American Academy of Pediatrics said in 2022, There is strong consensus among the most prominent medical organizations worldwide that evidence-based, gender-affirming care for transgender children and adolescents is medically necessary and appropriate. It can even be life-saving. The decision of whether and when to start gender-affirming treatment, which does not necessarily lead to hormone therapy or surgery, is personal and involves careful consideration by each patient and their family. This scientific consensus, and yes, it's a scientific consensus, this isn't just an appeal to an authority. This is the result of numerous peer-reviewed studies that found that gender-affirming care has led to significantly lower rates of depression and suicidality among people with dysphoria. It's also been found to be safe. Side effects can cause harm, but they're honestly just as harmful as some of the side effects of other elective procedures. It's also way less harmful than suicide or self-affliction, which unfortunately many untreated patients with gender dysphoria fall victim to. So when red states ban gender-affirming care to protect kids, they're actually doing the opposite. Just as harmful as some of the side effects of other elective procedures. It's also way less harmful than suicide or self-affliction, which unfortunately many untreated patients with gender dysphoria fall victim to. So when red states ban gender-affirming care to protect kids, they're actually doing the opposite. Just as harmful as some of the side effects of other But hottie, we just want to protect kids from dangerous surgery that they'll regret. No, you don't. First of all, the reality is that it's an extremely small number of people who regret transitioning. This 2021 meta-analysis found out that only 1% of patients who undergo gender-affirming surgery regret it. That's a much lower rate than for, say, knee replacement surgery, which one study found had a regret rate of 17%. But the most common reason the study found for why people regret transitioning was not actually related to the side effects or them changing their mind about being trans. No, it was because patients had difficulty being accepted by their friends and families after they transitioned. Bigotry and social ostracization causes the most regret. And by the way, when it comes to trans kids, very few even get surgical interventions. This recent study found that only 2.1 per 100,000 minors aged 15 to 17 got surgeries. That number is even smaller for minors aged 13 to 14, at only 0.1 per 100,000. The researchers could find no data on minors under 12 getting surgery. Now, this data is from 2019, and the numbers could have risen in the years since, but even if you quintuple these numbers, we're still talking about less than 300 or 400 people. That being said, even if the number of kids getting these procedures is microscopic, which it is, we should still keep it legal, as it could be a life-saving option for a select few, and doctors should be free to recommend these procedures if they find it medically appropriate. Another point to bring up is that these state laws only prevent transgender kids from getting medical care, not cisgender kids. Plenty of kids can still get puberty blockers to prevent precocious puberty, aka puberty that occurs at a very early age. Plenty of kids can still get double mastectomies, but only to treat or prevent breast cancer. If these procedures were really that dangerous for minors, then transphobes would want to ban them for kids in all cases, not just to treat gender dysphoria. In both cases, a double mastectomy is still a permanent change to one's body, but how come in one case it's seen as a gross, mutilating procedure, and the other it's seen as a necessary life-saving treatment? The reality is that kids who get these procedures do so with their parents' expressed permission, who have their children's best interest in mind. No 5-year-old is walking into a doctor's office saying, "I feel like a girl," and walking out with a gallon of estrogen. Children generally cannot get medical care without their parents' consent. You all know this. Why are you acting like this is not the case?
As I went over in the talk, for thousands of years, human beings existed, and there was no such thing as trying to medically transition people into another gender.
This means nothing and can simply be debunked by looking at this chart of left-handedness. Obviously, when a minority group is more accepted by society, they become more visible in society. Trans people have existed throughout history. Also, Matt Walsh asks why haven't people been trying to medically transition for thousands of years? What are you talking about? For thousands of years, one of the most common medical practices to cure illness was bloodletting, slitting someone's wrists and letting them bleed out in order to rid the body of impure fluids. The day George Washington died, he woke up with a severe sore throat and had his doctors make several cuts across his body, extracting 80 ounces of blood. This procedure likely only made things worse, and the father of our country died that night in excruciating pain. Some doctors today argue that the bloodletting contributed to his death, and what Washington really had was epiglottitis, which could have been treated simply with antibiotics. We use science now in medicine. Of course, people aren't going to seek medical interventions for their gender dysphoria if they don't even know what that is. But the research isn't that new. Some of the first literature goes back to the early 20th century in Germany and was burned by the Nazis. I know a lot of people instinctively say, we should ban the procedures until they're 18 or 21, and people who say this are just basing their opinions on vibes. No, if a 16-year-old with gender dysphoria goes to a doctor, and the doctor comes to the conclusion that hormone replacement therapy would significantly improve their mental health and even save their life, and their parents go with them and consent, what's wrong with them receiving treatment? I thought you guys were all about parental rights. Why should the government get between a child, a parent, and their doctor? I thought you guys were the party of small government. I think J.J. McCullough, a conservative, and my favorite YouTuber, put it best.
A lot of this kind of stuff is just, the argument is fundamentally, this is gross and weird and not normal, and therefore government should put a stop to it. And I don't know, it's just like, it would be interesting to talk to some of these families and hear their story and hear these voices, right? And not just like the most unattractive, unsympathetic case studies that we can possibly find, you know, which gets so amplified in the right-wing media, you know, people that have transitioned and regret it, you know, these kinds of things, right? Like if you listen to, because that's what I think a lot about. It's like, you know, I was thinking about this the other day. It's like, to put yourself in somebody else's shoes is really a very important aspect of trying to have any sort of reasonable political conversation.
He's right. I know it's cringe to show empathy these days, but discussions about this issue need more sensitivity. Imagine if you felt that you were born in the wrong body and sought care that allowed you to live the way you feel most comfortable. Imagine if your fundamental right to existence and to pursue happiness by expressing your true self was being threatened by politicians because you don't conform to the way they view the world. Seems a lot like authoritarianism to me. What I think the media doesn't focus enough on is how happy trans people are once they get the care and acceptance they need.
More than 50% consider suicide.
That for me was the
they view the world. Seems a lot like authoritarianism to me. What I think the media doesn't focus enough on is how happy trans people are once they get the care and acceptance they need.
More than 50% consider suicide.
That for me was the
they view the world.
Tuesday at school in America. Now it's not.
The ACLU focuses their attention on the PDID case. The city attorney representing Gates opens an unlocked file cabinet. He runs to the press.
Was the turning point. I didn't want to see Ryland to go through that.
I'd rather have a living son than a dead daughter. And I guarantee that if we had pushed back and done what a lot of parents do, I don't think that we would have either one of the kids that you see before you here today.
Allowing him to live authentically and true to himself and be who he really feels like he is. When you get to know Ryland, you see just how proud and confident he is of himself.
This wasn't always a top issue among Republican voters. The current trans panic is very new, dating back to like 2022. See, it seemed that every summer up until then, the right was trying to find a culture war issue to garner support and distract the American people from the fact that they live in the only developed country on earth without paid maternity leave, or universal health care, or the fact that they send trillions of dollars to a Pentagon which can't pass an audit and can't account for hundreds of billions of dollars. In 2020, they fearmongered about BLM, but most Americans actually supported the protests, so that didn't work. In the summer of 2021, the new boogeyman was critical race theory, and while it did lead to Republicans winning the Virginia governorship, it failed to gain much traction beyond that. The outrage was a fad. But by around the summer of 2022 to like early 2023, they finally figured out that if they fearmongered about trans people, they could actually get tens of thousands of working class Americans to vote for the party that bails out the rich and continually tries to take away healthcare. The fearmongering isn't just focused on banning access to gender-affirming care. Its main focus is on something very different: sports. In my opinion, the outrage against trans women in sports has been the right's most effective tool for drumming up opposition to trans visibility in general. Their rhetoric supposedly appeals to the American value of meritocracy and a weird, disingenuous feminism.
Do you think that Trump likes women? Do you think he respects them at all?
Yeah, Trump loves women. I don't know if he respects them. When we say
really?
that people
You don't
supports,
think so?
No.
Why not?
I think the types of statements alone that he makes about women, I think, call that into question. But you said earlier that people support Trump because of his policies. I don't think that's true because I don't even know what policies of Trump that nobody even talks about them.
Oh, really? He posted on his Twitter, he posted that like 20 promises he's going to make to America. He's going to make trans women competing in women's sports illegal. I think that is something that needs to be said, that he does support women in that register.
Are these things are these like the most important issues to you?
I think so.
Okay.
I am a woman after all. At least I know I am.
You're competing in a lot of NCAA or whatever athletic events?
I attended San Jose State. I graduated from there. You do realize that there is a transgender person that's on that volleyball team and nobody on that team was told that there was a transgender woman on there?
I didn't know this is the largest issue in the election for you. It just seems like a pretty minor thing altogether.
I think women's rights in general is a big thing.
The idea that a real woman would lose out to winning a trophy from a biological man is often seen as unfair in the eyes of many normies. Yes, biological men and biological women indeed have inherent physical differences that make one group better suited for certain sports. This is a more complicated issue than trans healthcare, and I do think the left should take it more seriously than just saying, well, who cares about sports? But here's the thing. Most professional sports leagues have already developed rules taking these differences into account. Trans athletes generally cannot play in professional women's leagues until they've gone through at least a year of hormone therapy and have fallen below a certain testosterone level. These rules seem pretty fair to me. It's best to leave this up to individual sports leagues. But Hadi, that's not enough. Okay, but the problem with forcing trans athletes to compete only with members of their biological sex is that you're going to run into the exact same problem with trans men. This is literally what happened in Texas when Mac Beggs, a trans man who was in the process of transitioning by taking testosterone, won the state high school women's wrestling championship in 2017. Transphobes use this as an example to go, see, look, this poor, innocent girl is being beaten up by this violent trans person. Except this isn't a biological man competing against a woman. It's a trans man being forced to compete with women because Texas state law prevented him from competing with men, where he wouldn't have had an unfair advantage. This is literally the result of policies that you advocate for. You're either being dishonest or you're too stupid to understand. It would be far less dangerous for a trans woman to compete against cis women than it would be for a trans man to compete against cis women. But as usual, usual, transphobes like to pretend that trans men don't exist. The weirdest thing is that states that ban trans athletes tend to do it at the school age level. Like, weirdly even for elementary schools, when differences in athletic ability between men and women are far less pronounced, and when the stakes for getting scholarships and awards are minimal. Why? These laws needlessly alienate trans kids to no one's benefit. So why push them through? Well, simple. To bait Democrats into defending an unpopular position. Why is it unpopular? Republican messaging. The GOP spent $215 million during the 2024 cycle on TV advertising against trans issues, with a large focus on banning trans women from women's sports. But how many trans athletes are even out there? Well, according to Charlie Baker, the president of the NCAA, of the 510,000 athletes competing at the collegiate level, fewer than 10 publicly identify as transgender. That makes up 0.0000196078431.4%. No one knows how many trans athletes compete at the high school level, but it's probably also similarly low. All of this uproar for 10 people. But it doesn't matter. The constant push shifted public opinion to the right. A majority of Americans now support banning gender-affirming care for minors. There's also been an 8-point drop in support for anti-discrimination laws for trans people since 2022. 2/3 now support forcing trans athletes to compete in leagues that match their assigned sex at birth, up from 58% just 3 years ago. The anti-trans crusade got Donald Trump, a man who used to passively support trans rights, into becoming the most dangerous threat to their existence. Don't believe me? Here's him in 2015 on bathroom bills.
Do you have any transgender people working in your organization?
I don't know.
No?
I really don't know. I probably do. I really don't know.
So if Caitlyn Jenner were to walk into Trump Tower and want to use the bathroom, you would be fine with her using any bathroom she chooses?
That is correct.
Here's him now.
Gender insanity, child abuse, chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth, and so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. Mutating their physical appearance, mutilation of minor youth. Can you believe this? A concept that was never heard of. Radical left. Under my leadership, this madness will end. Thank you very much.
A few months ago, Trump had a public clash with Maine's governor after he asked her if her state was going to comply with Trump's recent executive order prohibiting federal funding to states that allow trans athletes in women's sports.
But I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding.
See you in court.
Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. And enjoy your life after governor because I don't think you'll be in elected politics.
Yeah, you sure showed her. How many trans athletes are competing in Maine schools? 2. All of this for 2 people. And Maine is one of the few states where we actually know how many trans athletes there are. We don't know how many there are in, say, Mississippi. But it didn't stop their governor from signing a law banning them from playing in women's sports. But hey, no big deal. It's not like Mississippi has any other problems. Why is this seemingly small phenomenon regarding 1% of the US population such a massive part of the discourse? Well, it's definitely not based on bigotry.
Tranny. I don't really care. You want penises in women's bathrooms, and I'm not going to have it.
Okay.
No, thank you.
It's
disgusting.
This is Nancy Mace, a South Carolina Republican congresswoman who has recently become obsessed with trans people. Ever since Congress got its first ever trans member, she's been trying to ban her from using women's bathrooms in the Capitol. And she succeeded. She regularly uses slurs for trans people, calls allies groomers, all in the name of protecting women's spaces. Such a feminist. Look, she even accuses Representative Connolly of mansplaining.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to be counseled by a man over men in women's spaces or men who have mental health issues dressing as women. I'm not being counseled by some guy.
My inquiry is to the chairman, Okay. Mr. Chairman.
The thing is that this is all just a grift. Nancy Mace used to be supportive of trans rights as recently as 2 years ago.
Well, I'm pro transgender rights. I'm pro LGBTQ. Just don't go to the extreme with our kids. Our kids
Define extremism there for me.
Sex change surgery, the hormone blockers that sterilize our children. We shouldn't be doing that when a child is prepubescent or going through puberty.
Let that child go through the natural process of life and let them make that permanent decision when they're older. Now, if they want to take on a different pronoun or a different gender identity or grow their hair out or wear a dress or wear pants or do those things as a minor, those are all things that I think most people would support. Be who you want to be, but don't make those permanent changes when it's a child.
Why'd she shift? Simple. To fundraise and get attention. It's disgusting, but why does she think that this issue will give her attention? What about this issue drives so many clicks, but more important issues don't? Simple. Discussing gender politics is way more entertaining and easier to get into than inflation or the housing crisis. Politicians use the culture war to distract you from the real issues in society that they don't intend on fixing.
It's amazing how strongly people feel about that. You see, I'm talking about cutting taxes, people go like that. Talk about transgender, everyone goes crazy. Who would have thought 5 years ago you didn't know what the hell it was?
State laws restricting the rights of trans people have been a thing before, most famously in 2016 when my home state of North Carolina passed the infamous bathroom bill, restricting trans people from using the bathroom they feel most comfortable. What made this bill different from the more recent ones was the reaction. The passage of HB 2 was met with uproar. Cities and states across the country banned their employees from non-essential travel to North Carolina. The film industry pulled out. Major sports leagues pulled out. Popular musicians canceled performances. PayPal withdrew their plans to expand in Charlotte, costing the city hundreds of jobs. North Carolina got a massive economic punishment for passing a hateful, bigoted bill. The Associated Press estimated that all in all, the bathroom bill would cost the state $3.76 billion over 12 years. And because of this backlash, the law was repealed. This is how woke we were back in the 2010s. But let me ask you a question. If HB 2 became law today, would it even make a blip? Would there be any significant backlash from corporations, celebrities, and state governments at all? Or would it just be seen as one of hundreds of bills across the country being passed to demonize and dehumanize trans people? Why aren't corporations, right now, pulling out of states that ban gender-affirming care for minors, even if their parents consent? This is worse than the bathroom bill. It's literally killing people. Something happened to the culture. It changed. The failure of this legislation is what put trans fear-mongering on the back burner of the conservative media machine for 7 years. It wasn't until they realized that if they made it about kids and sports, they could actually drum up support, particularly by asking their favorite question.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
What is a woman? Define what a woman is without reference to the word woman, please.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can you define what a woman is? A woman is a person who says she is.
It's every transphobe's favorite bad faith question. It's a bad faith question because their definition of a woman, XX chromosomes, is not actually useful in day-to-day life. Sure, chromosomes and reproductive physiology might be useful when determining sex, but it's useless when identifying a person on the street, because you can't see any of those things. Gender is all about presentation and expression. For example, did you know that this fitness coach, whose name I can't pronounce, is actually a trans man? You wouldn't be able to tell that unless if I told you that. He looks like a man, but he doesn't have a single Y chromosome in his body. See how this definition isn't useful? I mean, look at Blair White. She's a trans woman, but you wouldn't be able to tell that unless if I told you, because of how she expresses herself. But Hottie, this isn't natural. These people look the way they do because of medical intervention. We need to use a definition based on natural things, like how God made them. Ah yes, God, who is a man, right?
All right, Parker, what is a woman?
A woman is an adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. Now, define a man. Define a man.
You're looking at one, XY chromosomes in a
okay, but does God the Father have XY chromosomes prior to incarnation?
We literally have a religious
He's a father and he's him, but he's not a man?
We have a religious
Wait, so a man is someone with XY chromosomes, but he doesn't have XY chromosomes, yet he's still a man and he still uses preferred pronouns? But God the Father's a man, right? Because all fathers are men.
Well, first of all, there's a trinity. So God the Father is so above gender. It is so above any of our understanding.
And why use him?
Glory and understanding. Again, because you have to make a choice, either he or him or her in the original scriptures. Let's go back to.
Some fathers aren't men and boys. So some fathers are not men and boys, not men or boys.
I'm sorry.
Some fathers are not male.
No, of course they are. I'm not...
Wait, so God the Father's a male?
Hold on, God the Father. So where do we get God the Father from?
Opposition to trans rights will unfortunately continue to be a thing for years to come. But we shouldn't lose hope. We are on the right side of this. History is not kind to bigots. That doesn't mean we should stop fighting, but it should give us the confidence to carry on the struggle.
Omnipod 5 is the only tubeless automated insulin delivery system on the market for people with type 1 and type 2 diabetes.
Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? Some things are clearly bad, no matter when they happen. But for other things, you must ask yourself, what did the culture and society of the time treat as no big deal? Only my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ is perfect, and I hope to spread his teaching to all the lands I find that don't know his name.
Wow. So glad we defunded Sesame Street for this. Hello, ladies, men, and non-binary friends. Welcome back. My name is Scully, and today we're going over the newest development in a long line of Trump finding horrific solutions to imaginary problems. We're going to look into his defunding of PBS and NPR while platforming a right-wing media provider, PragerU. Ironically, this was done through Executive Order 14290, titled Ending Taxpayer Subsidization of Biased Media. The Free Speech Party, everyone. I'd like to thank the sponsor of today's video, FlexiSpot. I've had the same bed frame since college. A simple black wire bed frame from Amazon, and let me tell you, it has seen better days. Much like me, there are things that are starting to sag and creak, and as I near 30, I'd like to invest in something a little more adult, a little more comfortable, and a little more durable. I'm very excited to be partnering with FlexiSpot. They sent me their Japanese joinery bed, and after trying it out with my beloved, I can say it is an excellent addition to our bedroom space. FlexiSpot is an amazing company. My sister actually has their standing desk. She loves it, and I love it when I come over to my parents' house to steal it from her. But when they reached out, I knew I wanted to do this partnership because of their dedication to high-quality products. Japanese joinery is a traditional woodworking method where interlocking joints hold the pieces together through tension and compression. This keeps the bed frame firm and stable, while also keeping it quiet during adult activities. The structure is tighter and more stable than typical bed frames, and it is able to resist wear and tear over time. It's secured with Velcro, which firmly keeps it in place and reduces noise. And this frame also has inward recessed legs, so your bed frame can fit snugly against the wall, providing stability and minimizing squeaks. These frames are made from an environmentally friendly resource called rubber wood, which is a hardwood that is strong, moisture resistant, and scratch resistant. And it protects it from mold, which will keep your bed frame looking fresh for years to come. You'll also find that this bed frame is much more cost effective than others of its kind, so you're getting the most of the money you're spending. We went with a simpler design because that's our style, but FlexiSpot is incredibly customizable. They have headboards, nightstands, electronic adjustable backrests, and if you go with the pillow board option, it's removable and washable, which makes it super easy to keep clean and fresh. Click the link below to experience the FlexiSpot bed frame yourself, and use my code for an instant discount. Transform your sleep with comfort, convenience, and unmatched value. Thank you, FlexiSpot. Now, back to the video. Let me give you a little bit of background. Trump put out an executive order that ended federal funding for PBS and NPR, effective immediately. His reasoning was, quote, they receive millions from taxpayers to spread radical, woke propaganda disguised as news. Mind you, PBS and NPR have a left-center bias with very high credibility and fact-checking, but Trump lying out his ass is nothing new. By the end of the month, PBS and NPR filed lawsuits against the Trump administration, claiming that the order violated the First Amendment and interferes with their editorial independence. It does. In its lawsuit, PBS relies on similar arguments, saying Trump was overstepping his authority and engaging in, quote, viewpoint discrimination because of his claim that PBS's news coverage is biased against conservatives. PBS disputes those charged assertions in the strongest possible terms. But regardless of any policy disagreements over the role of public television, our Constitution and laws forbid the president from serving as the arbiter of the content of PBS's programming, including by attempting to defund PBS. Now, don't worry, PBS and NPR, on the whole, are not going to be ruined by this. As we remember, public broadcasting is funded by viewers like you, and that is still the case. But this has already devastated local stations or stations with smaller populations in rural areas. It's clear that Trump is attacking these programs because they are the largest independent media outlet that we have. They're not beholden to government or corporate interests because that only makes up a very small portion of their funding. Trump wants to get rid of them because they have no allegiance to him. They can't be bought. That being said, 14% is still a significant cut, and it's led to PBS and NPR having to make cuts of their own. PBS announced a 21% budget reduction, with $1.1 billion in federal funding being cut over 2 years, and NPR followed similarly with their own cuts. So what is PragerU, and what the hell do they have to do with this? In short, PragerU is an alt-right nonprofit that makes propaganda videos and has been increasingly integrated into education and curriculum across the country. In fact, the Oklahoma State Schools superintendent, Ryan Walters, recently rolled out a test by PragerU to weed out woke teachers from out of state. Teachers from, quote, liberal states who have relocated to Oklahoma and are seeking to work there must take a controversial new assignment to be given for the first time today that, quote, keeps away woke indoctrinators, according to Oklahoma's top education official. Ryan Walters, the Oklahoma's superintendent for public instruction, told CNN that if applicants do not pass the test, they will not earn a teaching certificate to be able to teach in public schools in that state this school year. Which, by the way, this same guy, Ryan Walters, also under investigation for having naked women on his TV screen.
Guys, this is big.
What? What is it? Tell me right now.
The Smurfs are coming home to Paramount Plus.
Adding it to the calendar, Papa Smurf. Thank you, Calendar Smurf.
You can watch it with your papa.
Hit it, Papa.
Now that's what I call a banger.
Your mama.
It's showtime!
And all your friends.
You know, like Hefty Smurf, Clumsy Smurf, and Magic Smurf. What the Smurf? Sorry.
Smurfs. Rated PG. Now streaming on Paramount Plus.
During a meeting. Not his computer. A TV screen during a meeting with other staff. This is the state superintendent. But, you know, protect the kids, right? I mean, who's more qualified than a pervert to run state schools? Fangulo. To give a better idea of what PragerU is about, this is the description on their YouTube channel. PragerU creates free educational content promoting American values. See our kids' content at PragerU Kids. Think better. Live better. Now, the word educational is doing a lot of legwork here because PragerU is in fact not an accredited university or educational institution. Just, you know, don't worry, we'll get into it. 404 Media reported in July that the White House, specifically the Department of Education, partnered with PragerU to unveil an exhibit in the White House's Founders Museum called, quote, The Road to Liberty, featuring some AI-generated commentary from the Founding Fathers, one of which is an AI video of John Adams, second president of the United States, saying, quote, facts don't care about your feelings. That's right. The White House and the Department of Education have partnered with an alt-right media organization to create AI slop videos that include a dead president saying, facts don't care about your feelings. The reason why people think that the White House is going to use PragerU to replace PBS, because nothing has been confirmed. But the reason why people are saying this is because, one, they're crossover in terms of programming, while PBS makes actual educational things, documentaries, you know, kids shows, all this stuff made by professionals, right? PragerU markets themselves as an educational organization, an educational media organization, making documentaries and short style videos, kids videos, things like that. So crossover in terms of programming, for one. Secondly, because of PragerU's foot in the door in the American education system already, not just through this recent partnership with the White House, but also their integration into actual schools, and because PragerU already pushes Trump's ideology and narratives. Anyway, the reason why he defunded PBS is because they didn't align with him, they were critical of him. He doesn't have that problem with something like PragerU, where they're already going to be spouting off the same shitty talking points from Twitter. And PragerU's kids programming is especially disturbing. I'm sure most of you have seen the Columbus video from earlier, but that's not the only video that they have downplaying how horrific slavery was and U.S. citizens' part that they played in that cruelty.
Okay, let's talk about what is probably the most famous and horrible Leo and Layla cartoon, the one about Frederick Douglass. The episode starts with Leo and Layla lounging on the couch. They're watching the news, and what they see is chatter about violent BLM activists advocating for police abolition.
Well, Clint, these local activists want to abolish the police. They're claiming systematic oppression and want the U.S. system torn down.
What is going on? I know. Wanting to learn more about abolition, the two go back in time and talk to Frederick, a famous slave abolitionist. He thinks abolishing slavery is good, but that it's nevertheless essential to always work within the system.
I'm certainly not okay with slavery, but the Founding Fathers made a compromise to achieve something great.
the making of the United States.
You might notice a word that's missing from this video, and that word is Civil War. And doesn't the Civil War just immediately defeat this argument entirely? PragerU talks about the beauty of working within the system and Constitution, its hatred of radical force used to achieve just ends. But ultimately, in the real world, peaceful reform, the Constitution, did not end slavery. Not at all.
All right, we're going to get into the Columbus video next. This is going to be the abridged version, because if I went line by line through this, it would be its own video. Let me know if you want that. These fucking PragerU videos are horrible, but I will put myself through pain for y'all. So, let me know.
I ordered my men to treat them well.
I'm sorry, Mr. Columbus, but I heard at school that you spoiled paradise and you brought slavery and murder to peaceful people. Leo,
Version, because if I went line by line through this, it would be its own video. Let me know if you want that. These fucking PragerU videos are horrible, but I will put myself through pain for y'all. So, let me know.
I ordered my men to treat them well.
I'm sorry, Mr. Columbus, but I heard at school that you spoiled paradise and you brought slavery.
This column already has 1, 2, and 4, so this cell is 3. This box already has 1, 2, and 3.
Sorry, it's what I read and heard at school.
Caramba!
So, fake Columbus goes on to try and disprove this. We'll get to that in a second. Conservatives' mad dash to delegitimize public education is very blatant here. Little Timmy, or whatever the fuck his name is, talks about how he learned this in school.
Those are some accusations. The place I discovered was beautiful, but it wasn't exactly a paradise of civilization, and the native people were far from peaceful.
But you just said the Taino were peaceful.
They pretty much are, but there are other tribes who aren't. The Taino I had met had cuts and scars and bruises all over them. I asked why, and they told me about the Caribs, who are vicious, warring cannibals.
Cannibals? Like they
eat people, see.
Whoa.
Right?
The tense music change is wild here. Quick side note. Also, this is a reminder that even if a group of people does bad things, it's never okay to enslave anyone. Like, be so fucking for real. What PragerU is trying to say here is, well, the people we enslaved were cannibals, so it was totally justified. Like, no, what the
Hey, all the things that are bad in the world I come from, jealousy, lying, murder, war, it all exists in the land I just found too. But in Europe we draw the line at things like eating people and human sacrifice. Some of the native folks from where I just left do those things regularly.
That is also not true. Cannibalism existed in Columbus's time and hundreds of years later. In fact, there is a long history of Europeans eating mummies from Egypt for various health purposes. Human sacrifices also existed as rituals in Europe since the fucking Neolithic era. The most recent one I could find, and this is from a quick Wikipedia search, so it's possible that it happened even more recently, but apparently in the 13th to 14th century, the Lithuanians and Prussians made sacrifices to their pagan gods at their sacred places. So people were still doing ritual sacrifices in Europe. So shut the fuck up. Using human sacrifices and cannibalism as this weird justification for the enslavement of black and brown people is just more white supremacy bullshit.
Yeah, but what about slavery? You didn't deny that.
Deny? No. Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? I don't see the problem. You said you're from 500 years in the future? How can you come here to the 15th century and judge me by your standards from the 21st century? For those in the future to look back and do this is, well, estupido.
I'm going to get into this a little later, but this justification is also bullshit and nonsensical.
Some things are clearly bad, no matter when they happen. But for other things, before you judge, you must ask yourself, what did the culture and society of the time treat as no big deal?
I don't know if you caught that, but he just said that slavery was not in the category of, quote, things that are clearly bad no matter when they happened. Not sure how that got past the first draft, but
only my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ is perfect, and I hope to spread his teaching to all the lands I find that don't know his name.
Just that last bit of Christian colonialism we love so much to finish us off. Wow. What a stinker. This fucking weird idea that conservatives have that you need to respect people that are dead, regardless of how shitty they were in life, is so fucking asinine. Why do we even have statues of Christopher Columbus? He's not even American. He's Italian. Also, the idea that Christopher Columbus's treatment of native populations was normal and tolerated is patently untrue. In fact, he was tried for his crimes against humanity back then. He was no fucking hero. And when we're talking about, like, America's very shameful history regarding slavery in particular, you need to understand, as participants in this society, in this country, what actually happened. This idea of sugarcoating history is so fucking... It's snowflake shit. It is snowflake bullshit. And you don't have to be telling kids in kindergarten about the intricacies and the horrific cruelty of slavery. Of course not. But if you're a teenager, you are old enough to learn about these things. And you have probably seen racism in action in your families, in your friend groups, with your fellow students. You are old enough to learn about what happened to slaves in this country. People their age are playing things like Call of Duty, or watching shows with violence or death or cruelty in them. Like let's not pretend that teenagers are precious little angels that have never reckoned with the idea of violence or oppression. Like, that is a fucking fantasy. In fact, a lot of teenagers are really interested in learning about more serious topics and being taken seriously. I mean, fuck, we grew up on stories like The Hunger Games. I read that shit when I was like 12. The other part about this video that pisses me off is that there's so little actual history being discussed here. Most of this video is just damage control for Christopher Columbus. Why is this nonprofit doing PR for a dead person? What the fuck? Like, are we worried about him being canceled? Like, he's already been canceled from life. I'm not sure anything can hurt him now. And this is the thing, right? Because the Overton window has shifted to the right, and the realm of what we consider middle ground is so much more right than it was a few years ago. Like, that is a fact. But slavery is still considered, among normies, a part of our history that was horrible and unjustified. So it's unlikely that children's media like this would ever come out and say that slavery is good. It's certainly not out of the realm of possibility at this point. But for now, they do have to be subtle about it if this is the indication they're trying to make, right? These points, however subtle, are still unacceptable. Obviously, the subjugation of other humans is unacceptable. These videos are grooming children. Yeah, I'm gonna use your words now, bitch. These videos are grooming children to not take hard lines on slavery.
Scheduled doctor's appointment, turned in expenses, hit the gym, got to your to-do list, eat healthy today, take your vitamin.
This is grooming. This is brainwashing. Every accusation from a conservative is a fucking admission. We shouldn't be downplaying these horrible aspects of our history, because then we are doomed to repeat them. Because we are told, oh, it wasn't that bad, it's not that bad. And this is exactly what we're seeing happening right now. And like, you know, I could be wrong. I feel like every country on earth has some shady past. I don't think there's a single country in our world that hasn't done some shady shit, right? But when your country is a global militant superpower like the US and operates with impunity, we've seen throughout our history, there is corruption, there is cruelty. We're seeing it right now with the US funding Israel in their assault and their genocide on Gaza. The resistance to talk negatively about the cruelties we've enacted, it's giving nationalism. It's giving there is no war in Bossing Say. It's brainwashing. It's reprogramming. And the only reason you wouldn't want the people enacting cruelties to be punished, or the reason why you want them memorialized as heroes instead of the true villains that they are, is either because, 1, you believe what they did was right. 2, you would have done the same thing in their position. 3, you want to be them in this reality right now. Or some combination of all 3. In which case, you are a fucking monster. It's not a complicated issue. Slavery is bad, it's not a hot take, okay? Slavery is good, makes you a criminal. Unless you're the US prison industrial complex, but that's another video. Now, whether PragerU is taking over PBS programming, right now, it doesn't really matter. When the government of the United States is partnering with an organization that is doing pro-slavery propaganda, it doesn't matter if it goes any further than that, because that in itself is unacceptable. It's disgusting. It's a fucking embarrassment. It's a delegitimization of our government and our country, and further legitimizes these batshit views that we're all claiming don't exist anymore. I talk about this in my most recent video about the Joe Rogans, the Theo Vons, the Nelk Boys of the internet. When you lift up voices in support of colonization, in support of apartheid, in support of fascism on your platform, you are either intentionally or unintentionally saying this is an idea worth listening to, when in actuality, they are not. And the real kicker is most Americans don't want this. Public programming is one of those services that is almost universally supported. Trump is not winning anyone over by defunding PBS and NPR. He is doing this to limit access to information. He wants to control the media landscape. He wants to shift the narrative. He wants to defund and delegitimize trusted institutions. So the only ones left are his mouthpieces. And I don't want people to take this as me fear-mongering. I do think that this needs to be covered because, again, even if PBS and NPR win their lawsuits, this is still an assault on independent media. And this assault on independent media will continue. And I say this as a plea. Stay woke. As PragerU's visibility increases, because I'm sure it will after this crazy amount of media coverage on this situation, and as public broadcasting are grappling with budget cuts, the public is the only line of defense. This entire situation is about public education, it's about information access, it's about truth, and it's about equality. Stay informed, stay critical, stay woke. I have a link to support PBS in my description. Any of you who have the funds or know people that have the funds that would want to support PBS, feel free to send them this link and this video while you're at it. I put a lot of work into my videos, so commenting, sharing, subscribing, all those really good things work wonders in terms of support and allow me to continue doing what I'm doing here. For any parents, be aware of what your kids are consuming online and in school. If you're in one of those states that is partnered with PragerU, I recommend you get some other parents together who are concerned, attend your local school board meetings, and voice your concerns. Even sending an email just saying, I don't want my kids watching these videos in school. I'll leave it up to you, because I'm not a fucking parent. I do know, because a lot of people in my family are teachers, the school board is much more likely to listen to parents who are vocal about things like this than the teachers. So get mad about it. As always, I have Rawan's GoFundMe linked below. She was supposed to attend university this year, but Israel bumped her home and her school out of existence. If you don't have the funds, that's totally okay. Make sure to like and leave a comment because there's got to be someone on this godforsaken app that can give $1 or $2. If you're interested in giving money to Palestine, but you don't have the funds to give, feel free to watch my D&D campaign, Westerly Academy. It's about these students at a magic school. All the ad revenue from that campaign goes directly to Palestinian families. So by literally watching D&D, you are helping the people of Palestine. Make sure to check out FlexiSpot and use my discount code in the description. Supporting my sponsors is one of the best ways to support me. Thank you so much, FlexiSpot, for sponsoring this video. And for the rest of you, thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want to hear more from me. Please take care of yourselves and each other. Bye. Very special thank you to Inside Chaos, Long Leg, Anonymous, Tiny Axes, and Robin Fellows.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part.
Psst, disclaimer. Ooh, I have a wasp in my ass. That's great. I love that. America. Just kidding. We're still in Sweden. Get pranked, bish. I can become a prank channel. All my videos are just like pranking that we're in the US, but then it turns out we're still in Sweden, baby. Du gamla, du fria, du fina gaycation. Good evening, laddies, lasses and lassos, and welcome to the click. You smell absolutely astounding today. And don't let anyone else lie to you and tell you otherwise. Gaycation emotional support team. Oh! Available now! Link in the description. Get it now and enjoy your gaycation forever. Before it's gone forever. What happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation. Except for the gaycation emotional support team. And that comes with you. He knows what you did. The internet is a fun place, isn't it? Like I'm sitting here in a heat wave and my ass is really swampy. But you know what gets even swampier than my ass? That's right. US defaultism. That's like a swampy ass in Swedish summer. And it's people who think that US is the only place in the entire world, and it makes for some really funny interactions online, and I figured we would dig through it together because I feel very American today. Enjoy.
If you guys remember, a couple weeks ago I went to Mexico City and forgot to bring a charger. Well, I'm in Germany now and I didn't forget, but that's a problem. I mean, I get it, different countries use different bricks, but what even is that? Every frickin' outlet. I mean, I have USB-C cables, so I could just charge my phone off of my other phone or like my speaker or something, but when those die, it's gonna be a problem. I don't understand why they can't just put one US outlet. It's not like I'm in the frickin' Congo or Azerbaijan. This is Berlin. What? It's Americanized. I literally just ate out of KFC. Wait, what do you mean Americanized? The TV has USB Type A right there. Wait, do I even have a USB Type A cable? I don't think so. Hold up, my mouse for Minecraft. Hell yeah, we are so bad.
Adapter? Question mark? Like adapter costs like $3. What? It's not like I'm in the freaking Congo or Azerbaijan, because, you know, those places don't even have plugs and probably don't even understand the concept of electricity. Loved how he had to bring out other countries to prove his point. You know, every country that respects itself must bow to the United States. After all.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual!
Hi, it's Nicole from Sandy Hook Promise. Will you sign our petition demanding Congress to do more to prevent school shootings? My beautiful butterfly, Dylan, was murdered in his first grade classroom at Sandy Hook Elementary. And every single day, 12 more children in the U.S. are killed because of gun violence. If we had stronger school shooting prevention laws on the books...
I always find stuff like this kind of like weirdly funny in a way when I see it online, because like this is literally just traveling to any country with different socket standards. Like when I go to the US, I also need to bring an adapter. America more Swedified. How dare you have IKEA, but not... Because like this is literally just traveling to any country. Not Swedish... I tossed the cable. Not Swedish outlets. Outrageous, how dare you? Just get an adapter at the airport, man. Come on.
The thing I don't like about Holocaust movies is they buy into the fatphobic myth that everyone can get skinny if they just stop.
Ah! Wasp! Wasp! Shoo! Summer creature. We'll see if I get stung. It's fine.
Buy into the fatphobic myth that everyone can get skinny if they just stop eating. If there were ever a real Holocaust, there'd be more fat femme physique represented. Big old Lizzos.
I get the feeling this might be like a 50-50 on like the satire scale, you know? I guess starvation isn't real anymore. That's nice to know if we ever get like stranded on an island or whatever. That's convenient. Hell yeah. My friend's mom.
I want his muscles. Ooh, maybe I'll start running. First, then I will lose weight, but I wonder if that is steroids?
Conservative Florida mom. That's an interesting profile name. And here's an accurate representation of Trumpy Dumpy. That's gonna be my new squat program. It's gonna be called Trumpy Dumpy. It's gonna be great.
Man, look at this beautiful video, this beautiful natty, this absolutely base natty. It's a completely real video, no AI or no roids on this one. Heck yeah, you get these muscles just from running with grandma. Conservative Florida grandma.
Man, you know our standards for like fitness influencing are absolutely when someone asks like, I wonder if this is steroids, and the picture is like so incredibly roided that 99.9% of people that even do steroids wouldn't look like this. You know what I mean? It's like you get past like steroids to like, I don't know, cartoon superhero, right? Our standards are messed up, man.
Hi, my name is Messi and I really like skullets.
I know who you voted for.
Please tell me. I will give you a hint. I am not American.
Ooh, that does the opposite of narrowing it down. I guess the argument was supposed to be something like, ooh, you have a haircut that's slightly outside the norm. You must be one of those libs, aren't you? But they're not even from the same country. Oh, that's just this kind of internet content in a nutshell, isn't it?
Why can't I make and watch TikToks about it being summer here without Americans flooding the comments with, no, it's winter, and it's December over here?
Hemispheres. A mind-boggling concept. Hell yes. But don't you know there is only one hemisphere? Because the Earth is flat? Take that, libs.
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra.
Najar.
Change your Twitter name, it's offensive.
That's literally my name.
Perhaps consider legally changing your name. Your name is hurtful.
No thanks. It means lover in my own language. So disclaimer. Well, good evening. Lotties, Lazos, and Lazos, welcome to the click. You smell absolutely astounding today. And don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Now, I may not be a psychomalologist, as you may be surprised to know. I just read memes for a living. But I do have this very scientific concept I would like to propose to my fellow peer reviewers, also other meme people. It's that trauma is actually nostalgia, but just negative. So to try out this scientific hypothesis, I figured we would look through some r/traumatizing entice them back, turn that negative nostalgia around, and weaponize it against your enemies. Enjoy. But being gay is a sin? Well, so is adultery. So I am a 37-year-old gay man with a 79-year-old conservative Christian ex-missionary mother who has had a lot of problems coming to terms with this fact. Fortunately, she loves me enough that she didn't disown me or anything. In fact, she actually came to my wedding. The only issue is that she still made it her mission to tell me it was a sin and bring up those Bible verses as much as she could. So one night after she poked at me one too many times with said verses, I finally had enough. I hated to do it, but when she brought up the subject, I responded by pointing out that her mom was an adulteress for 50 plus years. Actually, that's kind of smart, you know? It's just removing the cherry pickiness and being like, but if this applies to me, then this also applies to you. Oh yes, indeed, it's beautiful how the turntables. You see, her mother divorced her husband due to the fact that he was a drunk. He would spend all his money on booze and tipping the waitresses at the local bar, instead of buying his family food. It was bad enough that the waitresses would actually reach out to my grandmother and gave her the tips he gave them because they knew it was a problem. Oh my god, massive respect to the waitresses for actually doing that. That is absolutely amazing, but Jesus Christ, you know it's bad when the waitresses you are like kind of hitting on and tipping goes behind your back and just gives the money back to your wife. You know you crossed like multiple lines at that point, in multiple dimensions of life. Oh, dear God, man. You see, the Bible clearly states that the only reason for divorce is due to infidelity. Since my grandmother's first husband was never unfaithful, she was never divorced in the eyes of God. Because of this, it means that her second marriage to my grandfather was actually adultery in the eyes of God, making my grandmother an adulteress. Oh. My mother got super defensive and told me, hey, he cheated on her with alcohol, so she was fine to divorce him. I was like, yeah, Mom, nice try. She is still a W word. Okay, I didn't say W word, but I really wanted to. Anyways, my mom didn't talk to me for like 2 days, but when she finally broke the silence, she basically just told me she would never bring up those verses again. Honestly, this is sort of the best case scenario happy ending to these sort of stories. You turn this thing around that they have been using against you for so long, and then they have this like moment of self-reflection that, oh my god, it turned around on me all of a sudden. It wasn't that fun anymore. Oh my god, is this what I have been doing to this other person this whole time? So that sort of stuff can make some people turn around and change how they act when they realize what it's like to actually have them directed towards themselves. It's been nearly a year now, and my life is so much less stressful. I don't end up crying after the majority of my conversations with her anymore. I hate that I had to use my grandmother's memory like that to get my mom to stop, but I will not hesitate to remind her of this if she ever slips back into old habits in the future. Yeah, people like that are always so conveniently hypocritical, aren't they? Now this stuff applies because it's about you, but this stuff that would apply to my story and who I am, that doesn't apply at all because a bunch of excuses that aren't actually applicable, so... It's just kind of funny how that works, isn't it? My dad went on a huge transphobic rant. I told him I am trans because he had me circumcised. Basically, my dad never accepted me for being a transgender woman. That is not my problem though. I have a happy relationship and a great career. I haven't lived with him in over a decade. Still, he tried to guilt trip me into reconsidering. Anyways, instead of getting mad, I was just like, you're right, but since you had me circumcised, I always hated having naughties as a guy. It never felt good. I decided that I would just become a woman now. With surgery, I actually have a hood, and naughties is way better. Anyways, now he is like fully convinced that this is all his fault. And apparently has been going on tirades about the evils of circumcision. Oh my god, what an absolute universe. Did he really change the thing? He is like parading around about his life mission is no longer going on being transphobic. It's like anti-circumcision. He just did like a 180 about his call in life. Oh my god. It is pissing off a lot of his religious friends, but he just calls them groomers who wants to perform surgeries on infants. They don't even know how to respond to it. Oh my god, I need to see this play out in person. This sounds absolutely hilarious to just observe on like an arm's length distance, like the infighting and the opinions flying back and forth, and oh my god, and all of a sudden having the same arguments they always toss around everywhere else, just used against themselves, and all the infighting that comes with it. Oh, that is so funny. That is so funny. My dad tried to make me sit in bloody underwear, so I made an announcement. I, 16, am transgender, and before I was on testosterone and birth control, I had heavy, painful, and irregular periods. I would go through a lot of underwear, because not even the thick tampons or pads were working as long as they should. Unfortunately, this problem bit me in the butt 5 years ago during Christmas. My dad, sister, and I flew to Texas to be with family. 2 days into the trip, right on Christmas, I start my period. Ooh, yay, good timing. It's one of those things, kind of like Murphy's Law for periods, always come when it's like a trip, or like a family vacation, or something like that. It's always when it's the worst timing.
Team Old Spice is coming into the pits!
Coconuts and palm trees.
2 days into the trip, right on Christmas, I start my period. Unfortunately, the tampons I packed got soaked in hand sanitizer because I didn't properly close my hand sanitizer on the flight. I asked my dad if we can stop by the store to buy any, only to be told, "You can wait. Let's try to make it through the party and then I'll get you tampons." It takes like 3 minutes, fam. Oh my, it takes 3 minutes. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he really said that. My 11-year-old anxious self didn't protest, and I just decided to triple my underwear. Everyone got ready and we drove off to the Christmas party. When we arrived, I felt blood pooling in my underwear. I try to ignore it as we get inside. I just sit on the couch and try to avoid standing at all costs. 3 hours in, the blood has stained through my blue jeans. I panic, text my dad that we need to leave now, only for him to look at the text across the room and put his phone back down. 30 minutes passed, everyone arrived at the party, and I cannot take it anymore. I build the courage to stand up, walk towards my dad, and loudly say, "Can we get tampons or pads now? I cannot wait." My dad is red in the face, and someone, I completely forgot her name, audibly gasped and took off her jacket, running towards me to wrap it around my waist and scold my dad. While that's happening, another nice lady, I believe she owned the house, held my hand and brought me upstairs to change into her clothes and let her wash mine. She lets me stay upstairs the rest of the party with a pack of pads and sweet tea. That is absolutely amazing, though. What wholesome people. I do love that vibe, though. I love that vibe. They're actually looking out for people that come and be guests at their place, even when their own parents are being poopy. That is so nice. That brings me a little bit of hope about... There's another chopper. It's looking for my memes. That does bring me a bit of hope about humanity, though. Even when their own parents are being poopy, there are still people around them that look out for them and will go out of their way to actually help out. That is so beautiful. A little bit of hope about humanity restored. When the party was over, I went downstairs. When my dad saw me, he finally said, "We can get him now. I am sorry." A week ago, I saw those two ladies again. Turns out my dad thought I was lying, so I didn't have to go to the party. It took being yelled at him for him to realize he messed up bad. And even playing devil's advocate in this case, even if it was like a lie or an excuse to make it inconvenient not to go, or whatever argument you want to use, just going past like a convenience store to pick up like a pack of tampons or something like that, or pads on the way there, takes like 3 minutes. You know, it's such an easy thing to do, and then you can probably talk a bit more about if they really want to go to the party or not either. This seems like such a stupid thing to just assume someone is lying about, and then it all ends up blowing up. It's not not a great thing to do, fam. Not a great thing to do. Don't touch my kid's hair. Petty revenge. My 8-year-old daughter has very red hair, leaning more towards auburn. She has never cut it. We call it the Long Hair Don't Care Club, because mine is pretty long too. Hers, though, it's so long she has to pull it from under her when she sits. Oh my god, it's gonna grow to be like longer than she is. That is amazing. She loves her hair, and so does her father and I. Every redhead knows that in public, people will always try to touch it. Mostly older white ladies. Yeah, I've heard that it's a case. If you have like this sort of hair, or if you have like very curly hair, for example, people will always try to touch it. I am lucky in the way that people don't normally ask to touch my hair. That is like the privilege of having just boring straight hair, I guess. So the story. Older white lady in the grocery store goes to touch her hair. She is used to people trying to touch her and hates it, and very vocally told her, "Don't touch me." Okay, so she actually told the older lady not to do it. I've taught her to be loud about it because it will embarrass and stop most people, but not this lady. I cannot imagine going up to like a child that is a stranger to fondle their hair, right? And then the kid, who is obviously sick of this sort of behavior because it happens way often, audibly says, "No, don't do this." You know, like, "Oh, silly child, I'll fondle your hair anyway." Bruh. A few aisles over, we are picking what type of crackers she wants when the old birch again comes by. My daughter has a sparkly pink baseball cap on her with a ponytail through the loop. This frickin' woman grabbed her ponytail and ran her hand down it and said, "Oh, it feels so nice." Okay, this is absolutely astounding. This is the sort of behavior I'm surprised no one has called the cops on this old lady yet. Jesus Christ, can you imagine if anyone else did this that wasn't like a sweet old lady, although there's nothing sweet about this? The police would be there in like 2 minutes. This is insane. I replied, well, it should, considering it's a wig, and you are complimenting a cancer patient on someone else's hair because she doesn't have any. Birch turned white as a wedding gown. I said, stop touching her, or I will touch you. Cue the clutching of pearls and turning beet red. She starts to apologize and tries to reach to my kid yet again. What? Why again? Oh my god. Doing it to begin with is bad enough. Then the girl says no, you still do it, and then this whole thing happens. You're like, oh my god, I'm so clutched. Let me just fondle a little bit though, make sure that I fondle enough. Oh my god, I am so flabbergasted that these people have like survived evolution for this long. That astounds me. My daughter told her, if you touch me again, I will bite you. That is a daughter raised right. She left us alone after that, but I got a few stink-eyed looks from her, and the rest of the time we shopped. How on earth is she giving you the stink eye after this? Oh my god, like the entitlement of certain people, and like twisting it around to make it seem like someone else is wrong, is just astounding. If there was a piece of the Olympics that was mental gymnastics, this lady would easily get the gold. Dear God. We check out, I am loading my cart, and lo and behold, this Birch was handing my kid a bar. My kids crossed her arms tight and told her she was allergic. Which she isn't, but lol. Oh my god, that's so funny that the kid is so fed up that they've come up with this kind of like rhetoric as well. That is amazing. Which she isn't, but lol. So I guess all that hammering of never take an offer from a stranger with candy stuck. Frick that lady. Why does she keep doubling down? Like after the first time when you come up and start acting weird, you're like, oh my bad, I didn't mean any harm, apologies, and then you leave them alone. Like now you've come back to this kid like 5 times after they've told you like to leave them alone, don't touch them. You get the story about like the cancer and the wig, you get the whole kind of thing about leaving alone or I will bite you, and then like allergic to the bar you try to bribe them with to make things better or something like that. Like, you approached them like 5 times now. 5 times. Oh my god. Girl doesn't believe my dad died, so I prove it. I saw the click looking at the subreddit and decided to post it here. Oh my god, who could that be? I have no idea. So I am at sophomore in high school and I play the basketball team. My cousin is also on the team. I live with my cousin and his parents because my father died last year and I have never met my mom. Only our close friends know. After the last game of the season, every year my school has a party thing for the players, cheerleaders and their parents. While at the party, my aunt and uncle wanted to take a lot of pictures. It's kind of their favorite thing. So we took a ton of pictures together. Probably lasted them about 10 minutes. But they both had somewhere else to be, so they left. Once I was alone, my cousin's girlfriend, a cheerleader, approached me very angrily. I have never gotten along with her, but we've been civil since she's dating my cousin.
Why can't you take pictures with your own parents, blowjob?
Is that an insult that like... Kiddos use? Okay.
I didn't get to take any with CN and his parents because you were there the whole time.
I was kind of shocked just because what the frick are you talking about? Me? Well, my dad is dead, so kind of difficult. She looked shocked for a second before doubling down. No, don't, oh my god. Oh, don't double down, no!
No, he is not. I have met him.
2 years ago. She met him 2 years ago. So I pulled up my phone and showed her a picture of me and my cousin at my father's open funeral, casket open. His face was only mildly deformed due to him being a burn victim, but it wasn't too gory. That is so tragic. I'm so sorry to hear that. So I put on a really sarcastic voice like I was reading to a little kid. So that's my dad, and that is CN, and that is me. She stared at the photo for a minute before scurrying away. Safe to say she hasn't said a word to me since. Edit, I'm not looking for any sympathy. I appreciate the condolences, but it is not necessary. I'm not upset about my dad's passing at all. He was an absolute frick. Okay, well then maybe it's a bit easier to deal with, so to say.
I'm obsessed with this Olay Hyaluronic Body Wash, and it's 10 times more vitamin.
There is a reason my cousin and I have a selfie with his casket. Oh my god, okay. The amount of sass in this post is absolutely astounding. It also boggles my mind with the cheerleader girlfriend that they insist on doubling down. Like, what do you think is gonna happen? Even if you go like the completely unemotional route, like don't think about like how other people may feel and stuff. Even if you only think this completely cold and calculated, it's like, is this worth the gamble? You know, because otherwise you reveal that the person was making this up for some reason, or it becomes the most awkward situation ever and you look like a massive douche. Like, even if you want to be all cold and calculated about this, it's not worth the gamble. This is so dumb. Kid exposes me as gay. Doesn't end well for him. So I, 15M, am gay. This has been a secret for a time now. I get sent away to a sleep-away camp, and this younger kid takes my phone and finds a conversation between me and my boyfriend. He proceeds to yell out, "He's freaking gay!" I quickly start to panic, considering this was in front of the entire camp, and now everyone knows this secret. If he is gonna mess with me, I will mess with him. I start to hit on him. "Let me have your phone so I can give you my number." Baby girl. He starts to get extremely flustered and backs away. Every time I see him, I just start to hit on him until he breaks off. The funniest part is that nobody cared that I was gay. Oh my god, so he tried to be a bully by turning the whole camp against you. No one actually cared, and now he's too embarrassed to face the consequences. That is so funny. Oh my god, bullies in a nutshell, am I right? They cannot, in fact, always tell. In my experience, it's very rare that they can actually tell, and a lot of the time it just turns into like this weird witch hunt when they start accusing people too. The most recent news I saw is that people are now transvestigating or whatever Andrew Tate, because there was a picture of him in swim trunks or something where like his package doesn't look very big or something, so now there's a conspiracy on Twitter that Andrew Tate is trans. It's so insane, man. It's so insane. Like, it's all just going bananas. Anyway, let's read the story, shall we? Because I very much agree that they can, in fact, not always tell. In fact, they don't seem to be ever be able to tell. Hi. Before I start the story, I would like to say that I am a cis woman, who happens to have a bit of a muscular appearance. Although I try my best to remain positive about my body, I cannot hide the fact that I don't really like my manly appearance. It cost me trouble several times in the past, since there are surprisingly a lot of people who incorrectly assume I am trans. I don't have anything against trans folks, just hate the "we can always tell" movement. Yeah, I think we all do. They're incredibly transphobic and they go on these like weird witch hunts and they always get things wrong somehow. They're so hateful and so invested in this for some reason, but they can't be bothered to like make sure they even get things right, so to say. It's astounding. How do you care so much and also so little about a topic that you combine these elements? It's wild to me. There were times where I asked to leave the female bathroom. Once on the streets, when I was talking to my friends, some random men decided to correct me, and did so by screaming, "You're not a real woman, and you will never be." Perks of living in the most homophobic country in Europe. Woo! Party emoji. So yeah, fun stuff. Over the years, I kinda got used to it and tend to ignore those sort of remarks. But not yesterday. I was having a horrible day since I just got diagnosed with brain cysts and was trying to calm myself down in the bathroom when suddenly a wild Karen appeared. She scoffs and I just ignored her, hoping to avoid any confrontation with her, but she just had other plans. Excuse me? She taps my shoulder. Yes? This is a women's bathroom. Yeah, I know. Honestly, I hope this would be the end of our lovely conversation, but oh well. You're a man. Just because you wear makeup doesn't make you a real woman. I don't really know what happened since I'm not usually like that, but I just screamed at her with tears in my eyes. Yeah, I know, I kinda cringe crying for being misgendered. I am not trans. I am just ugly. Oh my god. Before she could even say anything, I continued my embarrassing rant. I was born an ugly woman, and I know no matter how much I try, no one will ever love me, and I will never be oh my gosh. Oh my god.
It's Native.
Good gods, I love Native. Yo, we should give this to the mortals. You deserve Native deodorant. It's got 6 clean ingredients. And it smells
Divine.
It's not a myth.
It's native.
Are you guys here for the halftime show?
Oh, no. We're here to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Something can't really remember what I screamed. She left without a word, and I was left sobbing in the bathroom. Now, day later, that I'm calm, I think I overreacted this woman comment, and I'm really ashamed and sorry for my tantrum. I don't think you should be sorry. Honestly, people like this are like way too eager to cross lines about stuff they don't really know anything about, and maybe next time they would have targeted someone else who was in even more vulnerable situation, and I hope this taught them a lesson to kind of just mind their own business, honestly, because people like that, they sort of need to learn, honestly. I was just really distraught since there's a history of cancer and brain cysts in my family, and I recently lost my grandpa to it, but I guess it fits the subreddit pretty well since I really traumatized this lady, lol. Oh my god, I would love to hear how the story was retold from the lady's perspective. That would be incredibly fascinating to hear. I will see your vulgar and raise you trauma. My older child, 14M, thinks it's hilarious to just be vulgar. Like he makes jokes that will get me whooped or grounded or worse. He will comment on how he would like to hit that, or he would gobble that glizzy and worse. I am cleaning it up a bit. Ooh, it's also with brain rot slang. Oh, this is gorgeous. My fiancé and I recently decided we were going to traumatize him back since asking him to stop and demanding he stop and grounding him weren't working. I have tried everything and this was my Hail Mary. So last night I had gotten down on the floor to pet my chunky boy, large cat, because he was acting anxious. As I was getting up, I did the table pose and then did the cat cows to stretch my back out. I am 40, the floor is mean. Son goes, I bet I know what fiancé's thinking. Probably something very missionary. This isn't missionary, son. Oh yeah, it's doggy style. Both my fiancé and I. Yeah, it is. My son looked at me, and then my fiancé, and then me, and screeched, what? Fiancé says, why do you think your mom is so happy to see you when you come back from your dad's? What do you think she and I do all week? I am happy because I love my kids and I miss them both each week when they're at their dad's. We have 50-50 custody. But I just winked at my fiancé. I have never seen my son run out of a room so fast. It's been almost 24 hours and his constant stream of vulgar comments has been nearly zero yet today. Yeah, that is when you keep pushing vulgar jokes to the point where, like, oh my god, there is actually something vulgar to uncover here. That's not what you wanted to hear now, was it? And reality hits quite fast, doesn't it? Oh, isn't that beautiful? Absolutely brilliant. No teenager wants to think of their parents as naughty beings, which is kind of funny considering that's how they got here in the first place. It's hard to think of parents as anything other than parents. Well done, OP. Ah, thank you. That's the angle I was going for. Pun intended. Oh, this is amazing. Cis roommate wouldn't stop prying about me being trans, and I made her regret it. My sophomore year of college, I, at the time 19-year-old trans man, started the semester living with a cis woman. My college had hefty requirements to allow trans students into opposite-sex dorm rooms. I warned her beforehand that I was a trans man, and made sure she was comfortable with living with me as soon as I found out we were roommates. Things seemed to be going smoothly. We didn't really have much in common, but as long as we got along, that didn't really matter to me. Move-in day. Things seemed normal at first. At night, she asked some normal curiosity questions that were just cases of ignorance, so I was happy to educate her on the basics a little bit. The next day, she started asking me about hormones. When I was going to start them, why I want to be on them. I had barely even come out yet, so I hadn't even gotten that far mentally, and it started getting really overwhelming. Every single conversation she had with me was about me and my transition goals and prying about my life. Day 3, she started asking about surgeries. She didn't specify which surgeries, so I explained each gender affirmation surgery I knew the process of to her in graphic detail. She moved out the next day, and I got the dorm to myself for the rest of the year. What is with people that ask way too personal or invasive questions, and when they get answers to them, like, oh my god, I didn't want to know that. You literally asked for it though, didn't you? Why do you ask questions that you cannot handle the answers to? Oh my god! One thing that I always find kind of interesting with cases like this, it's that most people that aren't like overly creepy or anything usually have the boundary that you don't go around inquiring about people's genitals, right? This will typically get you in trouble or get you written up with HR or, whatever the context is. But when it involves situations like this, that common sense just goes out the window for some reason. People just forget about that common sense and all of a sudden it's okay to just pry about people's genitals. It's just interesting. I wonder like how that happens and how it really clicks, If you just take a step back, you realize how incredibly weird the whole thing is.
Reveal visibly improved luminous skin in 14 days. New Olay Super Serum Body Wash.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place. Where your breakfast faves like pancakes, eggs, and bacon, or French toast with sausage and eggs are all just $6. The new value menu, every day at IHOP.
Don't respect my privacy? See me naked then. I am posting the story for my sister who doesn't have Reddit. So my dad and brother have always had the issue of never knocking. They would open closed bedroom and bathroom doors and constantly walk in on me and my sister. This made my sister uncomfortable, quite understandably, so she started stripping naked whenever she would be in her own room. She never mentioned to her brother and dad that she would be doing this. I just imagine there being like an equivalent story somewhere where it's like, oh my god, I got so sick of my parents busting into my room, so I made sure there was always like adult films on my screen. So they would be as uncomfortable as possible, I feel there is like an equivalent to the story somewhere out there. It took a few days, but my brother ended up going to my dad, who went to my mom to complain that my sister was sitting naked in her own room. So apparently my brother had once again walked into my sister's room and saw her fully naked. After that, my brother and dad started to knock a little more. Oh my god, what do you mean go to the parent? I mean, I'm hoping the mother was like upset about it and be like, yeah, don't bust into people's rooms unannounced. Like, Jesus Christ. That should be like the first reaction, maybe. What was your mom's reaction to being told her son was complaining that her daughter was naked in her room with the door shut? She, in short, told them, pound sand. It's her room and she could do whatever she wanted in her own room. Surely concern, right? Yeah, it sounds like it at least started to change for the better, my god. My dad did this until I was about 14. One morning I got up very quiet, got dressed in shorts and a tee for school and put on my bathrobe on over the top of my clothes. It was long big enough to cover all my clothing. I heard my dad come down the hallway and when he flung the door open I made a big show of covering up while yelling, "Dad, just stop it, don't knock!" He never did it again. He would still open the door without knocking, but he would only open it enough to slide his hand in to turn on the lights. Oh, that is beautiful. That's kind of like a good prank to just make them realize, like, oh, they're not a tiny child anymore. They're like a legit teenager. Maybe this is like invasive at this point. Yeah, that's good. That's good, I think. My god. Stuff like this, I've heard way too many stories. I mean, at least they seem to be reasonable about it in these situations. It's just the realization that, oh, yeah, this isn't appropriate. Taking a step back, fixing the situation. That is good. I have heard the variations on, like, insane parents when people just, like, remove doors on room. It's like, oh, let's take the hinges off. That's a good parental reaction. So at least, like, happy endings and stuff in this case. I am too young to be crying over boys? Don't worry, I will tell you the whole story. So I, 21GF, was an exchange student in the US this year. Way back in September, my aunt, who I basically lived with for 3 years before the US was about to pass away. I rushed to the airport as soon as I heard, and I was a mess. So while I was waiting to board, I sat as far away as I could from anyone else. I was just bawling and looking at pictures of my aunt on my phone. Suddenly, this 50-something man who smelled bad and looked even worse came and sat right next to me. So close that our thighs were touching. He kept talking about how I'm too young and too pretty to be crying about boys. About how guys my age suck, and I need a man that's more mature to satisfy me. I kept ignoring him for over 20 minutes, but he would not let Finally, he grabbed my phone so I would pay attention to him, and that was the last straw. So I yelled, "Sir, if you could please stop bothering me. Not only am I less than half your age, I am deeply uninterested. And if you must know, I'm not crying over boys, but over my favorite person who's been taken off the ventilator as we speak and will be dead by EOD." He got so red so quickly and just stood up and walked away. Girl, next time don't wait 20 minutes. Don't even wait 20 seconds. I am giving you permission to firmly and directly tell these people to frick right off immediately. Only a frickin' psycho hits on someone in obvious emotional distress. Yeah, this was not an oblivious old man, that was a predator. No one right in their own head tries to hit on or mess with someone in emotional distress. I mean, even if that was the case, that it was only a breakup, right? He was still very specifically seeking out a person who was less than half his age, who was very obviously in a vulnerable position. That was who he was seeking out. He wasn't going around flirting with people his own age at the airport. He wasn't casually flirting with anyone else. He was seeking out specifically the person sitting far away that was in clear emotional distress and potentially in a vulnerable situation, who was also much, much younger. So yeah, this was not a clueless person. This was very, very purposeful.
My name is Jessica Hogan. I've interacted with a lot of doctors and other medical professionals, and there is just something that you can't buy or you can't fake, and it's a feeling of wholeness, of welcoming, of a home. And coming here is just coming and visiting friends for me. I don't feel like it's this cold, sterile place where I sit and I'm just another number. It's amazing to feel like that, and it makes you feel safe and that you are a person. I know that no matter what I need, they will find a way to help me. There's nothing they wouldn't do for me.
Too bad my brother wasn't your first call. Obligatory click mention, never listened or watched them anyways. Oh my god, I just got traumatized back. God, I'm getting roasted by posts. Ouch. Okay, but as a serious side tangent though, like when it comes to subreddits like this, it's very fun to see that people like find communities and stuff because videos and things I cover, but don't go to subreddits like this and just spam them just because you want to be featured in a video. Like if you have a story that fits the subreddit legitimately, obviously feel free to share it. It's an open community and that sort of thing. But don't go and spam the subreddit just to try to get into a video if the story doesn't fit, because I will not read it in a video if it's not a story that actually fits the theme, and it's not fun for the people at the subreddit either to like walk through this like spam of post. So just keep that in mind. It's supposed to be fun for everyone, so don't do anything like that on my behalf. I have seen that happen on occasion in various subreddits when I review them, and that is not the intention. Like said, participation is amazing, but it should be like participation that is fun for everyone and sharing appropriate things. Don't spam the subreddit with nonsense just to try to get into a video, because that is not going to happen and it's going to be a bother for the people there. So anyway, let's get on with the story, shall we? Back in my barista days, cafe manager on an entertainment store, I had an awful lot of regulars who would hang around for the most of their free time. They knew me, I knew them, their regular orders, trials and tribulations, etc. So when my baby brother died at 15 years old in 2008, after being hit by a car while biking home, it was major news. I was out of work for a month, keeping my mom together and trying to function. I got huge tips and many sympathy cards when I finally returned. At some point during my first week back, one of the said regulars comes in. He had been training to be an EMT and finally got to go out into the field. He and another EMT trainee came in for their coffee the day after their first night out. Regular says to my friend, "Man, I just wish it wasn't so quiet. I wanted to get someone who was fricked up." Now, I am still barely holding it together. I raised my brother and he was my first loss. Haven't even dealt with the death of a grandparent or friend, so it was pretty frickin' raw. My brother was pretty messed up when the ambulance got there. Too bad you couldn't have been there for that. Sets their coffee down a little too loud and head to the kitchen to cry again. So many people told me how horrible he felt, but he never personally apologized. He did tip better after that though. Oh my my god. Oh, that is such a stupid thing to blurt out. Jesus Christ. I mean, at least it started tipping better. At least that's a slightly happy part to the story, I suppose, but that is so sad. Sometimes it seems the mouth just doesn't connect to the brain when it comes to humans. It is a fascinating concept. Your best friend has been dead for 4 years. I just remember this story, and I wasn't even trying to scar anyone. I used to work at a cookie store at a shopping mall. At the time, one cookie was $1.59, or $8.30 for 6. Pricey, but hey, it's the mall, baby. Mall Karens would complain about the prices all the time, but it never deterred anyone from buying the mall treats. I saw it go up to $1.70 before I quit. One day, 2 larger boomer women decided they wanted 4 cookies between the 2 of them. I immediately suggest a half dozen since it's not only $1 away from the price of 4 and you get 2 extra cookies. They weren't having it. They said it was way too expensive for something so trivial. In my experience, trivial things are always more expensive. They were even more offended when I told them how much it was for just 1. So they decided to bring out the big guns.
This is ridiculous. Go get the manager, Dan. We're best friends. I can't believe he's making these so expensive.
I decided I had enough and she gave me all the ammunition I needed. Ma'am, Dan passed away 4 years ago. I had heard of him, but he passed away about 2 months before I started, so I knew who he was from coworkers. This lady literally clutched her pearls and started shaking, pinching her temple.
Oh no. Oh no.
She just kept repeating as her friend tried to comfort her. Then they just walked off. I guess they weren't best friends if she didn't know he was dead and buried? r/I know the owner. Oh my god, how can you claim to be someone's best friend just to give like a worker a hard time? But you didn't even know they passed away for 4 years. I don't think you were particularly close in that case. Oh my god.
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra.
How my sister scared away a phone scammer. Thought y'all would get a kick out of this little revenge story. So I, 28, non-binary, have a younger sister, 26F, who, as a kid, loved to freak people out and be weird. After she found out the origin story of Ring Around the Rosie, she would sing it creepily while not blinking. Scared the poo out of our older cousins, lol. Weird kid, funny as heck. Anyways, back when she was in high school, my family had a landline, and we would constantly get scam callers talking about how our computer had a virus or something like that. Obviously, we never fell for it, but it was annoying. So one day my sister answered the phone and yet another, "Your computer has a virus." Weird kid, funny as heck. Anyways, back when she was in high school, my family had a landline, and we would constantly get scam callers talking about how our computer had a virus or something like that. Obviously, we never fell for it, but it was annoying. So one day my sister answered the phone and yet another, "Your computer has a virus." Weird kid, funny as heck. Anyways, back when she was in high school, my family had a landline, and we would constantly get scam callers talking about how our computer had a virus or something like that. Obviously, we never fell for it, but it was annoying. So one day my sister answered the phone and yet another, "Your computer has a virus."